Back to the Future theme song? Why am I singing that? Let's see here. God, I don't remember anything. YouTube live control panel. Oh my god, there's things popping around over here. Oh, well. Don't know what this stuff is. Don't remember what any of this stuff is. I think it's all set up. Let's find out. If I can type, God almighty. Hey, there I am. Test, test, test. Test. Cool. Oh no, now I have a never-ending repeat. All right. Let's see. That's right. Just gonna. Well, if I can find the gosh dang link, post it around. Sorry, I am a couple minutes late for because I know so many people were waiting for me. Oh, hey, there they are. My twin brother was that was a storyline that wasn't working for the ultimate era of the Smokey's Comic Vault YouTube channel, Mr. Retro Stranger. So it was rewritten. This is the new character swap, reinvigoration of the Smokey brand. This is the relaunch. You know how Batman has Batman #1 coming out? Now that I don't have the beard and the hair anymore, this is my relaunch as a character. Yes, I did get retconned, Batboy. Let's see. It's been so long since I've done anything with this, and I've only ever did it once, and that was with that drawing live stream last year. I'm trying to figure out. I'm just looking at OBS stuff, just numbers that I don't understand. Let's see. I'm also trying to post it on various places online. That's why you guys, you kind of shocked me there when all three of you started talking. Let's see here. Let me start doing some stuff. Now you get to listen and watch me be an old man and try to use my folding phone. Ooh, magic. Let's see. Just making a post in various places. Don't mind me. I'll let people file in. Yeah, hey, OBS, more like IBS. Good one, Punchy. Classic. Classic you. Good job, champ. Let's see here. I keep forgetting what I named this live stream. 50K. Oh, I didn't even write it correctly. God damn it. How do I change that? Let's see. How do I edit this? I honestly don't know. How do I edit this? Edit video. There we go. How did I miss a 0? There we go. Now it's correct. God, I can't even write on my phone either. I was trying to write subscriber. I wrote Scuvriver. 50K subscriber special. 50,000 subscriber special. Jinkies. This is all the stuff you don't see. You should see what it's like when I write the scripts for the video. Thank you so much, Tactical J. Thank you. After 8 long, tiresome years, some years more videos than the others, some years less videos than the others, I finally made it. And it all started from a short clippings of videos for Star Wars' What If, essentially is what that was. I was looking back and checking those videos out. I released those things like 2 months apart, each video, and I don't remember why it took me that long to get them out, especially since they're They're all like 5 to 10 minute long videos. Sub and Guyver special. That's what I should have done. That's what this should have been. Who cares about 50,000 subscribers? We should have just been watching MacGyver together. Thank you, Estrada, for telling me that you love my channel and whatever your picture is. I can't tell. What happens if I click it? Nothing happens on OBS if I click it, so good to know there. It looks like it's either a cat or some kind of hockey player. Oh, that's a good question. There you go. You should be running the show, Bat Boy. Yeah, what was everyone's first Smokey's video? Bat Boy says it was Marvel Zombies 1. A classic. My most viewed video on the channel, which is not surprising. It's a popular thing. Marvel Zombies. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to figure out what Estrada's profile picture is. I think it is a cat. Unsurprisingly, one of the higher, I think maybe top 5 videos on the channel is the Cherry Pop-Tart video, which I need to do more of because I did have a lot of fun making that one. Thank you, Ted DeBasey's duffel bag. What is that a reference to? That's gotta be something, right? What is that name? Ted DeBasey. If I can spell it. Oh, it's a wrestler? Oh, it's that guy. Wow. He did not age well, did he? Thank you. Ooh, Ultimate Thor. That's a very fun one. I love Ultimate Thor. I love the comic. I love that video I made from it. That was back when I was still doing at the end of each video. There was, like I would pick out a funny image from one of the comics and have it slowly rise up. So for that one, it was Thor holding a red marker and he had like scribbled on whatever the next comic book was going to be. Oh yeah, the chewing sounds. I still get comments about the chewing sounds in the Marvel Zombies books or videos. To do that, here's a little inside tip. Doing that was entirely just the Haribo Coca-Cola gummies. I just got a mouthful of those. Just did it. Let's see, what else? Ultimate Spider-Man, good job. The first one, I take it. Hey, Mr. Smokey, can you shout out Peter Gosinya? Hey, Peter Gosinya. I did Google that name to make sure it wasn't anything illicit. That's what I was just typing. The $1 Million Man. The $1 Million Man. I don't know why where that came from, but I like it. I am aware of the TV show. And the spin-off show, $1 Million Woman. When are they going to bring that back? How is that not already a thing that has been brought back, right? The $1 Million Man seems just ripe for reintroduction to the world. Like they did Hawaii Five-0. Didn't they bring that back recently or something? Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm only familiar with wrestlers that are any good, Punchy. Like The Undertaker. Or Paul Bearer. No, well, let's not reintroduce him, yeah. Is he dead? That'd be kind of difficult to do. Are there like legacy characters in wrestling? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with wrestling. Don't call me a fraud, okay? I will climb through this screen and come after you. God, I'm so thirsty. I'm sorry for my ice chinking around in the glass. So, yeah, pretty much what I didn't have much planned. But one of the main things was doing... Where did I put them? Oh, right here. So I bought a couple of books. Thank you very much, Penny-O. I know I'm a good-looking guy. I tried to wink and then I just blinked. So... Absolute Batman Volume 1. Absolute Superman Volume 1. I haven't seen a single page of this book. I was going to flip through it, but I didn't. So this is something I know nothing about, aside from the fact that his cape is made out of Krypton or something. I also have Wonder Woman, Absolute Wonder Woman, which is fantastic. I really liked the first issue, as I said in that video that was kind of controversial, which, again, I'm going to repeat it. Why would you, I don't want to say waste, because she does such an excellent job, but why would you put Kelly Thompson on a Wonder Woman book when she clearly gets the character? Like, she understands who Wonder Woman is as a character and can write it. And then you put her on, like, Wonder Woman, but she's a demonic person from hell. Like, I'm glad that she did get it, because in the hands of, like, anyone else, my mind just immediately goes to some male writer who you haven't really heard much of. It's probably not going to work. And then I also did buy Ultimate Spider-Man. This is a series I haven't even read an issue of. I'm too focused on the original. What's happening here? You'd think there'd be more overlap with comics and wrestling fans. Are they not? Are there not? It seems like it is. There was, that statement was from the Bat Boy, for anyone wondering. What was it? Not do a barrel roll. Do a dive bomb or something? Like, that seemed like a pretty substantially popular book. I think it was Philip Kennedy Johnson. Do dive bomb? Is that what it was? Something like that. What is it called? Do a power bomb. There you go. Daniel Warren Johnson. So I was I was totally wrong on every aspect of what I just said. Oh my god, that was 3. That was 2022 that came out. Oh my god, I thought that was recent. I did have an idea for a comic which was inspired partially after my meeting of the Honky Tonk Man. It was going to be sort of a mix of that character and the Undertaker, just because Undertaker was always my favorite. And it was going to be something about like a cosmic wrestling tournament or something. And he's like this loser guy who lives in a trailer. It was based on a dream I had, which was weird. And he's this loser wrestler who doesn't have any fans anymore. He's just drinking himself to death in his trailer. He's performing at, like, church parking lots. And then he gets abducted by aliens for no reason other than they just needed somebody. And then they're like, oh, he can fight. He's a warrior or something. So they send him through this galactic tournament. Do I plan to cover the Ultimate Universe till it ends? Asks Estrada. I do. So here's a exclusive little piece of tidbits that you're going to get on the channel, or on this live stream, for those tuning in. So on this sticky note are all of the episodes that are either yet to come out. Actually, yeah, so this is the Ultimate Doomsday stuff into the next handful of weeks, and everything underneath is what I have not recorded or edited. That is what the check marks signify, if you can see that on there. So there are actually, about 5 videos left in the Ultimate Era at this time. I have everything planned out until the end of the year, and that is when the Ultimate Era, just imagine that the reverb was on that. That's when it is going to end. And here's what I will tell you what the final, 3-4 videos are of the Ultimate Era, to tease you. So it is Maker versus the Ultimates, which is Ultimate Comics Ultimates 1 through 6. Ultimates versus Maker. I know, great title, right? Ultimates 7 to 12. The Ultimates Disassembled, which is the finale of that era of the series. And then, what is Marvel's Secret Wars? I have all of these scripts written for this already. I have the next 5 or 6 weeks of videos available already. If you're on the Patreon, you might have seen them on there. If not, then they are available for viewing. And I'm currently working away. I actually finally just got around to recording the Death of Spider-Man episode. And I hope it is a tearjerker for you guys, because I went all out on the voice acting. That's pretty much what the last half of the video is purely, that sort of in-universe characters, sound effects, action stuff happening and all that. Kind of strained my voice a lot doing the Goblin, as always. And I recorded a handful of other things. A lot of longer, really one long video is going to be coming out after that. And then it kind of leads into some smaller stories in between and whatnot. What else is happening? Story time with Smokey, yes. Hey, my friend Wayne Karoff, love you. I don't trust. Now that Punchy's in here, I just don't trust what anyone else is saying. So I gotta like look up these names that are being said to me. That's how little I trust you, Punchy. What? Are you serious? His cape is made of Crypto's fur? Oh my god. Hold on. No, it's not. No, it's not. Are you tricking me? Because I could have sworn when it was coming out, they were like, it's made out of the dust of Krypton or something. This is really good art. This is, like I said, this is the first time I'm looking at it. That's not... Unless he got a new cape. I don't know if I trust that. Oh, man. Oh, I'm so thirsty. Let's see, what else? So yeah, I got, getting distracted here. So I got those comics, and like I announced, I do want to read this on stream. I don't know when, I don't know what really a good time is. Shout out to my buddy Hugh Jasso. Is there a Hugh Jasso here? Anybody looking for a Hugh Jasso? You're the Bart to my Mo. And I don't like that, because that means I have to be Mo. Favorite line I've ever recorded, this comes from Ted's duffel bag, was when you were Hawkeye hitting the air. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a fun one. Absolute Superman Annual number 101. I feel like you guys are lying to me. I have a small but loyal audience, and they constantly lie to me. Let's see. I honestly, I don't really care enough about Absolute Superman to look into it and like fight you on this, I guess. Did I ever keep posting these things? I got distracted. I forgot I was posting online various things about the live stream. It doesn't help that I don't really have much of a following on any other social media, so there's that issue. You know, I don't expect too many people to tune in for this. I don't know how long I'm going to go for. Maybe all night. Maybe I'll do a 24-hour stream. Tactical J says, loved when you were growling as Sabretooth chasing Jubilee in danger. Yeah, the monster characters are always fun, just because I really get to let loose. I need to get back into covering some DC stuff, because I do really want to do some Joker impressions again. Hey, Antonio Williams. Yeah, it's true. I do have millions of followers on Truth Social, but that's not related to the comic stuff. Yeah, there is that giant man there. I wish, as much, I love the character. I love Hank Pym. He's one of my favorite Marvel characters, along with Janet Van Dyne. One character who really does not have anything going for them. But, God almighty, if you've seen reviews on that figure, you know how creepy he came out. Like, it's not a happy-looking smile. Here, I'll get him without knocking anything over. Oh, he's heavy. He's like a little baby. Like, look at that. It's manic. Like, I'm glad that they didn't... Well, no, they did. He does have a few creases. He almost has that Mr. Beast Pan Am smile. Where it's just fake enough to where it's uncomfortable. But I do love that. I absolutely love it. Such a cool figure. That's why I kind of had his head turned in a skew way. Tried to make him look decent, I guess. At least he had that one moment where he called Reed Richards a biatch. What are some of the most annoying continuity hiccups in the Ultimate Universe for me? Oh my god. It's mostly... What are some big issues? Here's another leak, I guess, a little spoiler for what's to come. I recorded about a 2-hour-long video on the ever forgotten Ultimate Marvel event, United We Stand, Divided We Fall, which is the ultimate version of pretty much Civil War, but it's like a literal Civil War. And while there's not a lot of stuff in there, it works pretty well, but there's just something at the very end of those issues that just bothers me, and it just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why, because a lot of it takes place in Wyoming, and then in the next issue, a character wakes up after getting knocked unconscious the previous issue, and suddenly they're in Wisconsin. So there's that. And then a character that was apparently and clearly present in Wyoming is suddenly also in Wisconsin, and then it started the next issue. And it seemed like it was Brian Michael Bendis just not caring or not realizing. So take a guess on who the character was. But I do, here's another thing. I do have a very extensive list and a chronological timeline of a Google document that I made up that is about 60 pages long, going from prehistory to the 2000s to keep track of my sort of headcanonized Ultimate Marvel timeline. It's really just everything. Just about every concept of it is a hiccup in the timeline, because there's it's mostly works, but there's things you got to kind of look past, like Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch appearing either too early or too late, or not making sense with their costumes. The worst offender is, of course, Brian Michael Bendis on Ultimate Spider-Man. It's 160 issues where he was the same goddamn guy who wrote it, yet he's still making these errors and mistakes. And don't even get me started on the whole, it all happens in 1 year thing. Yeah, there is no soul left behind Henry Pym. What is up with Hank Pym right now, by the way? Is he still a part Ultron? Oh my god. The Batboy. I do have the receipts. I still need... Just wait until I I get these into the timeline. The two little novels, the only two novels ever produced for the Ultimate comic book universe, back when this was a thing that Marvel and sometimes DC were doing, where they did novelizations. Not even novelizations, because these are original stories. What is this? What is this? It's a receipt. It's not my receipt, because I bought these online. This is interesting. Wow, look at this. Archaeology, live. This is from Books A Million in Knoxville, Tennessee. Receipt for Ultimates against... What is it called? Against All Enemies. It costs them a whopping $2.92. What year? This is... Oh my god. What day is it again? Is it the... If I had waited another 13 days, this receipt is 13 years old. Someone bought this book at a Books A Million 13 years ago, didn't bother taking the receipt out of the book. No one has bought it or looked through it since, because I bought this online from some bookseller. I don't remember where. What a valuable piece of history for the Ultimate Marvel universe. Estrada, let's see. Sorry, I'm falling behind a little bit. Let's see. Estrada, mine is how Doctor Strange drowned in Ultimate... Oh my god! Yeah, so that's the big hiccup, so let me continue. Mine is how Doctor Strange drowned in Ultimate Spider-Man Ultimatum, but was killed by Dormammu in the actual event. Yeah, so let me see here. Let me find where that is in my notes. So... This is like, you really got to do some mental gymnastics to kind of make this work, especially because of the whole useless Fantastic Four Ultimatum tie-in issue where they go and find Johnny Storm. That is something I cut out entirely from my Ultimatum video, where Johnny Storm dies and goes to hell. And then, for some reason, Dormammu also captures his soul, because they conflate Dormammu with a devil, I guess? I don't know. And then he is held captive in this big necklace that Dormammu has. And he's only freed when Ben and Sue show up. It's so stupid. It makes no sense. That's why I thought it just worked better to be like, yeah, he got swept away in a wave, and then he wakes up later. But I think it works as... The wave hits New York. Dormammu escapes when the Sanctum is ruptured, and or not Dormammu escapes. The wave hits. The Sanctum is destroyed. The demons get out, like we see in the Ultimate Spider-Man. Wong is killed. Doctor Strange is then possessed by Nightmare. There's the whole stuff against the Hulk, and Nightmare forms his body. Then there's that other secondary explosion. Then Dormammu comes out. Spider-Man's not there. He's under rubble. This is before Jessica Drew and Kitty Pryde show up. So maybe off-screen, they kind of walk past Doctor Strange's headless corpse. But Dormammu then escapes and just pops Doctor Strange's head like a cherry. And, yeah, that's a big thing about the Ultimate Marvel Universe, the original one, is that obviously it's such a kind of discussion on where society was in terms of where like America was and just kind of the general world, but it's a very Western story. It's very Westernized. It's why we don't see pretty much anything from Black Panther or any other character that far east outside of the EU characters every now and then, and Doctor Doom, kind of. But it is just such a here and now tech, real world adjacent story that magic is just may as well be non-existent. Talk about Slug Boys. Slug Boys is a Norwegian band, a garage band, if you will. Buddy of mine from a Discord plays in there. I did like the recent song that you shared with me. I can't recall what it was, but you sure added me and made me listen to it. Check them out, I guess, if you like rock, whatever it is. Maybe I'll use one of your songs in a video if it's ever appropriate, and then I won't pay you, because that's the classic Marvel way. Okay. Hank Pym was separated from Ultron, but the stress of that made him an elderly man? And he might have an illegitimate son? What? What? The fuck are you talking about? What? That is absurd. What happens if I look up Hank Pym on... Just Hank Pym. Just Hank Pym on the fucking Marvel Wiki. What comes up? What could possibly come up? Is it a picture of old... Oh my god, I see the beard. Oh my god, he looks like shit. I thought they were going to make him look like Michael Douglas or something. No, they did not. He looks like me when I had the beard. But it's gray. Good lord. What? They just... Nothing to do with... They don't know what to do with Hank Pym, do they? God almighty. Such a shame, too, because there is stuff you could do with Hank Pym. But what? Like, you gotta kind of bring up the fact that he, slapped Janet, hit Janet, however you want to do that. But I feel like Janet has also moved past that. Like, they're both broken characters, so the, sort of best way to I feel like you could cover that is to have them accept that they're both broken people. Probably not have them marry again. That probably won't fly, but, Smokey, what do you think of the first look of Doctor Doom's look for the Doomsday movie? Asks Tactical J. I think it looks quite cool. It's bulky, but let me find an image of it just so I can think about it without referencing my terrible memory. Let's see here. Yeah, it's shocking to me how bulky it does look in these images, but I don't know if it's going to be displayed that way in person, because this does kind of look like concept art. The main thing is whatever's going on in his little tummy, It just looks odd. It's like plated metal that also continues down, like past his skirt. His forearms do look kind of Iron Man-ish, just that kind of metal raised and then lowered design. Mask looks cool. He has the cloak. I mean, it's Doctor Doom. My biggest fear for the new Avengers movie, Estrada, is if the rumor that Doctor Doom is in some way related to the Starks. I was just talking to somebody about this the other day, and they're like, "Oh yeah, they're the rumor that that in the alternate universe in Earth 828 is that he gets a dollar like Victor Von Doom or Von Dam, depending on what they go with it. He was adopted by the Starks, and then I hate that idea so much. Just if he's related to the Stark name in any way, I'm going to be disappointed and annoyed. Because in a way, isn't that something that they did with an Owl Man once? Like, wasn't one of the Owl Men in DC Comics? He was the son of Thomas and Martha, who in one reality dies, and then they later have Bruce, but in a different reality he doesn't die, so they never have Bruce, and he becomes Owlman, blah, 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 blah. It's pretty much that. In an upcoming episode of the I Need Some Disney podcast, which you can find on YouTube, I Need Some Disney, or on Spotify, we're finally back at it now that we're in the new place. My wife made the great point that the MCU's version of Doctor Doom, because he is played by Robert Downey Jr., is the equivalent of Wario to mainstream Iron Man's Mario. And I died when she revealed that to me, because it makes perfect sense. Thank you, Sam Morris, on 50k subs. I am looking for some DOMs. Share this around. Hopefully we can find some people. I'm making a post because I keep getting distracted. Let's see. I just saw something pop up. Samuel, hey man, your Frank Miller Batman retrospective is incredible, genuinely eye-opening for two of my favorite stories and two of my least favorite stories. Well, thank you so much, first of all. I really enjoyed doing that one. I was so happy when I got Sal from Comic Pop to agree to do a cameo at the end of the video where he is just full-on making fun of me and how ridiculous the premise of the video is at all. There are a couple of other comic book YouTubers I asked to be in the video who either didn't get back to me or did not want to be associated with saying that something Frank Miller did was good. I don't blame them. But let's see. What are your two favorite stories and two least favorite stories? So obviously your two favorite stories are Dark Knight Strikes Again and, and All-Star Batman and Robin, right? Because those are the best ones. Am I doing a Halloween costume this year? I don't know. Last year, I think, was my favorite Halloween costume I ever did. I wish I had done a video in costume, because I went as Rasputin. That's why I have painted my nails black ever since. I just like the look, you know? I don't know what we're going to be doing. We've been watching a lot of Smallville, so maybe something about that. I had a weird idea. I can't remember what my idea was. Okay. A costume I've always thought would be really funny is if I went as a novel accurate Pennywise the clown with the electric blue suit and the big tie and the clown stuff. And then my wife, who is shorter than me, goes as Georgie. Just because I think it'd be funny to make people uncomfortable by kissing. Thank you very much, Kyle, for the 50,000 subscribers. Thank you. Ninja Consultant 6 Shot. Smokey, the world is ready for you to make your debut as a VTuber. I still don't really know what a VTuber is. Is that's like the animated anime ones or something? Like, I don't know, what is it called? Not like motion capture, or is it motion capture? Like, it's where I don't even know. I'm an old man, I don't fucking know. Oh, what'd I do? What is Frank Miller, Daredevil Man Without Fear? Here's the thing. This might shock you, because I am a world-renowned, technically, comic book YouTuber who has hundreds of comics. I've never read Frank Miller's Daredevil. I have done a cinematic length treatise on on his Batman stuff and why it's good, but I've never actually read more than a handful of issues of Frank Miller's Daredevil run. And honestly, I feel like it's kind of funnier if I don't. Because I love Innocenti's one so much. And I feel like Frank Miller's might make me, like, too depressed. Don't boo me. I've seen what makes you cheer. Remember Rick and Morty? Still haven't posted this fucking thing. Reading. Absolute. I'm trying to hook people in with the absolute Batman thing. I don't know. I don't think it's working. Maybe I should @ Scott Snyder. I don't want to do that though, because I feel like he might get mad at me. Be like, who the fuck is this guy? First I had to deal with years of Sal from Comic Pop shitting on me. Now I got to deal with this guy who has way less popularity shitting on me. My favorite God almighty. My favorite Daredevil run is Ann Nocenti's. I love it. It's the one that I've always had the most fun with. I haven't read many Daredevil runs. Brian Michael Bendis is obviously close second. I don't know about close. They're two completely different sort of ideas of what the character are and how to really tell that story, obviously. But without a doubt, it's Ann Nocenti's Daredevil series, and that's not just because I have a tremendous crush on Ann Nocenti. I have every single issue of her run, and I actually got John Romita Jr. to sign the first interior pages of the first appearance of Typhoid Mary and the first appearance of Blackheart. So I don't know if those characters have... Has Blackheart appeared? Is Blackheart in Ironheart? I haven't watched Ironheart. I know Typhoid Mary was in Jessica Jones, I think, for some reason, but it wasn't really her. But hey, if those characters are ever in the MCU, then I still won't make any money because I'm not going to sell it, and also I didn't get their autographs on the cover. Fun story about when I met John Romita Jr. at Phoenix Fan Fusion a handful of years ago is that... So it was like a conveyor belt of things going on at his booth, and it involved John Romita Jr., whoever the inker was. This was around the time that he started working on Spider-Man again, and maybe someone else, I can't recall. But then at the very end, they had the CGC guys rounded up at the end, stamping away and inspecting comics and whatnot, and it just looks so ridiculous that I couldn't help but laugh as I walked past them and away with my comic book. And he also seemed kind of surprised when I was like, no, I don't want you to sign on the cover. I want you to sign on the indicia. So the other funny thing is that whoever was setting up the booth was looking for high resolution, poster size prints of John Romita Jr.'s artwork, right? Well... One of the best places that you can find fairly high resolution of John Romita Jr.'s artwork from specifically published comics, not original artwork, but stuff that had already been colored and inked with the logos on it and everything. You know, it'd be neat for him to sign a cover of one of his Daredevils, maybe. Well, that's what they had. And there were maybe one or two of them that along the bottom of the enlarged cover, it said... Read comics free online at readcomicsfreeonline.com. So they had just gone to a renowned pirate site for comic books and just downloaded the image, didn't bother cropping it, printed probably hundreds of them for the show. And you had the possibility of getting John Romita Jr. to sign it. Maybe if the black bar was bigger, I think it would have been funny to have him write his signature right next to that logo. Would that be worth the money? He was asking for a bit. Before I forget, because here's something we can discuss. Here's a little show and tell. Let me edit the thingy. The what is it called? The title of the video. That's what I'm looking for. Now you get to hear my loud-ass keyboard. No, fuck me. I was about to write reading Ultimate Absolute Batman. Maybe that'll drive some foot traffic. Let me get this while I'm still here. It was right before I started recording, I got a package delivered. Oh my god. I just hit the little thingy. So, if you're unaware, there's some legal drama going on in the comic book industry involving Diamond Distribution. I can't remember what it was. They've filed for bankruptcy. They've been trying to countersue the comic companies, specifically the little ones who don't have the money to, afford legal fees. And one of their, sort of deliveries that they were sending books to and shipping books out with was the company Fantagraphics. So Fantagraphics was holding a kind of we got screwed over by Diamond sale a couple of weeks ago. Oh, God. Why you gotta do this to me? Son of a bitch. You got the ghost turds, as we always called them. Or packing peanuts. Oh, they're sticky, too. Oh, God. Why? You couldn't just use the brown paper that's actually recyclable? God damn it. How am I gonna do this? God, son of a bitch. Oh, ow. I didn't... oh, God. Okay, well, this is just gonna happen. I'm gonna have to clean up. That was a lot of them. That was a lot of them that just fell on the floor. Oh my god. All that for this little Aztec pyramid of books. Oh my god, I hate these things. Oh, they're everywhere. It's like that scene in Toy Story 2 where he drops the bowl of Cheetos. Oh my god. Ugh. God, why would you do that? Alright, sorry if that's loud. I didn't even think about that. Alright. Got Impossible Tales. The Steve Ditko Archive, Volumes 4. It's kind of cheap, so I bought it, because it's Steve Ditko artwork. Who doesn't like Steve Ditko's artwork? Edited by Blake Bell. So this is a lot of, the independent stuff, horror stuff... strange suspense stories, Tales of the Mysterious Traveler, for example. I don't know, I think this was a handful of years ago they released this. So I bought that, and then I also bought this. This is actually very neat. This is really well done. This is Mickey Mouse, Mickey vs. Mickey. It's a collection of, I think, the Floyd Gottfredson comic strips. The kind of classic Mickey Mouse comic strips. Nothing racist. It looks really well done. It's a very nice, replication of it. All of them signed by Walt Disney. Of course, why wouldn't they be? The Isle of Muwa. So very cool. Comic strips. Neat. Then the final one is another Mickey Mouse one, and this actually comes in a neat little hardcover, or slipcase thingy. That's what the word I'm looking for. And this is Zombie Coffee. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's another side view. And this is colored. Oh wow, look at that, fantastic. Very cool stuff. Very beautifully colored. It almost reminds me of almost like Eric Powell, kind of painterly colored going on. Story, art, and color by Rigue Lucille. Don't know who that is. But he did Zombie Coffee, apparently. So there we go. Just wanted to open up those little things on there. Oh, God, all these... Should I just stick them to my head? Let's just do this. I'm already going manic. Sticking packing peanuts to my forehead. Yeah, there we go. I could make little eyebrows. Oh, what? Okay, there's something going on with these two. Alright, here we go. Okay, how long have we been doing this for? 40 minutes already. Good lord. I feel like I'm mad. I should write Twisted or whatever the Jared Leto has on his forehead. Like the Joker. If I were to do, this is from Ninja Consultant 6-Shot, if I were to do a new video on Transformers comics, I should do them on something obscure like the comics spinning out. There are comics based on those Michael Bay movies? I did not know that. That does sound like a lot of fun. Good call on that. Smokey Mark II reveal. Yeah, there you go. Can I stick on my cheeks? Nope. Nope, too soft. Well, you gotta get that cranium going. Let's see. Can I do a unicorn thing? Nope. These two are good, though. Okay. What am I doing? Would you guys like me to read through Absolute Batman? Let's discuss Absolute Batman, first of all. Are there fans in the house? Are there absolute heads? Absos? Yeah, absos. Most people think packing peanuts are just for boxes. This is a glimpse into Smokey's dark reality. Yeah, this is what I really do in behind the scenes. Kyle asks, hey Smokey, have you read any Flash comics? I have. I really enjoy the Silver Age. I just saw the corner of my eye, me with these things on my head. I really enjoy Silver Age Flash. Silver Age is always my favorite era of comics to begin with, the 60s and whatnot. There is a fantastic Flash by the late, great Seth Fisher that I can't fully recall the title of. It's like Time Flies is what it is. It's just a almost trippy, mind-bending story about Flash going to the future and trying to save the future, pretty much. It's been a while since I've read it, so I can't really remember what is happening, but I do really like the Flash. Jeff Johns, I never got into his Flash outside of Flashpoint. I do really like that event. The Mark Waid era of Flash from the 90s. I have the 3-volume collection of that, which I thankfully I did get signed by Mark Waid and Ty Templeton, and I think maybe one of the other artists as well, whose name escapes me. But I really haven't read like the big ones of Flash. Is Absolute Flash any good? Is that out yet? I don't recall. I don't even know what Absolute Flash looks like now that I think about it. Why does he have is that a monkey? What? Is that Brainiac's little blue monkey that Flash has? Interesting suit. I'm trying to think of any other Flash stories that really come to mind. Obviously, there's the one that I covered on the channel a handful of years ago, which is the true origin of the Flash, which reveals in a storyline that I take as canon that the reason Barry Allen, well, this isn't the reason, but the reason that Barry Allen becomes Flash is not just because of that lightning strike. It was actually a 5th-dimensional imp, not too dissimilar from Batmite or Mixie's Pitlick or the one Martian Manhunter has, or apparently every single other fucking person in reality based on Mark Waid's recent World's Finest series. But it was this little dorky dude named Mopey, who's this chubby little imp with big bottle glasses. And I like to think that the reason that Barry Allen can't reach the Speed Force is because his Flash powers are magical in nature and other dimensional, whereas Wally West's Flash are sort of imbued and ingrained into like just the aspect of reality itself and chemical compositions and all this, because they pretty much have the same origin. But one of them can reach the Speed Force, the other can't. And yes, I am a known Flasher. Thank you, Punchy. I sure hope there's fans in the house. It's a hot day out there, and you would appreciate the indoor cooling. Tactical J and Kyle both like Absolute Batman. Very cool, very brutal. Thank you, KB. Congrats on 50K. Been watching for 5 years now and still recommend you around. Thank you so much. The fucking things on my forehead. God damn. Let's see. Samuel says, I may just need to read it, but Absolute Batman doesn't really entice me. Certain changes remove some of my favorite elements of his origin. It's over the top, yet also trying to be more grounded. I would agree on that because I am not a fan of Absolute Batman. Like I said handful of months ago, um, God Almighty, that wasn't a hand. When did that first one come out? How often are they releasing these books? Because aren't they on issue 13? Did that already come out a year ago? No, it couldn't. Oh my God, it did. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, Absolute Batman first first released. Oh God, how's it already been that long? This year has felt so much longer, and it's primarily because we were desperately trying to find a place to move to and live in as our apartment lease was ending. But yeah, I wasn't a fan of this first issue, and it's kind of for those reasons that Samuel in the chat says. Certain changes remove some of the favorite elements of the origin. It's over the top, yet also trying to be more grounded. I find that I don't really remember the last story I enjoyed from Scott Snyder. It was probably like um, uh, Dark Knight's Metal. Was that the first one, right? Yeah, it goes Dark Knight's Metal and then Death Metal. But after that, like, I think that set a bad precedent in terms for him, and he just started doing more of it. He started trying to make it more extreme, more edgy, more overtly badass, and all of that just doesn't work for me personally. Sorry, I am typing. Like, I just don't really... I'm not too big of a fan on this kind of, like, edgy extremity of... it. Like, this fits a 90s comic, right? Like, it feels like it's a comic that would have been in the 90s. Instead of Azrael taking over, it's this fucking guy. And instead of Azrael being a commentary on the extreme violence and edginess of the comics of the 90s, it just leans into it. Imagine that alternate reality. But I didn't enjoy really the false promise that it's going to be, oh, it's this darker reality, Darkseid's in charge, Batman doesn't have all of his money, but he's still 8 feet tall and jacked to the point where it's inhuman. Seemingly just through rigorous training alone, but he also has a job and he's an engineer or whatever. That's how he knows how to do things. I just realized I forgot to put in the tags for this video, so that's what I'm doing right now, sorry. KB says, I've yet to check out Absolute DC and Marvel Ultimate lines because I was waiting for it to stockpile, and now Comic-Con Africa had wiped out physical plans, all that. What does that mean? What do you mean? Expand, please, KB. Also, where are you from? Comic-Con Africa wiped out physical plans, all that. Oh, wait, what? I don't know. It's confusing me more than I think it should. Oh, Comic-Con Africa had wiped out for all of that. Physical plans for all that. So what do you mean? Do you mean that you aren't able to, like, get your hands on it, or you spent too much money at a Comic-Con? Is that what you're getting at? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's usually what happens. I mean, it's what? No, wait. Ultimate Marvel is what, now 2 years? So you got a good stockpile on that, and it's not going to be ending anytime soon, no matter what people online say. Absolute... I don't know, it's odd, because Absolute DC feels so much like the original Ultimate Marvel Universe, especially now that it's starting out. Oh my God, there are things stuck to my feet. God almighty. Ah. It just, like, Absolute DC, it really feels like it's almost like a microcosm of the original Ultimate Marvel Universe, because on one hand you get, like, super edgy, kind of dark and violent story, although this doesn't have the same kind of like political commentary that Mark Miller was trying to do for early 2000s America, at least not that I'm aware. But then at the same time you get Ultimate Wonder Woman, which is like a fan favorite, and it's kind of doing something new with the character. But then they're also jumping into what I feel is the equivalent to the post-Ultimatum books with Ultimate Manhunter, Absolute Manhunter, and that is totally different from anything else. Punchy, I'm not going to do a foot stream, thank you very much. Not on here, anyway. That's what you can get on my Patreon. Samuel, I've really enjoyed Batman and Robin Year 1. Honestly, one of the few comics I'm excitedly waiting for the next issue. Great dynamics, incredible art, good storytelling. What is that? Can anybody tell me what Batman and Robin Year 1 is? Because I see everybody talking about it and Batman Dark Patterns. Those are apparently the two really very well done, really popular, really good books, Batman related, that are coming out. I know one Batman related book that's not going to be coming out though. Is it? I imagine it's just what it sounds like. It's like the origin of Batman and Robin, right? It's their year one. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of things to write on here. Nope, I already wrote those. What am I doing? You know what I should have done? I should have labeled this something vitriolic and hateful. that would have brought in the views. Aren't there a bunch of terrible, like mean comic book live streamers who just complain about everything? I don't know what's inside of a packing peanut. I've always wondered. It's just kind of empty. Ooh, that's what I could do. ASMR. Like the Batman Hush video that I still get hate for because I whisper throughout the whole fucking book or a video. It's because I had to go to the public library to record it. It's established in the opening scene why I did that. Also, I don't like that book. Any readers of Hatouche in the chat, by the way? Anybody doing that? Let me see. Let me get this organized. Okay, yeah. Samuel says pretty much what I kind of guessed was happening in it. Let's see here. I try to keep in line with new comics, but it always just feels like homework. And I just can't keep track of like when the pre-orders go up, and it's just so much. And I already have so many things to read on my reading tower, pretty much. Got all those Jimmy Olsen books I gotta get through. Oh no, Kyle heard that Hatouche is bad. And everybody in the audience gasps in shock. Last Halloween started out strong, but it feels a little meandering compared to Long Halloween or even Dark Victory. Here's the thing. I don't know what Last Halloween is. Last Halloween. When did that come out? Highly recommend Last Halloween. I didn't even realize this was a thing. Oh, it's Jeff Loeb doing it? Interesting. Huh. Oh, wait. Now, I think I remember that. Wait, hold on. When did this come out? This came out November 2024, and it's still going. 11 issues for some reason. Here's something juicy. I met Tim Sale once. Not really, because unfortunately, he, from what I could tell, the multiple times I walked past his booth at a Comic-Con, one of those people that is just far more interested in cute young girls than actually interacting with the fan base. So that was pretty disappointing. John Romita Jr., however, stand-up, classic act. I love that guy. He was very kind. Hush has Jim Lee's art, and that's the selling point. That's what Hush 1 was. Samuel, wait, no, that's the same one. Cerebus, sub Smokey, have you read any of the old new Ultimate Marvel Universe? No, I have not. Although I do have Ultimate Spider-Man trade #1 right here. I was getting ready to start reading Absolute Batman, and then I got distracted again. I'm like a guppy. I very very short attention span. Let's see. Oh my god, I can feel it sliding down my face. It's like I have leeches. Mac Daddy Onassis. Can anyone give me some good comic recommendations? Current or older? I've been rereading Hickman Avengers and New Avengers. If you want to stick with Avengers, I recommend the original West Coast Avengers. That is a great, fun story. I really dig it because it's very character driven, surprisingly. Like, the villains are pretty weird in the West Coast Avengers. There is my favorite, which is one of the Ultrons. It's Ultron 13 or 14, there it goes. And it just several issue story arc about this Ultron wanting to do better and change his life around and create a strong foundational relationship with Hank Pym. It's a fantastic read. Then you kind of run into the weirder characters. There's Diablo, I feel like, is one of the characters. A villain that I fucking hate. Original Jack Kirby creation from his time on Fantastic Four. Such a dumb character. I'm pretty sure he shows up quite a bit, way too much. Then, I feel like this is something not a lot of people reading comics are aware of, and that is the Grim Reaper. So the Grim Reaper in Marvel Comics is a full-on racist. Like, especially in these books from like the 80s or whenever they were coming out. Holy shit, like, the stuff that they're getting away with, it's not like crazy, but it's still, oh my god. But my favorite thing about the Grim Reaper is he is so racist and hates black people so much, and anyone that is not white, but it usually comes up as a black person that he hates. That he is so pissed off that he has to work with a black stereotype of an evil voodoo doctor who dresses like a black rooster. But he's also so racist and loves white people so much that he falls in love with an albino woman because she's the ultimate white. And then he becomes heartbroken when she dies. And this all happens in West Coast Avengers. And nobody knows because nobody reads it. Oh, man. Hey, Smokey, Kyle says, what are some books you would recommend to read from the 1610 Ultimate Marvel Universe? Classic Ultimate Marvel. This is something I do know about. Obviously, Ultimate Spider-Man. That's the one that I recommend anyone read, especially if they're wanting to get into comics or get into Spider-Man as a whole, because it just so perfectly takes every element of everything that's come before it and all the characters that were created before it and distills it, because they're able to see what worked and what didn't work and bring it to the forefront of modern day, which the Ultimate Universe is one of my favorite things, and that is because it is a period piece of that time in the 2000s. But, yeah, definitely Ultimate Spider-Man, obviously. Fantastic. Even continuing past Peter Parker to Ultimate Miles Morales. Here's another spoiler alert for upcoming What Is in a couple weeks, that I do really like the Ultimate Miles Morales series, although I have barely read it. I just only read it for the video that I did. I just recorded it today on the first volume. I think it's called The Boy Who Would Be Spider-Man, something like that. Because for years I was dissuaded. I'm going to take this off finally. Because I feel like, oh god, it like melted against my sweat. I was dissuaded from reading Miles Morales because I had seen stuff online where it's like, oh, the original Miles Morales series, it's not great, don't bother, it's just Peter Parker, but he's black, blah, blah, blah. Like, there was a Godzilla Mendoza video where he pretty much kind of made that argument that Miles isn't his own character, he's just a copy of Peter. But I don't see that. I don't think that. I definitely not after finally reading it myself. If my biggest issue with Miles Morales' time on Spider-Man is just what a dickhead his dad is. So I would continue. I would suggest continuing into the Spider-Man stuff. What else? Ultimate FF. That is one that nobody talks about that I really dig. It is Joshua Hale Fialkov, I think is how you pronounce his name. And he is someone that I think you should just read anything he does, especially when it's in the Ultimate Marvel universe. I'm bringing up the list of Ultimate Marvel publications because there's definitely going to be stuff I forget. And I do have it bookmarked. But Ultimate FF, it takes place after Ultimate Cataclysm, which is the Galactus stuff. It's like... It's one of the last things that they ever released. It's them setting up Secret Wars. They're like, yeah, we're aware of, like, incursions are happening. Reality is kind of folding in on itself. There's these tears in reality that are kind of like maybe aftermaths from Age of Ultron that caused Galactus to show up in the Ultimate Marvel universe to begin with. What else? Let's see. Definitely not Ultimate Elektra or Ultimate Daredevil and Elektra. Spider-Man 2. Oh, I don't even want to know. I vaguely remember what it's about. Yeah, a 616 Miles Morales is just like a middle-aged Hispanic man who's a criminal or something. And then I think, doesn't he get trapped in 1610 or something like that and becomes a supervillain or whatever? Or at least he becomes a supervillain at the end. What else is there? I'm trying to go down the list. Ultimate Thor, obviously. That's a fantastic one. I honestly really do like Ultimate Comics Avengers. I think that is Mark Miller. He's calmed down. He knows how to tell a story even better. He knows what to keep and what to throw out in terms of like how he tells a story. It's at a time where he's writing a lot of good things. Was that around Red Sun? When did that come out? Is there a correlation between Superman Red Sun and this? No. Okay, yeah, no. That was years before. So how the fuck was he writing Red Sun? I don't know why I was thinking it was later. But yeah, Ultimate Comics Avengers is really good. And then, because you get Blade, Ultimate Blade, fighting those dumb vampires. You get... Tyrone Cash, who is a diminutive English guy who turns into a hulking black man, Kingpin-esque character. Ultimate Ghost Rider shows up for a little bit in the middle with Punisher. It's kind of weird in that middle section. Ultimate Hawkeye, Jonathan Hickman. Anything that's by Jonathan Hickman, read that, What else? And it's just like Cataclysm and stuff, I think. Yeah, those are definitely the ones that I highly recommend. Those are like the standouts of the universe. Let's see. Maybe they'll bring it up in Vision Quest. Oh god, I still hoping for Vision Quest just because I want Ultron back. I love Ultron as a character. But I doubt it, because again, Doomsday's coming, Secret Wars is coming, pretty much everything leading up to that doesn't matter anymore. Ted DeBasey, is that how you pronounce it? Top 3 comic book artists. Order of how they popped into my head. Jack Kirby, obviously. Mike Allred. He is a huge inspiration. He and Laura Allred are huge inspirations on my art and how I color art and everything that I think going forward with my own independent comics. Number 3 is going to be difficult. Let's see. I want to say like Steve Ditko, just because like I said, I'm such a big fan of the 60s era of comics that those are always the ones that come to mind. I do have favorites like, Mike Mignola is another one, but just going at this question with like who I'm influenced by, it would definitely be those three. Seth Fisher, I'm bringing him up again. I fucking love Seth Fisher's artwork. It's so beautifully done, especially when it's colored so nicely. Frank Quitely as well, another big inspiration. Let's see. That one story, yeah, Miles Morhames. Just to sell you a little more on Ultimate FF, Ultimate Future Foundation. Phil Coulson appears. He's the director of it. Machine Man is there, and he's a snarky dickhead. Doctor Doom makes a return, finally. The actual Doctor Doom, not Mary Storm. There is Miles Morhames. The Ultimate Spider-Ham shows up. Here's something. Why is he pink? Because, like, there are pigs that aren't pink, and it's odd, right? And then, spoiler alert for that book, it ends with an alternate reality invasion of these evil, well, seemingly evil, alternate reality versions of the cute superhero characters, but they're all Cyclopses. They're Cyclopean. They're massive, hulking dudes with one eye, and they're just attacking. It's like the classic 616 versions of the costumes, but they're just weird-looking Cyclopses. And yes, there is a Cyclops. That story also ends with Sue Storm giving birth to a baby. Nothing ever comes of that, because the universe ends, and we're never going to see it again, I highly doubt, at least for another 10 years. Until somebody picks up the crumbs that Donny Cates left with whatever he had planned with the Ultimate Marvel Universe, nothing's ever gonna be done. It would be cool to be like, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine. It's right over there. And Sue Storm's daughter that she had with Ben Grimm, she's a full-grown superhero now or something. That's what they should do. Wait another 10 to 15 years, bring Ultimate Marvel Universe back with the sort of idea that was the MC2, where time had progressed enough and there were, Peter Parker had a kid and Juggernaut was a good guy or whatever was happening in that universe. Let's see, Kyle says, I got Miles Morales' Ultimate run, his first 616 run, the Saladin Ahmed run, and I'm waiting for the Cody Ziegler Omnibus. I might do that Cody Ziegler Omnibus. I didn't know that was a thing. I've heard very good things about the Cody Ziegler stuff. I've heard middling things about the Ahmed run. I did get Cody Ziegler to sign one of his Spider-Man books. I wish I had remembered to have grabbed my Spider-Punk comic. But honestly, the paper on that book is so shitty, it might not have held up to the ink of the marker that he autographed it with. I did bring that up to him, because one of my most viewed shorts on the channel is me talking about how much I hate Spider-Punk, and everybody was like, oh great, a white guy complaining about a black character, here we go. But then it's just me complaining for several minutes about the poor quality of the paper. And I brought that up to Cody Ziegler. I was like, they kind of screwed you guys over with how cheaply they printed it. And he also was upset about it. He was like, yeah, I didn't know that's what it was going to be like, and it was annoying. So at least I have that going for me. Let's see. Tactical J asks, Smokey, would you ever write stories for an indie comic if they paid you for it? Yeah, thank you. Yes, I would. Give me money, please. Yeah, I would 100% write a comic story. If I get paid for it, I can whip up a story in like a day. I was going to do an independent anthology story with my own characters, the Custodians Agents of Cross. I did sell out of the first comic, so I have the Etsy shop still down from Tucson Comic Con, so that you can't get that stuff. But I whipped up a story. It's like 10 pages just in a couple hours, so I can do that. I doubt I'm ever going to work at any of the big two, especially after some of the stuff I've said on this channel. And I don't think I kind of have I don't think I have the same mental sort of layout of what a comic should be that the big two are currently doing. Thank you very much, Calgore. Congrats on the milestone. Thank you very much. Kyle says, the Cody Ziegler Omnibus doesn't exist yet. Oh, okay, but I will get it when it comes out. That makes sense. I can see them doing that. Cody Ziegler's a big name. He's a really cool dude. I like him. He was really nice. Mac Daddy Onassis. I feel like I need a toothpick in my mouth and some big shades and a gold tooth like the Muppet, Dr. Teeth, when I say your name. 1610 Ben Grimm is one of my favorite depictions of the Thing. I love his transformation. Yeah, it's a fantastic take on the character. It does kind of get weird where he just suddenly is able to revert back into being the Thing. I don't remember if that's ever established or if it just kind of comes out of nowhere, but I do really like Ultimate Ben Grimm. It's one of the very good things. That's another thing I didn't bring up earlier when Kyle asked what Ultimate Marvel comics I should recommend. Ultimate Fantastic Four. Up to like volume 6 or so, when it starts becoming blatantly just how can we take Jack Kirby's ideas from the New Gods and put it into this, but with Thanos and all these dumb new characters that we invented, it fully lost me there. I have every volume of Ultimate Fantastic Four. I really like the series, but my God, were those later issues kind of just a slog to get through. I just wasn't enjoying it. And then you got the Inhumans coming back. Oh, God. Don't get me started. Let's see. Calgore asks, what's a good place for someone to start in the DC universe? I like Batman, of course, but some more niche characters would be nice, too. Batman, what I did, I got Court of Owls, I got Year One, Long Halloween, the Tim Sale stuff, and I kind of just expanded it from there, and then I eventually started to delve into the, this, like, 60s and stuff. If you can see over my head right here, that Grant Morrison that is written, that's the hardcover book of Super Gods. That kind of changed my whole perspective on comics when I first started reading it, because he goes into it, they go into it, they, it's acceptable for both, they've said. But it's one part autobiography and one part comic book history. And Morrison knows his stuff about comic book history. So that was a big eye-opener for, like, books I should be looking into, series I should be looking into. DC... You asked about some more niche ones. The first one that popped to mind is Ambush Bug. Ambush Bug is a ridiculous character who is, he was in Batman Brave and the Bold, so you might recognize him. Full body green suit, big antennae, really fun character. His main supervillain is an evil sock that is like Doctor Doom. It's like a mega maniacal space sock. And I fucking love him. And then, of course, Captain Marvel / Shazam. I will always recommend that for DC Comics. One of my favorite characters, just of all comics. Specifically, the pre-crisis version of it. Because I've always preferred when it's Billy and Captain Marvel are two separate entities. There's just something so crazy about that idea. It's actually what I'm basing my new comic book that I'm working on. It's about a young boy who gets possessed by a godly being and becomes Helios, as he's going to be called. You'll see some more of that as the Custodians Agents of Cross releases. But I'm taking heavy inspiration from just the 60s era, or even before that, well before that, 40s era, rather, is what I meant to say for Captain Marvel and everything. I love it. I really do love the stories. They're always beautiful artwork, and the colors really pop, and they're just fun. They're fun, wacky comic book stories. So I highly recommend that. I don't know about the Jeff Johns stuff. I never read that or anything. Hello, Aiden Friedrich. Nice to meet you. Let's see. Kyle asks, hey, Smokey, do I like DC's All-Star Universe or DC's Earth 1 Universe? And have I read any IDW TMNT books? No, I have not read IDW TMNT. Weirdly enough, I've never really been into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Outside of, the early 2000s show. I love that one. I've never really read any of their comics, actually. I don't think I particularly own many of them either. Maybe one or two here and there, but it's not much. I never really got into the book aspect of it. The toys, sure. I think most people did. And the cartoons. But no, I haven't read the IDW. I've only heard good things. So hopefully, here's hoping IDW can hold on to the TMNT, because boy, God, do they need it. And do I prefer DC's All-Star Universe or DC's Earth 1 universe? So DC's All-Star Universe was a failed initiative that DC did, for anyone unaware, where it was pretty much kind of giving writers and creators more free reign, this alternate universe where, things would happen. What were the two books? It was All-Star Batman and Robin. Oh, yeah, and then All-Star Superman, technically, I guess, is a part of that, but I don't think it is. Or is it? It's an imprint. So it's not really a universe, but I feel like if it had been popular enough, you could have done that. I don't know. Maybe not. Ignore what I just said. I had my mind swapped around. So it was All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder, All-Star Superman, All-Star Batman. And then there was All-Star Wonder Woman announced, All-Star Batgirl, All-Star Green Lantern, which was supposed to have Brian Azzarello and Cliff Chiang, which, if I remember correctly, Cliff Chiang made a discussion and comment about it several years afterward and was just like, yeah. Even when they said it was happening, it wasn't happening. So do I prefer that or do I prefer Earth 1? I definitely prefer All-Star Superman. That's for sure. I kind of see that as its own thing, really, just how good it is. But I think if I had to read through them again, I might choose Earth 1 because it was a better laid out universe. It's interesting to see the ideas they do, which is mostly, especially from the Jeff Johns stuff, pitches for movie adaptations. But you also get Earth 1 Green Lantern. You get the weird shit in Earth 1 Batman. Earth 1 Titans takes it even further. Earth 1 Titans is what really feels like, relating this back to Ultimate Marvel, because it's always on my mind, some like middle era Ultimate Marvel. Like once it starts getting weird and embracing the kind of comic book aspect of it, it's that same sort of feeling where I feel like if that Earth 1 had continued, it probably would have been pretty similar to late period Ultimate Marvel, where it's like, no, it's still kind of Earth, but there's fantastical elements to it. Let's see. Aiden Friedrich says, so I know you want to see... I can't read it. So I know you want to see in October, that is to see Black and White Bear and Red Eye slashed people in flesh. What? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a reference to something. Batboy. Imagine a boy gets the power of American mythology, like Johnny Appleseed, John Henry, or Paul Bunyan. That would be neat. You could do that. You could do like a Dial H for Hero style thing, which is, the original Ben 10, I guess. But what would it be? It would be like a little Liberty Bell that he carries around. And so you kind of get that evocation of like, oh my God, the things are stuck to my feet. You kind of get that evocation of like the original Green Lantern where he still carries the lantern and all that. But like every time he rings the bell a certain way or it hits a certain percussion or sound or a wave of sound, it's a different character from American mythology. That could work. You could do something with that. Favorite Batman or Detective Comics run? Interesting. I don't honestly know. Batman is one of those characters that I've read a lot of, and I still can never answer if I have a favorite one or not. Just visually, I really like Kelly Jones's version of Batman with the long ears, so that one pops to mind. I don't really know. I guess Grant Morrison's. I own all 3 omni-buy of it, and I really dig what Morrison did with the character and the characters in that, and I am actually rereading it currently. I sort of fell off of it, but I need to get back into rereading it. But I guess that one, other than just the random issues from the 60s or so that really didn't have much attribution for who created them, that one probably comes to mind. Mac Daddy Onassis says, dude, hell yeah, Captain Marvel Shazam is one of my favorite characters since I was a kid, and I really don't like the new 52 version with the whole family. Yeah, I'm okay on the family. I'm ambivalent to it, because obviously you've always had Mary Marvel, you always had Freddy as Captain Marvel Jr. I like it in the movies. You can't really see it, but up here in my comic book movie shelf, I do own, for some reason, 2 copies of Shazam 2 on Blu-ray. Not because I enjoyed it that much, just because I bought them on accident. But I thought it worked pretty well in the movies. I don't know about the comics, just because I've never read them, but I'm fine if Mary Marvel's there. I really need to reread that one Mary Marvel comic where she takes over the power of Shazam, I think is what it's called, just because it's been so long, I don't really remember what happens. But yeah, if it's the core, those 3 core characters, I think it works. The family starts extending things maybe too much. Earth 1 Green Lantern was so cool, says Mac Daddy. Samuel, God, hard to imagine reading one of the best Superman stories and then reading one of the worst Batman stories back to back. Yeah, imagine you tell somebody, like, here are all 3 of the released things of All-Star that were done. One of them's, yeah, All-Star Batman, which was... There was All-Star Batman and Robin, which is obviously the Frank Miller one, and then there's also All-Star Batman, which is, I think Scott Snyder did that. You just go, here you go. It's a dwindling sort of, in terms of quality, I think. Or no, I think Asbar released first. So you go from that, then you go into Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman, and then back into like an average, forgotten Scott Snyder take on the character. Oh God, KB, I'm so sorry. And yes, Batboy, I do agree. DCU Mary Marvel is absolutely gorgeous. Big fan of Grace Fulton. Or no, is that her name? Or is it Grace? She got married, and then they changed the name, and then I forgot. It's either Grace Fulton or Grace Caroline Curry. It's probably not great that I know her full her full name, right? I really liked her in those films. I thought she did a great job as Mary Marvel. If there's one person that I want to see brought over from the DCEU to the DCU, it would be her, because, you know, I love Captain Marvel. I love Mary Marvel. I love Captain Marvel Jr. to a lesser extent. But yeah, she did a great job. It is unfortunate what her films have been since. She really needs to get a better agent. Do I like Marvel Zombies? Asks Aiden Friedrich. Yeah, I do. I really like the original series. I know that there's one that's coming up soon. I think there's a new one. They've been doing like weird anthologies with them now. I remember there was one last year that came out, which was, oh my, I don't even remember what it was, honestly, but I read it and I thought it was all right. The weirdest one they did was Marvel Zombies Christmas Carol. And I remember buying it and being very confused because it's nothing related to Marvel. It's published by Marvel, it's created by Marvel, but it's just a Christmas Carol but with zombies. The first one's great. It's a lot of fun. Kirkman does a good job working these different elements into the series. The second one, I think, it gets even crazier and even better in a way because it adds more depth than just that surface level idea. Ash versus Army of Darkness, Evil Dead Zombies, that's a really fun one. I really like that because it's also a prequel. And then they start going into different universes, and then my mind just gets tangled of what comes next. There's Marvel Zombies Returns, I think, which is Machine Man, Howard the Duck, and a couple of other people fighting them as like trying to keep it contained out of the multiverse. Let's see, Kyle, I like the Aquaman movies. I definitely like the first one. I could not bring myself to watch the entirety of the second one, and I tried. I really tried, but I found myself skipping through it so much. So I've missed a huge chunk of it. But I did really like Jason Momoa as Aquaman. I love seeing Mera. Finally, I love Mera, especially from the Andy Lanning, Dan Abnett era. Did Andy Lanning work on? No, it's just Dan Abnett. Excuse me. There's another great DC comic to check out, which is the Dan Abnett era of Aquaman. I fucking love that series. I got 2 videos on the channel about the first 2 volumes. Great series, beautiful art, great coloring. Highly recommend it. Samuel says Breyfogel's Batman was one of my favorite interpretations, the way the cape looks. Yeah, the Norm Breyfogle classic. Dick Sprang. I don't know why I sort of relate those two, even though they're nowhere near each other. It's just like classic Batman artists. Tactical J asks, do you think Marvel Zombies show will be any good? I hope so. I don't remember the episode from What Is so much that I totally forgot that Black Panther was already in it, and they already showed him being eaten as like a little platter on a table. So I got a fair amount of those comments in that short that I published for it. I don't really know what the story's gonna be. Like, what are they trying to accomplish? Is it just escaping? Is it just surviving? Because I don't know how that's going to work in 4 episodes unless it's just, here's the group, the Suicide Squad approach. Here's the group. Now let's watch them get picked off 1 or 2 at a time each episode until the group just dwindles down more and more. I hope that they don't bring anything more multiversal into it. I hope it's not like, oh my god, at the end, it's only Kate Bishop and fucking Ant-Man's head are the 2 that are still alive, but a portal opens up and they escape in the nick of time. Although if they do that, then they should adapt the ending to Ash versus Marvel Zombies, where he ends up in a Marvel werewolf dimension. But I am looking forward to it. I did make note on the podcast that it is disappointing to me that they didn't just hold it back for another 6 days, the Disney Plus Marvel Zombies show. Just do that. Just release it on October 1st. It's a spooky, scary zombie show. It's rated TVMA, for God's sake. Like, just release it in October, because even though there are only those 6 days, it just feels like the elements of it just don't line up, right? It takes away from it, the fact that it's not in the spooky month. Aiden Friedrich, well, people are going to wait on Diagram Ultimate Despair because they're in for Marvel Zombies Resurrection. Haven't there, Marvel Zombies Resurrection in 2019, Batboy says, there have been a couple of, like, Resurrection titles, haven't there? I don't really remember. Samuel notes some of the classic Batman artists, workers, creators, Carmine Infantino, Dick Sprang, Neil Adams, Norm Brayfogle, Kelly Jones. I met Neil Adams, and it was one of the most disappointing aspects of my life so far. Not because of anything he did, because of me. And it is the reason that I want to start interviewing comic creators on the podcast. I want to reach out to Eric Larson first, obviously, just because I have a big high regard for him, and I've seen him do interviews with channels with way less subscribers than mine. But I met him at Phoenix Fan Fusion, Neil Adams, and I got him to sign the cover of my copy of Mr. D and the T-Force. But I was so starstruck that I could barely speak to him, and my wife was just sitting there like, come on. What are you doing? And Neil Adams tried to, like, start up a conversation with me during, like, about Mr. T and the T-Force and Continuity Comics. And I was like, oh, wow, yeah, cool. That's crazy. You're Neil Adams. And ever since then, and like a year 2 later, he died. And I still look back on him like, you missed out. You really missed out. There was like barely anybody at his booth. There's maybe like another 2 people looking at all of his stuff, flipping through the pages of his original art. I could have had a conversation with Neil Adams, but I didn't because I was afraid. I wasn't afraid. I was nervous, I suppose. But I really want to rectify that by getting actual interviews in, because I go and I watch these interviews from comic book greats. In particular, one that comes to mind is like Jack Kirby. There are interviews with Jack Kirby, but usually the interviewer isn't asking anything interesting. So what was it like when you made Captain America? So what was it like when you worked with Stan Lee on the Fantastic Four? What was it like when it's the surface level questions. And that is just such a disappointment that no one was asking anything harder hitting. And I feel like if I could get in touch with some comic book creators, then I want to know what their process is like. I want to know what drives them to create, what brought them to storytelling, how they do these things, like what their process is, what inspires them. I have a massive list of questions for Eric Larson. I need to figure out how to get in contact with him, and I think it might only be Facebook. Let's see. Aiden Friedrich says deceased, or DCEased if you're naughty, was really a spiritual successor after it started. Or spiritual successfully after it started. Yeah, DCEs. I've called it that so much that that's just what I go to. Good book, good series. I can't remember. I remember the whatever one has the rogues in it. I really liked. Let's see. Samuel says, "Can't wait or can't forget Mazzucchelli." Fuck. Don't tell him I said that. Mazzucchelli and Tim Sale. Yeah, of course. I love Tim Sale's Joker. Samuel continues, had a great conversation at Comic-Con when I was younger with Chris Claremont about Batman, of all things. Please elaborate, and please tell us what percentage you got in that conversation, because I know Chris Claremont is very long-winded and really likes to overtake conversations. Kyle asked, hey, Smokey, do you like the New 52 and Rebirth era of comics? Not particularly. Was like, although, you know, there's some good stuff. There's Zack Snyder. There's Scott Snyder's Batman, which I'm pretty sure, I honestly can't remember if it's Rebirth or New 52. But like his beginnings there, those are good. I am one of the few people, seemingly, although I think it's coming back around, to enjoying the early era of Grant Morrison's New 52 Action Comics, you know, where Superman's just wearing the t-shirts and has the cape tucked into the blue jeans and the work boots. I really liked that. I was rereading it because, you know, that aforementioned comic that I'm working on is taking inspiration from Captain Marvel classic ideas, the classic Superman story of like sort of a more aggressive but caring character. So I was like, well, how did Grant Morrison do something like this? And I reread through the Action Comics. I really like it. I think it's fantastic. Obviously, it's Grant Morrison. I'm going to love anything Grant Morrison does. I don't know what's going to happen with Batman vs. Deadpool, but we'll find out. Rebirth, I feel like I've probably read more stuff in Rebirth. New 52 has just been swept under the rug so much. I don't remember anything that really came out from it. Honestly, I haven't read much of either, but I feel like I'm more into the Rebirth era of those books. Roy DeCock, I'm sorry if that's your real name, but it did make me laugh. If it is your real name, I'm sure you're used to it. Wanted to ask one of those, what's my opinion on insert comic here questions, but there's so many of those that I can't choose right now. We'll let you know because I have opinions. I'm a very opinionated person, which is annoying to my wife, especially when we get into conversations with other people. Let's see. So what can Marvel Zombies could get more comics since it was released? It is insane that they are still doing Marvel Zombie stuff, although it isn't with the same, like I said earlier, it's not with the same versions. And honestly, I wish it would be. I wish that they would go back to like those ideas from 2006. Because it's crazy that it's been almost 20 years since that book released. Oh my god. But they wrote themselves into a corner to begin with. They kind of wrote themselves out of that corner, then they wrote themselves back into that corner with the whole Watcher creates a Ouroboros eating its own tail, where they go from this universe into the main universe, and then they're back into this universe, blah, 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 blah. So there's not really much you could do, but I don't know. I feel like every Marvel Zombies after those like first 2 or 3 volumes, they're just not as good. They don't have that same like original ideas that Robert Kirkman kind of brought to it. Let's see. Roy DeCock is Dutch. It is their real name. Tahiti Dutch. Tahiti. It's a magical place. Anybody want to talk about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Because I'm down for that. I'm always down to talk about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Or, like I was going to do about a half hour ago, you want to get into Absolute Batman. Oh, man. I'm already almost done with this water. Let's see. I'm trying to clear my throat because I can feel it getting heavy. Let me do some things on my computer real quick. What is happening? What is this? Ugh, YouTube is very annoying. Never seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's talk about Absolute Batman. Absolute Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. confirmed. Oh, man. They did have some Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. comics that came out very briefly. It was only like one issue per character, but they're quite good. I like them. So, I think it's about time. I'm going to get into Absolute Batman. Let me go in and, well, where is it? Let me see if I can edit the video title. I should have left this open. I don't know why I didn't. Let's see. Samuel, from what I remember, it may have been 60-40 IDK if it was me or Chris to to get to the point where someone was upset with how I was holding up the line. Chris cared more about the conversation than the line. Yeah, it was probably Chris Claremont who was causing the line to be held up. Depending on how old you were as well. Like, I can't imagine it was you based on what I've heard and know about Chris Claremont. There was an interview with Chris Claremont that I saw by, I wish I could remember this young lad's name, but he's I think he was Scottish. He did a handful of interviews with giants of comic book industry, like 2 years ago or so. Really good interviews. I really enjoyed them. They interviewed Grant Morrison, and that was where the whole reveal that the reason Morrison came back to do Superman and the Authority was because DC wanted to make Superman like a fascist or whatever, and an evil Superman with the mainstream Superman. That's where he revealed that at. But he did one with Chris Claremont, and it's funny, but it's also kind of upsetting because Chris Claremont's getting upset at this young guy who's just trying to ask him questions and is also trying to like not fanboy out and kind of starts rambling, and Chris Claremont like calls him out on it several times. Let's see. Roy DeCoque, probably DeCoque. Let's see. Where were you from again? Oh yeah, Dutch. You're from Dutch. From back now, circulating back to my question. Captain America, Winter Soldier, Nightfall, Catwoman by Darwin Cook, and Hawkeye by Matt Fraction. 4 of Roy's favorite comics that I have not covered. That is correct. I have not. Captain America, Winter Soldier. I don't think I've ever actually read it. It's just one of those things that just through cultural osmosis, I'm aware of what happens pretty much. Nightfall I have read. I own 3 volumes, although there might be 4 of them. That was like, because I didn't get into comics until like going into and freshman year of high school. So there was a lot that I was going in on. And for some reason, Batman Nightfall were the books that I started with. So I'm like, why is there a dwarf working on Batman's car in the Batcave? And then you got Harold down there, you know? And I'm like, what is going on with Azrael? And I remember in my head giving him the voice of like Kylo Ren from Force Awakens, just because I feel like that voice and that modulated voice really fits Azrael. And just reading through it and just being in awe of how cool and imposing Bane was. It really, I do hold a special place for Nightfall in my heart, just because it was one of those early books where I was like, wow, this is what comics can do. This is what comics are. And then I kept reading more things. Catwoman by Darwin Cook. I haven't read it, actually. I don't know why, but for the longest time, I just wasn't really into Darwin Cook. And then at one point, I was like Frank Reynolds in Always Sunny, where I was like, oh my God, I get it. And then Hawkeye by Matt Fraction. Fantastic. Love it. Although I do love Kelly Thompson's Hawkeye more. Let's see. Yeah, I would like to see Aiden Friedrich proposes a new Marvel Zombies comic about the Marvel Zombie Spider-Man. That would really be cool. That's what they should do. They're doing enough fucking Spider-Man books already. Just do the zombie Spider-Man. That's the adjective. Zombie Spider-Man. And then you can pick up where we left off with him last, which was maybe him almost dying or dying. I don't remember. But it would be cool if out of all the characters from the Marvel Zombies universe where it's like that closed circle to escape, it would be Zombie Spider-Man. You could do something with that. Batboy says, hearing you read more of the god-awful levels of comics would be fun, dude. It's so painful, though. Roy de Kock corrects me, saying from the Netherlands. No, you're from Dutch. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I know. I know it's not, the country is not Dutch. Mac Daddy Onassis. We love Harold Allnut. Yep, that's his last name. Forgot about that. Nightfall is incredible. Early 90s Batman was some of the best. Samuel continues. No Man's Land happened, and it started to kind of suck. No Man's Land is fantastic. I've not read it entirely, but I found an article, a blog post that thoroughly details why it is like one of the most important Bat events in history of DC Comics. Like, it led into so much. It led into so many different characters, so many storylines. It's the reason Lex Luthor becomes president in that Jeff Loeb era of comics for Superman. Like, it is a huge, monumental event that ran for quite a while, too. Okay, now I think we're gonna get into it. Trying. I keep getting distracted. So everybody go and get your copies of Ultimate Batman. Because here we go. So I did read through the first issue when it did release. Does this have any interesting stuff in the back? Nope, it's just a poster. It's just a poster. It's not even a poster. It's an advertisement for the two other books and DC's All-In Saga. Oh, actually, here we go. Concept art. That's what I was looking for. Yes, I am going absolutely Batty Man for Batman, Kyle. Thank you. Got some variant covers, which are cooler than the actual covers, I think. Got a lot of variant covers. Still going on the variant covers. Oh, what is this? Oh, connecting variant covers. Oh my god, they're still going. Jesus. Wasn't this like a Nolan thing? This sort of skyscraper on fire. All right. Oh my god, what is going on? I saw the last page of issue 6, I suppose, yeah. So, Absolute Batman Volume 1, issue 6. Everybody get your copies of Volume 1, The Zoo, by Scott Snyder, written by, with art by Nick Dragotta, and art by Gabriel Hernandez Volta. I honestly can't remember how W would be pronounced, but it might be a V. I don't recall. Or I'm getting my Spanish mixed up with my German. It happens. He did issue 4, so that'll be interesting to see. Frank Martin, colorist. I will say, even though I didn't really enjoy issue 1, I do really like the colors. I think it works, even though I am not a fan of the overly rendered artwork. I prefer the more flat stuff. And Clayton Cowles lettering Batman, created by Bob Kane with Bill Finger. I think you should put and. Yeah, that's just me, you know. God, he's so fucking massive. Issue 1, page 1. This is like, it's like Reading Rainbow or something. I've never watched Reading Rainbow, but I think that this is what it was like. It opens at the zoo, apparently. God, here's a Jim Lee cover. Doesn't look great. Gee, Mr. Smokey, I want to read just like you when I grow up. So, excitedly chants the Bat Boy from the front of the stage. So here's any thoughts on, how do I position this? There you go. Any thoughts on, what is his name? Jim Lee's take on the character? I kind of brought it up on this recent episode of the Comic Stick podcast, just how little I like Jim Lee's art. There's nothing to this, really. It's a lot of lines. It's a lot of lines that Scott Williams had to ink. But, it just really, it looks so rushed. And I understand that Jim Lee is like the CCO or something of DC, and he has like a high position. So I don't even think he does his live stream drawing stuff anymore. But like just in the past couple of years, you can tell just how rushed his artwork is. And also, he's getting older. He's like in his 60s, I think, isn't he? But this just doesn't look good. And something about the handle of the axe is just so quickly done. I don't like it. I'm just not a fan. It's just so stunted and stilted, which is something you could argue about one of my favorite artists, Mike Allred, that it's stilted and weirdly positioned and whatnot. But I feel like there's more of a life in Allred's art than Jim Lee's. Anyway, starts off at the zoo, boys and girls. Although I imagine it's probably mostly boys. Bats are crazy. I'm batty, he says. Bruce, there'll be plenty of time for bats later. Come on, let's start. I really enjoy... I don't know if it's going to continue. No, it does not. That was it. This is a really cool way to do a flashback, which is how they kind of... It's a dreamy style, kind of coloring that is going on. I don't really know how to explain it, but like, it's very soft and rich and warm might be a good way to say. It feels innocent. It just feels like a childhood should. It evokes how I imagine a childhood is colored. And even the blacks on the screen in the image are not fully black. It's like almost a reddish kind of hue. Needs more bat bulge. Yeah, thank you, Bat Boy. The Spectacular Spider Bros says, so the art is kind of like modern John Romita Jr. art? You talking about Jim Lee or Nick Dragotta? Nick Dragotta is definitely not as blocky as this, I think. I suppose I could bring it up on screen, find one of those illicit websites to do this on, because I don't have DC Unlimited, but I'm not going to risk that. Maybe next time. Maybe for 75,000 subscribers. KB says, I used to really love Jim Lee's art back in my teenage days, but half does and half doesn't have the same kick and feeling in retrospect. Yeah, that's true. I don't know, Spectacular Spider Bro, who answers, they were talking about Jim Lee and association with John Romita Jr. John Romita Jr.'s art, it's definitely not as good as it was. I think he had like a wrist injury too, so that surely doesn't help. I think he had to relearn how to draw, if I remember correctly. There's like something with his arm or shoulder, maybe. But like, it was weird when he was doing Spider-Man recently, but I still kind of liked it. And he knows really how to tell a story. Like, he is trained by John Romita Sr. on how to tell a comic book story sequentially. Jim Lee, I haven't read Hatouche, but I might be having to be stood corrected. Does he still do the anchor drawings where it's like one big drawing on a page and then smaller panels or something like that, like he did in the 90s? Has he gotten any better at that? Is he doing a lot of splash pages? I do feel like John Romita Jr.'s art does have more going for it than Jim Lee. Might be a controversial take. But, yeah, I think that he can get more done, obviously, but he can also tell a story more succinctly than I think Jim can. Because I'm on a first-name basis with the guy. Hello again, Gotham. It's been a long time. So, who are you these days? Who have you become while I was gone? You're prettier, I'll give you that. Taller, brighter, but deep down... Party animal gang slaughters 9 in brutal attack, including 2 police officers. Something's changed. My 3rd lap around and I still can't find it. What, are you looking for a parking space? Where's your heart? You used to have a center, hot and beating, but something's hollowed you out. In fact, I barely recognize you anymore, and I'm not sure I like this new you, Gotham. But that's okay. I don't think you're going to like me much either. Oh god, it's Alfred! That was Alfred this whole time. Forgot. My name is Alfred Pennyworth. and I'm here to do some bad things. Oh, man. You know, you could really read along with this and be like, wow, Scott Snyder's making a point about how society has changed. No longer do we have city centers. We don't have those third locations that everybody used to go to anymore. Everybody is more separated and different and apart. Like, that's a big issue, too, with Absolute Batman when I first read the first issue. Does this series have anything to say? Does it? Is there like a message? Or is it just kind of... them fighting? Yeah, everybody thought it was Bruce getting turned on by Gotham. I just want to find that heart of the city. Oh, if I could get my hands on it. Samuel says party animals. Ugh, my least favorite aspect. Either pull a Joe Chill and go all in, or find a faceless villain instead of a couple members of a gang still kicking. Oh, Roy, thank you very much. I'm shocked that you turned in. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Get to bed. I'm sorry it had to start so late, but, you know, you were on the East Coast one in terms of when this should start. Thank you so much. I will be, it'll be posted on the YouTube channel, so you can watch on later. I'm sorry it took me so long to get into this. I truly am, but I hope you have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, everybody who's here right now, by the way. All, 14, 13 or so of you tuning in to watch me mistakenly voice the wrong character in a book. Okay, moving on. We're on page, 2? So Alfred's buying some tea from a guy at a convenience store. And then he continues on. Amir left Kabul during the occupation 20 years ago. He's had me over to his apartment many times. I even taught his boys how to play cricket. Sometimes I wonder if he'd invite me back if he knew the things I did in the conflict. But he runs the only decent tea shop in Gotham, which is why I keep my things next door. When's the half-show intermission? I don't know. When we reach page 5, maybe? What is Alfred? Alfred in this universe, he's brought here to track down the Batman, if I remember correctly, because he walks in and his entire apartment is... Hold on. Is he, like, living in, like, a warehouse or an apartment housing that he built? Because how is he doing this? How is he... Oh, I keep forgetting where the camera is. How is he doing this with his money? He has a massive steel door keypad lock, too. And just an armory of guns and a bed and a laptop and a framed photo of his daughter, maybe? Is his daughter, like, mixed race in this? Because she has, like, brown skin in this graduation picture. So, is she from Kabul, too? I don't know. Julia, leave a message. Julia, I know it's been a long time, but I'm in Gotham, at least for a short while. I don't know if you even still live here anymore, but if you do, I'd be grateful for a chance to see you. This is your father, by the way. Sigh. Well done, shithead. It's just closed out. Asterisk and everything, so who knows what he said. She knows you do well for that. Yeah, what's his daughter like? Have we seen Julia, his daughter? Is she gonna play a role in this series? Pennyworth signing in. Connection secure. Ah, tea good as always, or good as you remember. Oh, no, wait, that's the computer. The computer also speaks like Alfred. Let's see, what are you guys saying in the chat? Fingers crossed for Batman Year 1 style, 2 types of narration, oh god. And KB, been nice to view. It's my first time catching you live since your time zone overlapping with South Africa has been low. Yeah, I don't go live often. Last time I did was about like a year ago, I think. Maybe I'll do it more if people are interested. I don't know, I might start reading more comics. I'll do this more often. So, in the past 3 months, a gang known as the Party Animals has been sowing chaos, butchering citizens at random, raising the murder rate by 700... What?! Raising the murder rate by 700%. Almost single-handed. Is that statistically possible? A daycare was torched yesterday. They danced outside while 32 burned. What? What the fuck? You're needed here, and quite frankly, no, you may not. Manners. Your assignment is strictly surveillance. Gather information on these party animals, but do not engage. I never understood the party animals thing. Is it a black mask thing? Why do they have the masks? This guy in the photo, it looks like he has like a gorilla mask, but it's black. Yeah, it really is 90s level of comic book writing. Redwind says, "Sup, Blake, love your videos. Thank you very much." Everybody follow along. Here's the page that we're on. Go find it on any kind of Read Comic Online or batcave.biz online. You didn't hear it from me. There might be another player in town. We've only caught glimpses, but he seems to be circling the gang as well. If he gets too close, you have the authorization to engage him. Lovely, says Alfred. Not a fan of his look, by the way, of the beard with the big burly mustache. It's a white color. We are sending coordinates to the bike as we speak. Places to scope out possible targets. Savor the tea. Signing off, says this digital face. And Alfred, that's all that he went home to do, was to have some tea. And then he leaves immediately. And oh yeah, that's right. He discovers that Batman stole his motorcycle. Oh man, imagine what Absolute Teen Titans is gonna look like, because they gotta do that at some point, right? Oh god. And then we cut to Croc's gym. Just where is this located? It's like the one building on the block that didn't seemingly sell out to whatever this real estate possibly thing is going on, because it's surrounded by destroyed buildings. And like there's skyscrapers being constructed and everything. Okay, now we get Bruce. Yeah, it's like Detroit. Oh man. So now we finally get some Bruce dialogue. Tonight, this is your city. Whack. He hits the punching bag. No fear. Whack. No weakness. He does the kick, from Batman Year One, where he breaks the tree in half, but it's a duffel bag and it doesn't do anything, or it's a body bag. Whack, whack. He's kicking the shit out of it. He looks kind of small in this. Oh, because it's not him. Duh. I was like, wait, hold on. Why is he looking so small? Who the fuck is this guy? Who's this dude? Who is this? Is this gonna be Robin or something? I think it's my turn. Oh my god, you know who would have been incredible to voice the animated adaptation of Absolute Batman? Andre the Giant. Oh, hey, Bruce. Sorry, I was just keeping it warm for you. Big date tonight. Gotta get in the right headspace. Gotta get in the right headspace. It's brutal out there, What? And then Bruce goes, don't worry. Love is in the air. Now move. And just boom! Just destroys the fuck out of this bag. The small guy's probably Richard Grayson. That's what I'm thinking too. Has this character just never come back? Okay, can we talk about that? He's beaten the shit out of it. I guess it does make sense. No fear, no weakness. Tonight you are a blank, and then he gets cut off. Maybe a Casanova. Tonight you're a ladies' man. Tonight you're a... I don't know. A dude who's not scared to go on a date. Okay, so it's not as weird as I was thinking. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Absolute Batman. I really think it would work if he just sounds like a mix of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Andre the Giant. So Bruce destroys this punching bag, and it's... Oh my god, there are so many panels on this page, but do they say anything? So let's count, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... I'll count the blam, 14, 15 pages, or 15 panels on this page. First panel, Bruce punching a body bag. So what have we learned in class? As it flashes back to the lion exhibit, the lion eating a steak. Bruce punches. Um, that this guy has the life? Everybody laughs at the jokester. Punch. Enlighten us, Bruce. Well, it says here he sleeps 20 hours, plus he gets fed prime rib 3 times a day, and never has to be afraid of anything. Boom! He punches the bag. Fair, he might be coddled, but he'll never affect anything. Never mean very much. Never mean very much. He never has to go to school. Everybody laughs. Kick. Well, it's not really a kick. He kind of just firmly plants his foot against it. Says the boy to his father, the teacher. I'm just messing with you, Mr. Wayne. Forgiven. So, are you excited for the movie tonight? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, I'm excited for the nap. Do I really have to come? And then it's a super tiny panel of Bruce, like, bringing his fist back in, ready. Yes, it's the film. What? Yes, it's the film. You and Mom... Oh, okay, he gets cut off by Bruce. Yes, it's the film. You and Mom got met at. I get it. Blah, 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 blah. But why do I... Blam. Oh, God. And then it cuts to the present again. I get it. I get what they're going for. I get that it's like, as he's training and as he's working away at this, these things are flashing back in his mind. Oh, he's getting angrier and angrier and angrier. I don't know if it works for me. Especially the fact that Thomas Wayne really looks like he would be... he really looks like he's Alfred. I don't know why his forehead's so big and his mustache is so little. So he does the Captain America thing in the Avengers where he punches the body bag off completely. Waylon Jones! Hey, there he is! Oh, I forgot he was just a regular dude before he gets Akira'd by Akira Bane. Or, Tetsuo? No. What is the guy's name from Akira? I've never seen him. Not really big into anime or manga, but, you know, the big tentacle dude. So... they continue. Waylon's there. He apologizes. $90 for the bag. $30 for the sand. To clean up. He has a pet python and also a pet alligator or pet crocodile. He's thinking of calling the place Waylon's Scales of Gotham. Ozzy hooked me up with the exotic pet license. Went in with me too. Ozzy? Way? He's going to be busted any day now. Yeah, there you go. Samuel says it's Tetsuo. Yeah, that makes... Tetsuo! Doesn't somebody scream that? Waylon continues. Don't you watch those nature documentaries, brother? Penguins know how to hide their eggs. Besides, he's our boy. Speaking of which, I can't. This is becoming already far more entertaining when I read Bruce's lines like that. You haven't come to poker in months, man. Everyone's in this week. Eddie, Harvey, Oz. I'm even trying to get Selena to dial. I can't. I said I can't. At least tell me you're going to the town hall tonight. Is it bad that I read it with that inflection? Because it's kind of written with that inflection, right? I'll buy you a new bag as soon as I get paid. Come on, man. The whole city's coming apart. These party animal... Yeah, here you go, Samuel. Yeah, this was another issue I had with it, was that everybody knows everybody. Which I've heard only gets weirder, because apparently Bane is the reason that they all become the villains or something. And that's another thing. Yeah, here's the photo. This is what really cemented it for me the first time that I wasn't gonna be a fan and continue reading this series, is the picture where everybody's together. Ooh, look, the little black boy. I wonder which only black character that is. Oh, look, the one with, like, curly hair and a big smile, but, like, a teeth gap or something, and he's shorter. Oh, and look at how his nose kind of protrudes, almost like a penguin. And, the girl with the cat ears on the back. And, oh, there's Harvey. You can tell he's Harvey because he has the only haircut that Harvey Dent ever has. And the glasses one in the back, who I presume is Eddie, right? Like, wouldn't that be Ed Nigma? Isn't there another picture where, like, it... Wasn't there something with the Joker? Or did they not know the Joker? I can't remember. What the fuck am I looking at? What is this? What is happening? What the fuck? So it cuts to this giant yacht, right? And there's a DJ going. They're being served exotic fish. There is either a child or a little person in a duck inflatable tube. What is going on? Who are these people? Is this Black Mask? Is that who Black Mask is? What is this? So they're just talking, they're doing some sort of business transaction. There's a attractive woman in a very small bikini who's also still wearing the dome on her head. Oh, I remember the octopus guy, the weird pink octopus guy who's doing the DJ stuff for some reason. Well, rumor is these party animal pieces of shit, they're your guys. Killing people right and left, old ladies, kids, for what? Why? There's rules, understood. Gotham isn't just... Roman, hey kiddo, when are you all coming to dance? Okay, so yeah, it is Roman Sionis. Mr. Maroney, Mr. Falcone, what do you say? Shall we? The night is young. It's 3 in the fucking morning. Put that damn kid to bed. Yeah, put that octopus kid to bed. And turn off the music and listen up. Dr. Benjamin. Off. Please, Dr. Benjamin. It just feels like Scott Snyder's just like, how many wacky ideas can I put into this comic that either work or they don't work? We hear rumors about you. You hear you're some kind of big shot. Got guys all over the world, different animals, goats here, giraffes there. Oh my god. Is that why? That's why it's called the zoo, huh? What is going on with Ultimate Black Mask? What is this? What is happening? But the truth is, we've been in business here for 150 years. You need to respect that. That's right. We got brothers and cousins and guys all over town. So take your little potty boat and sail away by dawn. Dawn or you're dead, you hear us? Baby, show them the masks. Whose kid is this? Why is this kid an octopus? Good idea, sweetheart. Friends, I'm afraid you have me all wrong. History is what I'm all about. That's what we're celebrating here. Its end. And then they reveal the masks, which are all faces of people that they have killed. Wait, no. What is it? Not just masks. Oh, they're death masks that he has collected. Socrates, Martin Luther, etc. George Washington. Mr. Maroney. Mr. Maroney's brother, Sal, I guess. And that's your cousin, Mr. Falcone. All the rest of them. Is Sal Maroney? Yeah, that's a character in the comics. And then they get brutally killed. Oh my god. One of these guys got stabbed through the eyes with 2 knives. Dr. Benjamin, turn up the music, hey. Oy vey. Oh my god, this is utterly insane. What is this? Why is this the take that you go with Black Mask of all people? Like, it's just odd, right? It's weird, but I get the fact that it is weird because I like weird stuff in comics. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's weird for a reason. It doesn't feel like it's there for the sake of it. Instead, it just kind of feels like this is what's happening now, and you got to accept it, and there's no real point to it other than I think that this sounds cool and this sounds badass. Look how cool and crazy their masks are. Hey, you at Marvel, you like the Marvel stuff where their masks are real big and they take up their entire faces, right? Well, what if we do that for our villains? What if our Black Mask is like the Maker? Or anything Jonathan Hickman makes, really. I'm gonna try something. I went to a website that has these books online. And I'm gonna try to post it. Because, hey, I already bought the book. And this might work a little better. So let's find out. So let's go here. And let's see. If I can figure out how to do this. I think I want to do display capture. Sure. No, that's not it. Ignore that. Ignore this giant black screen. What is it I'm looking for? I can never fucking... Window capture? Is that what it was? Yeah, here we go. There we are. It's kind of overtaking everything. There we go. So... Oops. Didn't mean to move that. I guess that works right there. How's that look? Is that better? I feel like this might be better. You know, hey, CGC approved. I bought the book. CGC approved. Thank you, Samuel, for proving. CGC approved. So this is about where we were. This might work better just for the stream, so I'm not just talking at nothing. Yeah, so there's where we were. There's the weird little octopus kid. I'll put this book. I don't know where I can put it. Can't put it right there. If Scott Snyder comes in, he can't yell at me because I did buy the book and I bought it from Amazon. So that's an actual place that will give money to DC, I guess, to get residuals. Hey, thank you, Tevya Smoke. Fuck, I always, even when I read your name, I always mess it up. Thank you on the congratulations. I always appreciate your comments. I truly do. I appreciate everyone's comments. I appreciate everybody who's still here. And, especially all the regulars. Tevya is one of the regulars. Not just on my channel. I always see him on every comic book channel. Particularly, Comic Pop, because that's like the only other comic book YouTube channel that I actually follow. But yeah, here's just the manic scene happening. Oh, thank you, the Fart of Cards. That's a good name. And it keeps getting buried. Thank you so much. I know I would look back on the old books, the old videos. I'm like, oh my god, what was I doing? Okay, so this should be working better. I'm sorry I didn't think of this before. But hey, we're getting there. We're working things through. Great looking silhouette. It looks really cool, this middle panel right here. I really like that. 6 more murder just today. The question is, who are these monsters? The party animals some kids say gone mad. Hacked apart with machetes. We are warning you. The footage you're about to see is disturbing. You might want small children to look away. It's just... Is what this is? Are these like the mutants from Dark Knight Returns, but it's not the Dark Knight returning? it's the Dark Knight beginning. But it's just the most insane shit. Oh my god, come on, Batboy. How many more subs until you read Harley Quinn Fartacular with sound effects and everything? I don't want to, but if I ever do, I'll have to get a whoopee cushion. Maybe I'll do that for I don't even want to do it for April Fools, honestly. Hey, Smokey, will be Smokey Beyond or Smokey 2099 or Smokey 3099. I think Smokey Beyond works the best, but Smokey 4099 might work the most in just a branding initiative. Is this Mayor Jim Gordon? Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't think of this before, but this works just so much better. But hey, here we are. Now we're back into things, I guess. You're a disgrace, Gordon. Oh, if I'd read the first sentence. Step down. It's a joke. Voting Hill. Please, everyone, one at a time. All right, go ahead, sir. You ran on your record as a cop, Gordon, and we gave you a chance, but under Mayor Hill, at least we weren't being killed off. Is this like... Is it like an inside job to ruin Gordon's reputation? Okay. At first I thought, wait, no. They are sitting down. I was like, oh my god, how is he that tall? Hamilton Hill is the damn crook, man. We all know that. Maybe he is a crook, but at least he's tough. He'd fight back. We are fighting back, but this gang, we have no idea. I run Finger Tailors on 27th Street, and every single weekday for 71 years I've walked to my shop except the day my son was born and the day my wife died. 18,302 times I've walked there, but I don't walk there anymore. I don't walk anywhere because I'm scared. Oh, yeah, I remember all this, and Alfred has his fucking crazy-ass armor. Why does Alfred look so much like Earth 1 Deathstroke? I know, I'm sorry. This is how long it normally takes me to read a comic anyway. It would actually be slower if I just sat here and read it. I promise you we will bring these criminals to justice. Yeah, it's just bitching about this. Why Bullock looks so much like Sam from Sam and Twitch from Spawn. Like, just in this little profile right here. Is Gordon corrupt? Is that what's going to happen here? People look at us. This is what they want. All of us fighting, scared, blaming each other. But Jim Gordon served this city honorably for a long time. I work with his office and trust him. Okay, and then a flashbang goes off. Who is this woman? Is this woman anybody in particular? Or... And then come the dumb ape masks. Wow! Everybody got to the floor quick. Holy shit. They got down fast. Hi, Jimmy. Bye, Jimmy. That's okay. I'll give them that. That's not bad. I really like these two middle panels. Panels 3 and 4. Very good way to display time passing between panels, even with just that little split. I always like when comics do that. He is just gunned down. Holy shit. Oh my god. Barbara Gordon is here. Barbara, just get everyone out of here. Oh god, is my mustache okay? I also like that it looks like he has reflective shades on instead of just eyeglasses, right? And then it's just a fight scene. Oh yeah, that's right. They have the fucking crazy ass bat cape hook. Who is that? Oh, that's the cop that's right there. My god, there's dozens of them out there, a whole army. We need to secure the... This fucking panel. Oh my god, that is so funny. It's just so unmenacing too. But I mean, it's not drawn to be menacing. It's just really funny looking. Whatever you hear, do not open this door. And Alfred's up on the roof. Not, like I said before, not a fan of this Alfred design. It is really funny. I'm just now noticing that Alfred's hair is the same color as a butler's suit. Also, didn't that guy say there's a whole army out here? Why is there only these 3? His cape is bulletproof? What? How? I know, it annoys me as well whenever somebody's reading a comic and they're like, well, how does this happen? Because the obvious answer is that it's a fictional story. It's a comic book reality. But when all of the marketing leading up to this was like, he doesn't have the mansion, he doesn't have the bad family, he doesn't have the riches and all of this, he's just absolute Batman. And it really made me think, and it made a lot of people think based on what I saw online, that this was going to be a very grounded Bruce. And one that doesn't have the resources. But he has this 85-foot-long cape with hooks built into it that he can use. And it's also entirely bulletproof. What is going on? And I was thinking about this the other day. I feel like the Reeves The Batman movie is a better premise of that, what we thought absolute Batman was gonna be. Here we go. This is an alright splash page. It's a unique angle to have for it. It's not very dynamic, I don't think. I'm not really a fan. I like the colors, I guess. It really feels like this is trying to be an updated version of something that happened in year 1. But I don't know. I feel like Nick Dragotta, of all people, really could have done something intense and exciting and scary even with this. Maybe this was like one of the last panels he did. Maybe it was on a deadline, you know? Oh, you got to watch the Naked Gun trilogy. Thank you so much for joining us, Kyle. Have a good night or evening or day or wherever you are. And then here we go. More fighting. Just absolute insanity. Oh my god, he really fucked that guy. Oh god. These guys are getting fucked up. That is a hilarious panel. This is phenomenal. I love whatever's happening right here. He looks like he's in mid motion doing the the little Charlie Brown dance. And then Alfred's watching, and then, okay, here come these guys who the cop could not have possibly seen. Why are there so many stairs leading up to City Hall? Where the fuck is City Hall built? A mountain? Absolute Batman works better if you think of it as year one canceled movie script mixed with Zack Snyder's Batman. I guess so. That was from Totally Search in the chat. Well, his ears come off and go back on. Oh my god. I guess that does work. I was like, where the fuck would those fit on his head? Because that means the blade has to come over his actual ears. You better hope that doesn't break at any point in time. So he's just fucking people up. This is an insane amount of panels, by the way. Alfred is narrating. Is it Alfred? Is it? Yeah, that's right. Because Alfred has the... What do Bruce's narration boxes look like? Do we find that out? Where the fuck is it? I guess we don't. No, we haven't gotten any Bruce narration. Because it's Alfred's POV. Just Samuel in chat says, no mansion, no wealth, no family. Just literally everything is sharp. A hook, bulletproof. Maud in the chat says, how many issues am I reading? I think I'm going to try and get all 6 of the first one, depending on how long this goes for. Oh yeah, here's where he cuts off the hand. This is an oddly designed character. This looks like something from Eric Powell's The Goon, right? Just this veritable goon himself. That bottom panel, though, that is fantastic. That looks great. How does that look in print, on the printed book? Where the fuck is it? I bet that would look pretty cool. It actually looks better digitally, I think. I really like this one. It looks like the start of a Gorillaz music video. Oh my god. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta do the voices for this one. I hear they reattach them sometimes. There's a hospital 3 blocks south of here. Or is it east? I can't seem to remember all of a sudden. But I'd run. The rest of you, I'm going to give you the chance to get the fuck out of my way. Where'd those spikes on his back come from? Can he just do that? Like when he flexes at like a certain point, do those spikes just come up? Oh my god, Alfred's blowing him up. Pennyworth, what's going on there? The satellite images make no sense. Whoever the player is, are you going to engage? Copy? That just seems like the most 90s dialogue. Just over explanation. Just doesn't sound like a real person. And then he moves in, that's right, he has the weird little shotgun thing. That is the sound of the DC-34 automatic shotgun, son. There are only 3 of them in the world. It could blow your brains all over this sidewalk before you even blink. Poof! Oh, God. My stars, oh, the Queen! And he catches the gun, and does he steal it? Yeah, right? He steals his gun. Meanwhile, later, at the construction site that we kind of saw later, Bruce Wayne. Oh yeah, Alfred immediately figures out that it's Bruce Wayne, because there's only one man in Gotham who is Caucasian and 8 feet tall. The other 8-foot tall dude is Waylon Jones, seemingly. He's 24 years old? What the fuck? I'm older than absolute Batman? You grow up in crime alley, high friends in low places, a tight group. Well, I think that it would be, absolute Alfred might sound like Alan Moore. Maybe he's from Southampton, but I think it's more funny if I do this dumb voice for him. Okay, and he's obsessed with bats, created a mobile, collapsible bridge that looks like a bat. Do you get it? It's bat-related. He's obsessed with bats. Goes to the zoo, whole trip. The design is origami-like, based on the anatomy of a bat wing, and the prize is a trophy, and a trip for the whole class to go to the Gotham Zoo, where it starts. There's just a mass shooter. Okay, most realistic aspect of this comic, right? Okay. Just the lineup of how this story is being told. Birds flying away in fear. Boom! A shot. He runs away. People are already dead, right? Boom! Or blam! Flash forward. Why does this seem like the giraffe is getting shot? I think it's because the gun is aiming at the giraffe, but at the same time, this guy's still popping shots. So all the kids run away to the bat house. Everyone inside! And then you get shot at the doorway or something. He closes them. You could have made it in. What are you doing? Thomas? Bruce, whatever you hear, do not open this door. Rosebud. Blam. Even the letters are massive. Like the absolute typeface. Why did he do that? They had enough time. And it's not like why? Because either, unless it's revealed in a later issue that something else happened outside this door, that Thomas was in part in league with this shooter at the zoo trying to kill the giraffes. Why did he do this other than the fact that it needs to happen for the plot, which is an issue that I've found happen quite often in this issue, is that stuff happens because the writer needs it to happen. But like, if there's not enough time and the shooter is right there, which is kind of what it implies based on how quickly the gunshot goes and everything like that, then the guy knows that the kids are in there, right? And he can either have made it in, or he stays out and immediately gets shot, and the guy knows that the kids are in there. So either way, you're not really doing much to help Thomas. And let me just say, I really like this flower panel. I like the color. I like the squiggliness of the lines. It reminds me of like an early 2000s sort of Batman. I was looking to see if anything else is really like that, and not really. I honestly kind of like this panel more than the rest of the book. Bruce Wayne, he grows up without a father. Kind of like Hitler. You straighten out, you go to school, you get a scholarship to the best university in the state, but when you get there, you're injured in the first week, a soft-tissue tear. Okay, I've seen the x-rays, though, and I've been in command of men who faked injury to escape duty. I suspect that's what you did. Let me try it with Alan Moore's voice. I've seen the x-rays through, and I've been in command of people who faked injury to escape duty, and I suspect that's exactly what you did. It's not my best Alan Moore. I kind of have to hear him to make it work. But why? You were good enough to be star, even go pro, because you were saving your body for the last night, for all this, whatever it is you built. If you want to do an Alan Moore impression, you kind of got to get like the cotton balls in your mouth, like Brando did for The Godfather. It's a very blustery sort of voice. Studied applied mechanics, chemistry, criminal psychology, military theory, socio-cultural history, everything to prepare. And then you came home. He was doing all of this under one scholarship that what happens to a scholarship when if a like a college athlete gets injured? Like I get, do they still get it? I guess, but like, come on, this isn't just a normal dude. Like, I don't get it. I don't get why. Like, is this all that we see of him doing the job stuff? And what are these 4 towers right here? The quadruplet towers. And yeah, he goes there. And hey, whoa, wow. Turn the page. Holy shit, his mom's still alive? And she's kind of hot. Is this who was at the place earlier? Is that her that was speaking out for Gordon against the mob?
Sorry, Mom. I just swung by the zoo.
Forgiven.
I heard what happened at Town Hall last night. Are you okay?
They busted in right when I was starting to win over the crowd. But then, other than that, blah, 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 blah. I could kill you right here, in front of her. It'd be easy. Jesus Christ, Alfred. The fuck is wrong with you? Good Lord. From Julia, never contact me again. Wow, great, nice. You're as good of a father as Thomas Wayne is. But you're just a fucking kid. He's an 8-foot-tall, 24-year-old engineer who weighs like 800 pounds. Oh, hey, the quadruplet towers. Oh, that's right. He has a fucking place up here. And, like, come on. How's he doing this? He's supposed to be a dude. I know engineers get paid a lot, but do they get paid this much? I guess in Gotham they do.
There's more to these ape skulls than first appears. They aren't just for protection or even intimidation. When I cracked one open, the circuitry inside. End recording.
And then Alfred's there, and then it's just stupid. He fucking blasts Alfred in the face. But he did something to it, right? It's not like buckshot, it's like beanbags or something. It's like, I didn't make it lethal. I just replaced the shells with coins and thumbtacks. And then this is where it truly lost me. Oh, it's little batarangs? That is so fucking funny. I cannot believe it's little fucking batarangs that he put in the barrel of a gun. And then, yeah, he drives the fucking motorcycle. Bats are crazy. Cool. Neat. Oh, and then the terrible epilogue. This is where it lost me even more the first time I read it. And this is where I stopped reading it forever. Don't do that. Don't joke. Why? You didn't hear? The guy never laughs. Not at anything. Ever. That's why they call him the Joker. Weird. Really weird looking. Which one's the Joker? Is he the hunched over guy? No, because he doesn't have that hair. It's that guy. That's just an odd-looking visual. Samuel in the chat says, Peter Parker's a regular guy, but because he's day and night, I guess he just can't get this kind of lifestyle. It's weird. I don't know why I'm looking at this Wonder Woman thing. It's good. Don't look at that. Don't pay attention to that. Don't look at this. Don't look. I bought the book. It's interesting because you can make the argument that it is fairly similar to Peter Parker, Absolute Batman. Except Peter Parker, he still deals with real life stuff. He still deals with having to have a job and like relationships and everything. Does Absolute Batman do that? Do we see him having to juggle his, responsibilities as an engineer for Gotham City or whatever this construction project is that he's doing, that he's seemingly stole the big truck from? I don't think so. This is a fun cover. I really like this one. Again, it's just odd how Nick Dragotta poses Absolute Batman in like the least menacing ways. He just looks like an ogre. What is this? Mark Waid and Clayton. Oh, okay. Who the fuck is that? I don't remember that. Dad, please open the door. Dad! Huh? something. Was it crawling on him? Or where'd the other kids go? Why is he alone now? Did those kids let those bats out? And how... Okay, so was there a bullet hole? Okay, yeah, there was. They shot him 3 fucking times. Good God. Okay, so yeah, the bullets went through the door, somehow didn't hit anybody inside. Bruce is then swarmed by bats. Yeah, give me your money. It looks like he's getting mugged. It looks like this bat is attacking him and trying to steal his wallet like he has him by the collar. Absolute Batman, The Zoo, Part 2 of 5. God almighty. Alright, over the next 2 weeks, the party animals escalate their offensive on Gotham, and in return, Batman escalates his offensive on them. He's fighting, cool. He has a fucking ninja star in his goddamn head. That is really incredible to just say. That is. Also, he's been stabbed and he's still going. Oh my God. Okay, it's just so fucking many of them. There's so many of them, dude. They just keep coming. And it's a fight scene, so I don't really care. Oh, and then he does what I do when I get attacked too much in Arkham City or something, which is hide on the ceiling. And his cape has the spikes that can hold his own weight. Wow, you got us wet. Can't stay up there forever. What the fuck is... Oh my God. Turn the salt water into hydrochloric acid? Fucking hell, man. I understand that they're maniacs, but Jesus. He's just like torturing them at this point. Hiding in the sewer. He's certainly committed to the bit. Now you can say that again, that's for sure. Alright, so what's happening here? When he's not the Bat, his routine is monastically tight. He goes to work, then vanishes into the shadows. There's a rumor he meets with the Red Hood, a suspected resistance group. Resistance to what? What do you mean? But the truth is, he's a man alone. He even steers clear of his mother these days. He breaks from the routine only once during these weeks to make a stop that catches me off guard. To visit Joseph Chill, his father's killer. What he says to Chill, I don't know. I only have visual, no audio. What? How? I guess he's getting... Oh, I guess he's getting the security cameras from the fucking place. I consider pushing back, telling him that Batman has helped my mission. That and his provocations have helped me form a new theory on who Sionis is, what he's a part of, and I'm thinking the case is making up blah, 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 blah. Alright, this is just keep fucking going. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, hey, here's the big bat head. We've reached it. We've reached the point where he says, Batman AF. Well, it's not even him that says it. Why is Alfred saying Batman AF? What is this? What the fuck? Also, what is it? Whose building is this? It's the Sionis building, right? Soon after, the party animals find his caves in the empty high-rises, as I did. Oh, okay. I totally misread this. Oh, okay. So the high-rises are no longer under construction, yet they still have the cranes up there. And it's just abandoned. What is the high-rise supposed to represent, like, symbolically? Why is it for... What is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be anything? Is there a reason why it's those four? But that moment doesn't come. Come on! And it hits me then. Holy. Maybe that's what he is. All that he is. One long forward advance. Or one long advance forward. Batman AF. Fuck off, Scott Snyder. You know that's not what that means. God almighty, come on. How much time and effort did they have to take to fucking do this, by the way, to make it burn exactly in the shape of his head? Oh, and Gordon's a Marine or something. Bullock is there, and he doesn't really look like he did in the first issue. That's okay. Who cares? Turn it off, will you, Bullock? Oh, sure, Jimmy. I just thought you want to know what's going on. Full disclosure, I put in a request to the state for 4 RVs plus an MD in coverage. Okay. They're upping because he's upping. Yeah, okay. Him. You mean Batman? Shouldn't the focus be the party animals? They're upping because he's up. Oh, escalation. The classic escalation bit. Cool. Got that going for him. Neat. I can already feel myself growing less interested in this book. Oh, wait. What's happening? Oh, that's Martha. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so not sorry to interrupt. Show some respect, Martha. But I wasn't asking you. Babs, they got him bad, Martha. He needs rest. Not that he'll listen. Is there something going on here? Is there something going on here between Martha and Gordon? Because I don't know if it's just the lighting. Maybe it's just this page. I don't think it's this page. She looks a bit darker in, like, skin color than Bruce and everybody else that's in this scene. Is there something going on between Gordon and Martha? Did she have sex with him? Is she Barbara's mother? Is that what I'm about to learn? So they leave, right? What is the world? What is this world we've given them, Mar? When we were their age, we were crazy. Sure, thinking we could change it all, but it still felt possible then, you know? Yeah, well, I guess they'll have to be crazier than we were. You almost sound like Thomas. Don't know about. Don't I know it? God, I miss him, Jimmy. It's funny. I actually think he would have liked Batman. I like him, but now I like you better. Oh. Patty quit, you know, my deputy mayor in re-election. It feels like a pipe dream. Oh, God. Oh, God. What is going to happen? I'm scared. When I found him, I didn't see him at first. Didn't even know he was there until he screamed. That scream. Ah, help! The bats are mugging me! How is he? I don't know. Before that day, he was my little boy. And then his father got gunned down in front of him. I don't know what happened. Oh, man. Okay. So he's leaving. He's alone. He hates science because science killed his dad. Oh, hey, and now we're at this part. Wow, look, everybody's normal and happy. Holy shit! Is the penguin jacked? Jesus. He looks like Destro from My Hero Macadamia. Good lord. Yeah, Batman is friends with his villains, Tactical J. But for how long? Also, what is going to happen to turn them against him? Because isn't there something with, like, Bane is involved in this, and then they hate him, or I guess they're going to have to hate him for some reason. It really feels like they're rushing that storyline. So it's Harvey, Penguin Ozzy, and Eddie, who is already into riddles, I guess, and has a haircut and glasses like Doc Ock. Auntie, 20. We'll take your money. We're playing for the big pot. 1,700 and change up for grabs. Played. The role of Harvey Dent will be played by... oh my god, I just blanked on his name, so this joke won't work. The guy from Grease. I would actually say that it's 17,228 days afoot. See what I did there? Because the exact pod happens to be the volume of cubic foot. 12 times 12. Fucking heathens. I'm gonna go post about this on Reddit. I fucking hate him. I hate all Absolute Riddler already. Bruce, if you don't have the 20... I got a layaway program. Why does all Absolute Penguin look like he would be played by, like, Glenn Howerton? He looks so fucking weird. Okay, and then Bruce... Oh, wait, no. I was like, oh my god, is Bruce gone somehow? Selina's just not showing up. She's gone. She's in Cairo, apparently. She's not going to arrive until issue 13 or so. And she has a big dumb ball on her head. Speaking of cards, boom. Alright, I don't know how this card game works. I don't know. I've never played this. Okay. He's putting the skull up for an ante?
I found it. I'm heading the repair crew at City Hall. Get it out of here.
Seconded. No monkey bones in the pot.
It's not actually an ape skull. Take a look at the wiring.
Huh, he's right. I see 4 different chips just in the outer weave, and one looks like a GIS.
English, geek. How good is that? Who is this supposed to be color-coded to? I guess... So green is either Croc, I guess, or Penguin. I guess it's Penguin because he refers to Ozzy, and then orange is his color of his shirt. It's like the same color, so that's him talking. That's Riddler. Oh my god.
A geographical information system, Ozzy. It maps shared targets onto a private GPS network and assigns different values, meaning if one knew how to decode it, one could possibly get a bead on where the party animals were going to show up.
Gee whiz, thanks for that exposition, God almighty. I'm glad that this happened so the story could happen. This is already falling apart. Okay, he wants it high-tech, heavily armed. The party animals must be moving in on everyone's territory. Ozzy? Why the fuck would I know, Bruce? I think he makes a good point. Relax, I was just asking if you're still in. Oh. Okay. Oh, God. For what it's worth, the party animals aren't moving in on anything. As far as I can tell, these guys are just out to wreck the city. The word is their man Roman. He kills everyone he meets to try and make a deal.
Nah, I got kings coming my way next hand.
Waylon, poof, I'm out too. I will say it's nice to see you fired up, Bruce. All right, Harv. You and me. I got to ask, though. You're deep in. You think it's political? The party animals causing havoc this close to an election? You think it's to sink Gordon?
Nah, we all love Jim, but he was hurting before all the chaos. It'd be overkill, literally, figuratively. My 2 cents is this is political. It's more about than just power.
What's a bigger motivator than power?
Money, Bruce. The source. The chicken and the egg broth. Speaking of which, 2 pair, you.
3 aces. 4 if we're playing with jokers.
Wow. Oh my god, Scott Snyder did it!
Jokers are never welcome here, Bruce.
Wow. Oh my god. Who the fuck is talking? That's an issue that just keeps coming up with this fucking book. Who the fuck is speaking? Who's the green again? Should have never let you in on the pot. And look, I don't know if this has anything to do with the party animals, but from what I hear in the halls... So was this Harvey? Because this one's Bruce. Obviously, that one's him. From what I hear in the halls, Hill has been taking a lot of capital. Like, a lot. This guy I know who works in his office. Young guy named Hades Scumbag. But still, what a strange surname. Hades Scumbag? Must be Dutch. He says Hill, or maybe it's Skumbig. Hello, my name is Hades Skumbig. He says Hill is riding high on some new purse he calls his golden chest. All right. I don't like when he wraps the cape around like that. It looks very Zack Snyder-y. Ugh. You can see the moment in my eyes and the noise that I made when I saw that last panel. This is a really funny panel. Just this absolute behemoth hunched over trying to use a tiny little computer.
A golden chest, also known as an ark.
Arc M. Ooh. So there's 26 of them possibly. All over the world? Karachi, London, Gotham. Now what kind of order is this in? Oh, God. That's off-putting.
Well, hello there. Finally, Batman, we meet. Now, unfortunately, we don't have much time to chat. I like you, I do. You're my kind of party. So I'll make you a deal, everything you ever wanted, but full disclosure, you are in a bit of a spot. We did tip off the whole GCPD, and my people have the building surrounded. Still, I'll be waiting on your call. All you have to do is survive.
That's really funny, this panel, because that dude behind him is gonna get fucked up by the back blast. That's making me laugh way more than it should. So, that does not help this book. Just this panel. These panels. Because the explosion already doesn't look too big, because we don't have any relation to the building and how large it is. We don't see, like those are just lines on a slightly curved panel. It looks like this might have been rushed. But, like, there's no perspective, there's no scale to give this to. And then to make matters worse, you get a little boop. Like, it's just a little, you know? It kind of looks like that was like a placeholder. It was like, okay, as Nick Dragoto's drawing, he's like, all right, I'm going to put the little boom there. So obviously that means that the letter or somebody else later knows to add that in as a different effect. And then the colorist was like, huh, interesting choice. I think it would have been bigger. So it doesn't seem like it's that big of an explosion that Batman can handle. I feel like you could probably launch quite a few missiles at him and this behemoth could keep going. Wait, what? Oh man, this was odd. This is really... like, Scott Snyder realized that you really need to conserve on pages at this point, because it goes from this, implication is that he grabs the dude that attacked him with the rocket launcher, I guess, but now he's just already into the escape. We don't see any crazy fight. I guess leave more to the imagination. You got all these crazy lines that build off the character and just the background, like Latina Warren Johnson sort of popularized with his stuff. What is happening? It's a hatch on the elevator, I guess. Hear me out.
No.
You're a good detective, kid, but I've learned some things about them. The party animals. They're not what they seem.
Yeah, they're dumber.
I've come to believe that we can help each other. Just give me a chance to explain, please.
30 seconds.
All right, thank you, but we need to get out of here. They're all over the place. We have to get somewhere safe. I have a car hidden out back.
It better be a big one. I don't think Bruce can fit in anything less than maybe a Hummer that has had most of the seats torn out. Okay, what is happening? Oh, I get it. I get it now. So that's, so what building was he in again? He's in whatever main structure this is that's in the center of Gotham, where Hill has his electoral campaign office. But at that same time, there's just an open elevator shaft that is leading down to what I assume is the big dump truck. When did he put it there? How did he arrange this? Because that's what this is, right? This is him popping on the gas. Yeah, there goes the flume. Of the... You're standing in it. Ah! Where is this coming out of? Did they... It's like they built the building around it. I will say, I do like the looks of it, although I do prefer the Bat monster truck from, is it Batman the Cult? Is that where Jim Starlin brings in just the absurd Batman monster truck thing that we see driving around that seemingly influenced this. Because that one looks like it could pick up speed. This one just looks like it's one of those giant dump trucks that goes maybe 3 miles per hour. Also, is that a cannon on the side? It's a neat looking design. Does it have like the bed? Like, can he carry things? Is that cop car gonna get stuck in the back? Oh, is that where we're at the end already, are we? Who's doing the art on this? This isn't fucking, what's his name? What is going on here? Writer Scott Snyder, artist Nick Dragotta, colorist Frank Martin, cover design, variant covers. Huh. What happened? Is this in the book? What is this? What am I looking at? It's a flashback, I think? Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a flashback. So it is Nick Dragotta art. I think the coloring is what's throwing me off, because the coloring is still keeping that kind of, not exactly muted. It just looks odd. It's very Tim Sale-ish. I do like it. It just really threw me off. Those highlights, by the way. The highlights on her leg and like hands and just the red, the magenta coming in, that looks really good. I want to see what it looks like in the actual copy that I have bought. I want to know what it looks like in print. It looks honestly messier in the book than it does in the actual, on the digital, which is interesting. I mean, it's not that interesting because it is colored digitally, so that I suppose that makes sense. And the printing quality probably isn't that. I really like this panel. It's just a really nice, really cute, sweet panel, and the coloring looks fantastic. Good job on this one. I really like this. Is that my favorite aspect of this book? Don't look at this. I bought the book. This is a physical copy of the Zoo arc. I bought it. I bought this book. And you all did as well. The cover, not bad. I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable that they can turn into little feet. Okay, and now I don't like this. No, you want your Genius Medal back, Keepa. Why do they look so much smaller? They look tiny. Okay, so it's just, them being insane children. Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh, the flashback to Gordon running with the mugged by bats young Bruce Wayne. Good looking lion. Good looking lion. Animal's always hard to draw, so I really like seeing how artists get it done. I feel like the head and ears are way too big, which I'm kind of covering it up, so let me adjust that. Like, that is quite a big head compared to the rest of the body. Yeah, that's Jim. Right? That's not just a random man racing away with a small boy. It is Jim Gordon. He does have his mustache and trademark reflective sunglasses. Oh, here we go. Alfred, why would you go outside in this thing? I feel like I would be staying in the whole ride. I have over 20 passports, twice as many identities. I pride myself in being no one. The vague shape of a man sitting across from you on the train, the outline, a charcoal sketch, a man who appears at an Italian villa for a cafe visit where he sees his friend years after he claimed to have died. 40 years of creating a life in the shadows, all to find myself driving down Broadway on the giant hood of a bat-themed dump truck. And suddenly it occurs to me, I may actually hate Batman. Oh, man. I think Alfred's my favorite character of this fucking book, just because he is not a character. He's not someone from this book. It's like they got him from a totally different series, and he's just trapped here. Okay, they're fucking giving chase. They're riding on motorcycles and rockin' launchets. Yep, that's what I wanted to say. And it does have the open back, so he can carry stuff. Alfred's just opening it on a pistol. Oh my god, by the time that those bullets reach where you're aiming, they're gonna be long gone, dude. You're so far away, you're on a giant dump truck. There's a sudden screech of hydraulics, the rumble of 600 tons of steel shifting on its chassis. Also, this means that Bruce Wayne fucking made... He pimped this ride enough that it can outrun... What? What the fuck? This is the Batmobile? What? How did it do that? How? How does it flatten down? He turned it into a fucking transformer. Oh, here's the cannons. Kind of like World War II, a pilot gunning sort of thing. All right. Neat panel. I like how minimalist it is. It's almost Mignola-esque, I suppose. And they're just chasing. They got a tricked out Jeep. Oh my god. It shit out a wrecking ball. Does that thing just loose in the street or is it still connected? It has the Bat logo. Oh my god. This is just the scene from fucking BVS where Batman's murdering those dudes. I do like that you do see their bodies still there. They did not get immolated in the explosion caused by this giant bat-themed wrecking ball. They didn't get smushed into smithereens. Instead, they're just going to keep flying and just die on impact somewhere else that we don't have to see. That is terrifying. Look at this fucking panel. This poor fucking dude. The sadness in those skull eyes is incredible. Oh my god. Okay, I thought... Is that supposed to be one of the skulls up here? Or is that just like a homeless person? Silver Age level of absurd 90s comics, correct, Samuel. Will we get a badass version of Mogo the Bat Ape? Oh my god, that would be insane. And it would be fucking hilarious. Because this Batman is bigger than a gorilla. Oh, Commissioner Harvey Bullock. Okay. I'm not a fan of this Harvey Bullock. I don't like that. I don't like his look. It's just nothing interesting. All right. Good coloring, by the way, on the police lights and all that, and the chase scene. This is a fun one, this top panel up here, because, you know, cars are hard to draw. And it's so obvious that just how much of a reference was used, which, you know, I'm perfectly fine with references. It's just always funny. I always notice it on all my pages, especially when you're making comics and a comic artist, you can really notice the drawings on a page or a panel that were referenced, because it always looks just a little different than the rest of the artwork by the artist. This is Commissioner Harvey Bullock. You will exit the vehicle now. I don't know why Badgie sounds like somebody from the Jersey Shore. You and whoever else you got in there, you hear me? There's nowhere left to go, it's over. We make a decent team, kid. Telling me you have something to get us out of this. Is it gonna turn into a fucking submarine or something?
The lever in front of you.
All right. What? Okay. So, let's follow along here. Alfred gets ejected. Battens down the hatches. Then is the plop Alfred? Okay, the plop is Alfred, and oh my god, it's gonna land on him! Sorry if I blew out the mic. Oh, it just goes down and drives on the bottom of the ocean. Great. Oh, I got a super chat from Ronnie Ventura. Thank you so much, Ronnie. It says, congratulations, thanks for all your hard work, love your videos. Thank you so much. I hope you are enjoying the Ultimate Era, because I got a lot more in store. And... And I'm also trying to get through Absolute Batman. 24-year-old civil engineer or whatever, Bruce Wayne, was able to convert a dump truck to not only compress and go at rapid speeds faster than a motorcycle, but also be stable enough to drive under the Gotham Harbor and into this giant sewer system. I want to see more of this. Oh, God, they aren't cutting to it. God damn it. There's definitely more vehicles down here. Or are those just wheels? It's like just a bunch of big tires and a motorcycle, and there's this little computer. And we're back to the flashbacks, which it seems like they just put like a full layer of white and just lowered the opacity. I guess I should read this. Man, what is that? 3 homes in the last year? 4, but who's counting? So she's a foster kid. Well, where are you now? I'm here with you and them. See, that's the thing, Wayne. Whatever's happening, I come up here, and these guys, they always show up purring too. What if you come stay with me? With us, I mean. Wayne, stop. No, my mom loves you. You could... No, I said no, okay? Let's talk about something else. Something happy. She also has the tail, I just noticed. Like what?
Like a lion.
You heard? How old are they supposed to be, by the way? What is the age of absolute Batman and Selina at this point? Now that the zoo is closed, they're sending him back to Tanzania. Yeah, oh man, they closed the zoo? It makes sense after the world-famous Gotham giraffe was gunned down. And I guess the people that died, but I think mostly it was the giraffe. They sneak into... the zoo's movie theater? No, okay, it's just the movie theater. I thought they were going to the zoo. Oh boy, showing Zorro. Kids are always hard to draw. I know. Because the current comic that I'm working on, they're about 13 years old, the main characters. So you really gotta work hard on getting something that looks right as pretty much just not an adult. And I want to say that Nick Dragotta, first of all, I have bought this volume. I do own it. Nick Dragotta's doing a very good job drawing the kid versions of the characters. You extend the forehead a little bit, make it larger, large the eyes, smaller features, wider, sort of rounder face, long skinny necks. He's doing a good job cartooning a couple of kids. Oh, great. Is this Brainiac? Are you fucking kidding me? Is Edward Nygma gonna make Brainiac? Ugh. Is that what I'm looking at here? Is that what this is? Also, what is he wearing? What are those? Remember that? What are those? What are those shoes? Those weird Crocs for, like, off-roading. Okay, what are they doing? Ask away, Bruce.
Ask away, Bruce.
I came to talk to you, man.
Ah, but he is me, and you and everyone he contains about 4/5 of all human knowledge and counting.
Almost like he's some sort of smart guy.
Does he have a name?
I was thinking Al, after Alan Turing, the Library of Alexandria, and as a visual play on AI, of course.
I do like that they are playing with the conventions of a comic and what you can do in a comic, such as having the text being smaller to imply either it's being said under your breath, or in this case, he's just fucking talking away. Oh my god. JSTN in the chat says, watch it be Brother Eye. God damn it, you're probably right. It's gonna be, if any, or it's gonna be like a combination of Brainiac and Brother Eye, but I feel like the fact that it is a green skeletal structure with the glowing purple eyes, obviously we're gonna think it's Brainiac. But this is a world that subverts expectations. So it probably is gonna be like OMAC and Brother Eye or something ridiculous. Oh my god, he is just jabbering away.
Yo, Al, how do the party animals ape skulls work?
Okay, I was just talking about how well Nick Dragotta did on those kid faces. This Bruce Wayne leaves something to be desired.
Well, Bruce, the mask has 3 functions. 1, it completely obfuscates the wearer's identity from all global and local deciphering means. 2, it creates a wallet for the wearer connected to a highly valued private network of cryptocurrency called the Black Coin.
What? I've heard of cold wallets, but this is ridiculous.
And 3, as you know, it provides objectives and targets for the wearer with different valuations.
Okay, can we just talk about how stupid it is that their cryptocurrency wallet is a helmet that they always have to wear and could get damaged? What are valuations? Tell us, little squiggly question mark robot.
Arson, robbery, murder, each...
Oh my god, they're doing this. Wasn't there a movie? There was like 2 movies, I feel like, that came out. It was like, if you commit these crimes, then you get a higher score, and if you get a higher score, you can win more money. Like, that was a thing that came out a couple years ago, right? And it was like live streamed or something. Okay. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. They're talking. Ew, I don't like that he can move already. That's a bit off-putting.
Just forget the mask. Just destroy the mask and forget it.
He doesn't want to help you, Bruce, even if he could. I may not know everything, but I know that much.
Why am I asking questions?
You know what the oldest known riddle is, Bruce? What building does a man walk into blind and walk out of with sight? A school. Knowledge is vision. Me, I see a lot, especially on Reddit and 4chan. Admittedly, it's why friendship hasn't always been easy to find, and why I value yours so much. So this is me looking at you and asking you to please stop.
Does he, like, know something that Bruce doesn't? Is that what this is? Emma Roberts and James... I thought it was Emma Roberts. I had no clue it was James Franco. Emma Roberts. Oh, my goodness. I have such a crush on her. Don't get me started. Or else I'll be talking about that for the next 30 minutes instead of this weird, dumb comic. Okay. So, he's calling Harvey. I did what you asked, looked into the Arc M fund, though I could get my ass fired. There's just... It's interesting. Because the dialogue that is ridiculous, like the Riddler, it does annoy me, but at the same time, it kind of fits with everything else. But then when Scott Snyder tries to get it to sound naturalistic, like this stuff with Harvey, it just doesn't. It just doesn't seem to really work. A lot of funding comes from a company called JK Holdings. I wonder who owns that. God damn it. Highly diversified subsidiaries across the globe, but one specialty is building secure facilities, private prisons, Bruce. Not just the ordinary ones either, black sites. And these sites, they have investment from biotech, pharm, even genomics, fuck me, God, I can't say it, genomics firms, whatever. Okay, this is something that doesn't work. Obviously, we can understand it because we read comics all the time. If somebody just picked this up, if a kid's reading this, if someone who's getting into comics and like, oh my god, you got to check out Absolute Batman, because a big concern and complaint I always hear from people who don't read comics is like, I don't know which words to read. This is going to confuse somebody. When you have one word balloon that doesn't have a bottom that connects to the bottom panel, I mean, it's not that big of an issue, but it's just something of a design that you have to worry about. And I don't know, I guess you could have put it on this corner. I feel like that would have worked a lot better if it was on the right side, because then you go boom, boom, over here. And then, because this is seemingly the page on a page turn or so, maybe, or it's the bottom of the page, so you're going to the next one, it would kind of lead your eye to the right. Who the fuck is this guy? Who is it? It's meeting with Harvey. Dr. Benjamin, permission to come. Why is this guy a real doctor? All right, I don't like the octopus guy. What am I looking at? You want to talk about 90s comics? Here you go. This looks like a Liefeld panel. I feel like it is. Like, just how the muscles are drawn and like the fingers, it really feels like a Liefeld panel. Also, what is this? What part of his body is that? Harvey Bullock, meet Roman Sionis. Welcome aboard, Captain. Whatever his name is. That's Bibbo Bibowski. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, so he's sparring with Bibbo Bibowski, aka former champ Southpaw from the Suicide Slum. And he breaks Bibbo's fucking arm, and it looks weird. Oh my god, he's just crawling away. It's kind of homoerotic. In a way, these two little panels right here. Oh, he's gonna break it again? What is he doing? Oh my god! Is he gonna kill this guy? What the fuck? They just killed Bibbo. They killed Bibbo. Black Mask just brutally broke his arm to the point where it looks like a twisted up beef stick. Broke his leg. Choked him out until his eyes filled with blood. Oh my god. What the fuck? Jesus. Okay, he's doing some surveying. He's looking for the arcs. Arc A was the first, the prototype in Santa Prisca. Ooh, setting some stuff up, I see. Arc B are the arcs the reason that Bane is that big? Is that what it is? Arc B is in Russia. Arc C is in China. I guess you gotta get one that is, I guess, name adjacent with the letters.
The hell?
Bruce now realizing he doesn't know how to use this equipment.
Arc M is the biggest yet, is planned for Gotham. Look at it, Bruce. Look at what you're up against, and all you could lose.
He really doesn't have much to lose, does he?
'Cause this is a Batman without a mansion, without a family, without the riches and everything and the technology and all that.
This is a Batman who's only but a plucky 24-year-old engineer. Get off me, Selina. No. That day, you remember the joke you made to your dad about the lion, how the lion had it made at the zoo? So what? And your father... Can I just say, something that always annoys me, and I always see it a lot in comics, are when children refer to their parents as father or mother. It never flows naturally, I feel. I don't like it. This is your chance to mean something, Bruce. You've got talents other kids don't have. And yes, it's scary and dangerous and new, but you need to block that out and go right at it. Cat eyes. What does that mean? And then the other kids attack. Popcorn attack! Okay. Who's this? Who's this at the bottom? Yes, Punchy, I am a big defender of the use of the word daddy. I think more kids in comics should refer to their fathers as daddy and their mothers as mommy. Well, how... Oh, wait. Oh, it's Martha. Martha. I still think there's something going on between Martha and Jim Gordon. Oh my god, that's a scary panel. She looks manic. He still lives at home? Bruce, you scared me. What is it, honey? Well, guys, I shouldn't say anything. Gotham's economy isn't the best. He's only 24 years old. Can't you tell? Can't you tell by the fact that his fucking bicep is as big as his mother's torso? Okay, I guess he doesn't live here. Whatever. Where does he live? You ever see that? All right, I'm stepping up as Jim's deputy mayor on our way to an official press event as they speak.
Deputy mayor? Why? Why do you do that? Why would you do that? The party animals keep targeting officials. Stepping up, they're putting a bullseye on yourself.
I believe in what Jim is trying to do, and I won't just watch the city collapse. I'm going to try and help.
What if you can't? What if it's all too big? Like me?
That's what the next version of Batman should have. Acromelalgia, or whatever it is. Okay. I'm going to kiss you now so I don't slap you. Goodbye, Bruce. Clean up when you're done. He needs to stop skipping leg day. Look at those his body. Look at his shape. His biceps and arms are as big as his mother's torso. His legs are almost as skinny as the stool. Oh, look how cool Alfred is. I love that everybody has these reflective shades, just like Mayor Jim Gordon. Oh, it's his daughter.
Miss Julia, will you play kickball against us?
Oh my god. That wouldn't be fair for you. All right. Oh, yeah. That doesn't look suspicious. Wow, she accidentally got a ball kicked into the street. The young woman teacher goes to grab it. A blacked out windowed panel white van across the street from this preschool speeds off as soon as any adult comes near it. All right, got some news stuff. Every classic Batman comic has news anchors and news reporters. Oh, okay, so that's Hill. I don't like him. I hate the fact that he doesn't have a chin. It upsets me. Also, he looks like the old version of Lex Luthor when he had hair. Kind of looks like Lex Luthor from Red Sun Superman. All right. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of one of the most violent days in history of the city. The Gotham Zoo shooting when we lost our famed giraffe. I propose that this year, for the first time since the tragedy, we do not turn on the memorial light. It would be a mockery to see it brighten the sky with blood running our streets. Amidst all this, people are wondering, where is the Batman? How will he respond? I love how fake and weird their smiles are. Bats are not blind. Ooh, I love what you do, Scott Snyder. Okay, so what is going on? He's listening in. What is going on? That's right, 200 million to stand down for 1 week, and I'll make sure we go a little bit easier on old Gotham. Now, I can't see you, buddy, but I hope... Oh, okay, so he's speaking directly to Batman. He gets that Batman stole the skull mask or whatever. Thinking about all the good Batman could do with that kind of money. Yeah, $200 million? Just think, he could probably get access to the same stuff he already has access to. All right. Oh, he's gonna take the deal? I guess this Batman is darker than the regular version. He's broken. Oh, no. Ooh, neat. Christmas. Don't look at that. I bought the book. Ew, I don't like this. Not a fan of this. What is this? Fractured Spectrum. I don't even remember hearing about this. This looks interesting. Was this any good? All right. Oh, this is a different artist. Who's doing the art on this? That Walta guy. Very strange to see after everything else. I like all the lines. It reminds me of like R. Crumb or something, or maybe like Mobius, but not as refined, I guess. All right, so he's at the court case against Joe Chill. What are you saying in the chat? Punchy, Punchy wants to kiss me, so he doesn't slap me. That's our relationship, anyway. Batman is probably just doing that to, get close. No, he's not doing this to just get close to Black Mask. What are you talking about? Who the fuck are these guys? You got Frank Castle, the Punisher. We got Wei Shen with tattoos from Sleeping Dogs, and young Jamie Heineman when he still had color in his goatee. Oh my god, hey look, Adam Savage! I should probably read what's happening, I guess. Who are these people? But they have pride in this place. Historic Park Row. Okay, Park Row. These days people are calling it Crime Alley. Is this like a flashback to when he started? How long has Batman been Batman in the Absolute Universe, by the way? Is that ever brought up? Like, how long has he been doing this? Mrs. Guyen, we're misunderstanding each other here. 10 Thieves isn't a gang. We only want to keep this place safe. Without proper funding, though, we just can't do that. Whoosh. See, we don't stay vigilant, and things get real unpredictable fast. Yeah, I bet. She's tossed back up. Oh my god. That is a cool looking Batman. This is like what I think a lot of people thought Absolute Batman was going to be like. Oh my god, he's like screeching at him. Oh my god, his eyeballs. What the fuck? This is cool. I love this. This issue's my fucking favorite. This is insane. Also, what the fuck is he doing to Jamie's mouth? Dude, he tossed like a cyanide pill in him or something. I love that it's clear that he's wearing these fake teeth. This is really giving me feelings on, what is it, Batman Year 1000, right? Like, that's what I'm getting from this. Oh my god, I love this panel. This is really cool. Year 100, there you go. Thank you very much, Samuel. Justin in the chat says, I assume this is like year 1 or 2 territory. I think that sounds right. That seems about right based on how they speak about him. Oh my god! What is happening? What the fuck was that? That was really cool, whatever it was. Alright, flashback to before he wins the competition or whatever. He's doing the bat thing. Well, it's big. Wow, gee, thanks. Good job being a dad, Thomas. Now you're very supportive, huh?
I made the piers super high, reinforced them. See, there are gates all along.
Ah.
What?
I just wonder if that's really the best strategy for a place in need. Intimidation?
Wait, what are they building?
The Young Engineers Competition. A lot of animals come from distressed areas, so we have to build a bridge for a place like that, but themed around the animal. And he chose a bat. That's the idea. Bats are intimidating. I made the piers super high, reinforced them. See, there are gates all along. Ah. I just wonder if that's the best strategy for a place in need. Oh, I get it now. Okay. That was just me being dumb.
It'll make people inside feel safe, protected, and strong. And it's strong. I tested it up to 30 pounds.
Ah, I mean, great job. Proud of you. Yeah, okay, sure. Good luck with it, son. As he's snarling. I like his little Wolverine gloves. This is a really cool take on a Batman. I really like this. If this is what absolute Batman had been, I would have been all over it. But it's not. Oh, here we go. He's burning everything. It's just fucking theatrics. The face paint, the voice distorter, silicone fangs loaded with paralactic. And this? They're street criminals, the most desperate. Scare off the 10 thieves, others take their place. No, it's not enough. Batman needs to do more. Think bigger. So build him, Bruce. Who was that? Who was working on that thing? The pipeline comes up from Florida, where guns and farm laws are looser. They call it the Orange Blossom Special. You know about that, Punchy. Assuming you're still here. 80% of illegal weapons ride into Gotham. The gangs and the rogue get almost all... Okay. Is this Alfred still narrating? It's Bruce, right? Like, it's Bruce Wayne. Why would it be Alfred detailing and narrating Bruce's origins as Batman? But it's the exact same captions as him as Batman. Or as Alfred, I mean. Okay, so this is just like year 1, but absolute high. What? Oh. I was like, how big is that truck? It's an RC car. Oh my god, I was about to lose my mind in a universe where everything's bigger. This whole place is like Texas. Oh my god. I'm really digging this art. I really like this artist. I'm gonna have to follow him for more stuff because I really like what he's doing. That's really funny. Just Batman standing alone in the dark with a little RC car controller. This is very good. And also, I did buy this book. Okay, what is that? What is coming out of this fucking thing? What is that? What? How is he... I guess he's an engineer, so does that mean that he's just capable of making things compress? Is that what they're showing and telling us? Okay. And yeah, he fucks them all up. Really fuck that guy up. God almighty. He got fucking slammed into a brick wall. The other guys just got punched and kicked. This guy, Batman, like, oh, God, just fucked him up. Oh my God. Oh, that's his hair. I thought it was like his head is flattened or something. Okay. We got the bridge again. He's changed it to be a little more dynamic in design. I'll come after you, Punchy. Don't make me come over there. And he's testing it with the rocks. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's trial and error. You know, before you were born, all I wanted to be was a doctor, a heart surgeon, a concert pianist. The fingers of which I have a master safecracker. When I was a kid, my dad, your grandpa, he drove the G39 bus route 6 days a week. On his days off, though, the two of us would go down to Amusement Mile, walk out on the pier. There was a guy who sold frozen bananas dipped in chocolate. Oh my God, the banana stand. That's where he should get his money from. Let's see. Anyway, one Sunday we were on our way, and all of a sudden my father just dropped dead. I thought he was playing a joke, Bruce, but when I saw his face, I knew he was dead, and that fear, that terror of being left alone. What, did he have, an allergic reaction to the banana or something? I'm surprised he didn't become Banana Man. But I'm gonna...
What is it? What, that killed him, I mean?
It was a massive coronary. The doctor said he was dead before he hit the ground. So, it just became what I wanted to do. Heart surgeon. I was about to apply to med schools when we got pregnant with you, though, and well, that changed things. So is this a guilt trip? What kind of kid is talking like this? Like, it's not like they're sending him to boarding schools where he's, like, advancing quicker. Like, he's still hanging out with the same people. He's still going to, like, a public school and all that. I mean, he's smart. He looking for what I wanted to be, who I was, beyond a father and a husband. And what I realized was that my desire to be a doctor really was just about wanting to prevent other kids from feeling what I felt that morning. As a teacher, though, I could make kids feel safe by preparing them for the world. Maybe in some other life I am a doctor. But in this one, teaching gives me a way of doing the core thing. Anyway, I'm going to help your mom with dinner, but this is really amazing. Bye, really. Good luck. I like that. I feel like it could have been maybe more emotional. It feels like it's just Scott Snyder being like, oh, I guess I'll put some emotion stuff in here. Let's just get that done with quick. I do like that little message that he's giving, and the maybe hope that absolute Batman isn't such absolute Batman in the future, I guess. Oh my God, what is this? Why does this look like a racial caricature? He looks familiar, whatever this character design is. I don't. Who is that supposed to be? Anyway, the Gotham Zoo, or Matg. Oh, there's the giraffe that died. That's the Gotham giraffe that was brutally gunned down that fateful day. Ugh. All right. Wait, how old was he when he left? And I knew in that moment, I knew that this was as happy as it gets ever. I wanted to stay in it and to never leave. And he rides off. He looks like Superboy riding off. He's quite young, I think. Okay. He, instead of traveling the world, he travels America. He goes to whatever this is meant to represent in the first panel. He goes line dancing, I guess. He goes to the mountain ranges of, like, Montana or something. He starts working at whatever's happening here. Sees dereliction due to capitalism, I guess. Factories. Computer servers. Riots. Guns. Desert mountains. Oh no, don't get your arm stuck in the rock, Bruce. Okay. Hey, he's doing legs. So that means that at one point he stopped doing legs. To get to the point where his legs are almost as thin as a stool. All right, that's just all that he did. Bench presses, leg extensions. That's how you can become Batman too. All right. Roosting all sorts of new places. All right, he's testing it out. Testing the bat thumb. Okay. That's interesting. It's like, it's almost like the fake gorilla hands that they used for, what was that movie? Gorillas in the Mist? Or no, not Gorillas in the Mist. That's a documentary. That weird live action Tarzan movie from the 80s that they did the same sort of things where like they control it like that. Sam Morrison in the chat says, Smokey, I have a date tonight. Any advice? And use Absolute Batman to explain my advice. Can you tell me anything more about that date, buddy? Yeah, it is a flashback. It's a pretty cool flashback. Oh, and now we got to the axe. Great. This is a interesting looking face. Interesting artwork. It looks like you can see like the pencil lines underneath. Maybe. I'm really digging this art. That's what that is, right? Like, let's zoom in. Let's enhance. Like, yeah. I think that's what that is right there. That's the line to do, like, the cross, like, the T when you're drawing the oval. And it looks like just some quick scratching out for where the eyes are going to be. That's pretty cool that it's, left in. Like I said, I really like this art. Let's see. What is your date going to be like? They work in healthcare and have fucked hours. We're going for Himalayan food. And now I need to explain give you dating advice for in using Absolute Batman. Treat it like a bat thumb, where you have to have that control over the situation, over yourself, but at the same time, you can't tighten your grip too hard lest you break your prototype bat thumb and you aren't able to do this. This is what a prosperous first date seemingly looks like. Right here is when you have those prototype bat thumbs in your hands and you're using them expertly and you're getting along and you're walking forward and you're progressing in not just motion of crawling on a bat thumb, but in relationship itself. There you go. Hope that helps. All right. Another flashback in a flashback. Here's the thing that he won that killed his dad. And that giraffe. And all those other people like this. Oh, hey, look, it's like a recreation of sort of that year one thing. What are you talking about in here? Punchy says, Smokey, you would probably tell you to replicate some of the smiles from the background characters. Oh, that bottom right panel. Oh, man, that's good. Which page? Are you talking about this one with the weird little face? I can't figure out which one you'd be talking about. All right. What is going? Are we in the present now? I can't really tell. The annual Gotham dance for a better Gotham charity ball. Gotham's finest mingle. Me? I'm here for him. Randall Powers, the billionaire who owns the trucking conglomerate the Maronis and Falcones use. That's interesting that this is like the second time Scott Snyder has introduced the Powers characters to the DC universe or ADC universe, because they're originally from Batman Beyond. He also does it in his like Court of Owls run, and now he's doing it again. Oh, this one down here. That is a great panel. That is a really fantastic like David Mazzucchelli update. Like, it just looks like the cover from year one, pretty much, but it's Absolute Batman drawn wonderfully. I'll look at the first volume, which I did purchase, and everyone in here as well did. Who's the artist again? Gabriel Hernandez Walta is the artist. Gabriel Hernandez Walta. Really loving his artwork. I really like this issue. This is my favorite thus far. What the fuck is this? It even has secret buzzsaws? What the fuck, Bruce? Maybe too much is good these days. Okay. And then the cops come. This is a really cool panel. Again, it's not that, like, dynamic, but it's just neat looking design. I love that there's, like, wrinkles, too. That he gets these wrinkles in the suit. That it's, like, a billowy, thick material. It feels like a Soviet 1980s era, like, or, well, somewhere between the 40s and the 80s era kind of material and full bodysuit that he's wearing. I really love this. I wish that Gabriel Hernandez Walta had worked more on Absolute Batman, because I'm loving this. All right, and then we get Joe. Okay, this last panel's pretty funny, though. Okay, he goes and sees Joe Chill. And that's the end. Don't look at this. I bought it. We're almost there. Almost there. Absolutely ridiculous looking. Why are his arms so thin? This is the first time he's had, like, normally proportioned arms. It's on this cover. Okay, getting a shot, probably because of the bats that mugged him from Leslie Tompkins, right? Is that her name? Yeah, Dr. Tompkins. Oh, this is a crazy angle. Kyle says it's kind of a reference to the Dark Knight Returns iconic cover. I suppose so, yeah. This is okay, yeah, well, wow. The perspective on this is just nuts, and I dig it. Because the rain is coming straight at him, but the ground is looking up, like, it just makes no sense, but it's really cool. I guess this is the casket, though. But it's a really great visual, but if you look any further into it, it doesn't work, but who cares about that? Oh my god. Oh, it's the guy who got his hand chopped off. He has a tiny head. That is off-putting. Just how little his head would be. Look at his neck. Oh my god, that is really funny to look at. Just picturing what his face looks like under the mask. Oh, that wasn't the cover you were talking about, Kyle. Okay. Are we ever going to find out who this digital person is? Because I would like to know. I'm lost again. Now that we're back to the Dragoda stuff, unfortunately. The main draw for me was the fill-in artist. All right, so here's the meeting. We're getting to the meeting with all the quiche, all the dough, all the dosh. And then it's, of course, tying in some way with something he experienced in the past. I don't want them to knock down the zoo or turn it into something practical. I want something there that makes everyone look, like you said, something that shines. Oh my god, they put the fucking... Who put the money in the shape of the Bat logo? Was it him? Was it Batman? So it's all set, buddy. 200 million? Anon to Anon. Oh, fuck off. The code to the account was sent this morning. I know I already used it... Oh, wait. I know I already used it on something. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what he sounds like.
I know, I already used it on something.
Oh, my God. I'm going to turn this other light on. Just to get some more light in here. Shine some light on the situation. Is it pathetic that Batman bought his own bat signal? Because that's what he did. Oh, there's one ugly bat. Oh, I didn't realize his mouth could open. He looks like Crow from Mystery Science Theater. Party animals, the deal's off. Where are they all coming from? Oh my god, there's so many of them. They're coming up from, like, the stairway to the roof, which is really funny to picture, just, like, the single-file line of people going down the building.
See, Roman, I don't need cars or planes or computers. I don't need anything. You have. All I need is Batman.
This is insane. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, he's just brutalizing. Oh my god! Holy absolute shit. Jesus. Does he normally give Gordon the bat signal? I always thought that, like, the bat signal was something that Gordon did. Or like the GCPD paid for, even though they weren't aware of it. I guess so. Maybe like in the Nolan movie he does. I can't remember in the comics. I always thought in the comics they kind of just had it. Or, you know, they didn't have it. They did it. Oh my god. But also, that's like him buying a gift to help his associates. This is him, as far as we know at this point, just doing it to show off. Also, he did use that dirty money to buy it. This is insane. Oh, he's stuck! Oh my god. This is fucking insanity. Oh my god. He's just getting flailed around. Oh, and there he goes. You don't care how many people die, as he kills dozens. Oh, and there's snipers who are... What? What? Nope. Fortunately, though, you do. Oh, I get it. So he's killing his own people. Cool. All right. Wow, what a terrible guy. Oh, they're trapping him like a fucking animal. I am not a man. I am not a Batman. I am an animal. Okay, he's grabbing her. Oh my god, she just really fucked him up. One of these characters that is related to Roman Sionis, the woman, for example, she's not Catwoman, is she? Because Catwoman, as we've seen from the design, has that dumb dome on her head. Is she, like, related to this as well? Yeah, Samuel points out in the chat, oh no, Annette, he's unprepared, even though he's literally the sharpest Batman to ever exist. Like, anything on him, he should just do that thing where the spikes come out and he can just wiggle his back and cut through the fucking ropes or something. Okay, and they know that he has knives in his ears, and oh my god, they're just stabbing the shit out of him. Oh my god, the little baby has a flamethrower. Oh my god! What is happening? What the fuck? Also, what? Why do they know all these things about his armor? He hasn't used the bat axe that much, has he? I guess he did didn't he cut someone's hand off or something with it or whatever? Oh my god, he's just getting his ass kicked. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, yeah, it's like, he's a Batman who still isn't all there. He gets beaten up. He gets defeated. But he gets defeated by these fucking guys. He gets defeated by a squid man, a baby squid child with a flamethrower, a woman who knows how to use a knife, and another woman, I guess, and Black Mask. Like... Oh, wait, is that Black Mask, or which one's in the orange? Oh, no, that was Black Mask. I was thinking that was his lady associate. Like, these are the guys who defeat Batman. Cool. Oh, well, that's really funny. That his cape deploys as a parachute, but it just doesn't work. And now he has the police, and all that stuff that Harvey bought. And they're just fucking him up even more. Oh, is Barbara gonna save him? No, she hits him with her car. As he escapes into a manhole cover. Oh, he left his helmet behind. God, you're fucked up, Absolute Batman. Cutting live to this Black Mask, apparently responsible for the horrific spike in... Hello, Gotham. My name is Roman Sionis. No, he just said the first name. I mean, no, my name's not Roman Sionis. It's Roman. A little about me. I grew up on a pig farm. Humble beginnings, I know. One of my jobs on our farm was to kill the pigs when the time came. I used one of those captive bolt pistols. 5-inch pin right in the head. Most times it was just thunk down. But once in a while, on rare occasions, the pig would have this spasm. Alright, he's just gonna keep going. And, yeah, he's taking over the city. Cool. Oh my god. There's so many little bandages on him. Oh, that looks really funny. It looks like he has a disease. Bats are highly infectious. Hey, there you go. And Romance continuing. Jim, what's going on? I don't know. Just stay back. Oh no. Welcome to the party, Gotham. Oh wait, I guess I'll read this. Because all those ideals, those dreams you're toiling over, they're dead. Progress is dead. History is dead. Truth is dead. So how about we all just admit it's dead and relax so the pin can hit that sweet little spot? Let's all live in that one split second of ecstasy. Feast on the giant's scraps. And because Batman turned down his invite, I'm offering invitations to all of you. Hundreds of millions of dollars, all up for the grabs. Welcome to the party, Gotham. It's the Purge. Yeah, seriously, they did just burn all the money. What is this? Is this any good? Oh, wow, this is really nice looking art. I had never heard of this when it was releasing. This looks really cool. Huh. Neat. Got a new Black... there was a new Black Lightning comic? I didn't know that. Did this release... okay, I was gonna say, did this release in February or something? What are these comics? What are these from? JSA, Detective Comics, Justice League Unlimited. Was that Justice League Unlimited? Who's doing that? I can't remember. This was so long ago. It was already way back in February. Don't look at this. I bought the book. Oh, here he goes. We're finally here, guys. We finally finished the volume after like 2 hours. Oh, hey, it's Waylon. Oh, you picked the wrong gym, Chief. All right, Bruce goes, ew, God, he looks like Igor from, like, a Frankenstein. Oh, he just plain up reveals that he's Batman to him. Oh, my God. Jeez, that startled me, just the giant face. Okay. So, what's the friends group again? It's Harvey, Eddie, Selina, Bruce, Waylon, and Ozzy, right? But what is that KG monogram stand for? The fuck is that? Is that just... oh, is that Gotham Knights? Is that what that is? Is that the baseball team or something? He looks so much like the Joker. Finally, we got there. Oh, look, they're all having a slumber party. Oh! What? What? Is that a nightmare? Okay, that is a nightmare. I was gonna say, like, oh my God. I didn't realize it was Martha at first. I was like, holy shit, is another one of their parents gonna be brutally murdered? Look at picture albums. Whoa! Is that an owl mask? Alright, so the purge is happening. Everybody's getting their chance at the crate. Start earn. Oh my God, this is just that Emma Roberts, James Franco movie that we were talking about before. Oh my God, you're right, Batboy. This is a real nightmare. Robbery, 50K. Arson, 100K. Assault, 150K. Murder, 250K. What constitutes as assault, by the way? Like beating somebody with a bat, I guess? Who's keeping track of these things? Also, is there like an AI system that's in charge of this all? Like, to send these payouts? Where are they getting all this crypto from? This black coin, as it's called. You're gonna have to be paying out a lot of $250,000, honestly, for murder. That's gonna be flying off the shelves. Oh, murdered Mayor James Gordon, $1 million. Alright. Jim, you're a target, and I'm your deputy mayor, so no, I'm not going anywhere. We need to stop this. Martha, maybe not have this conversation while Jim is literally fucking aiming his gun at another guy who is also aiming his assault rifle. Oh my God, this is insane. This is turning Gotham into some sort of zoo. What is happening? What happened to her? She got like a bag over her head or something? Okay, what is this?
You're a fucking Batman and you didn't think maybe this was something to mention?
So he's flying a prop plane.
I was trying to protect you, Ozzy. All of you.
Well, it's out of the goddamn bag. Waylon wants to punch you. Harvey wants to arrest you. Eddie says he guessed it 2 weeks ago. Or guessed it weeks ago. The jackass. Who knows what Selena will think? Actually, she'll probably think it's hot.
What great writing.
But me, I find it absolutely.
There. Eddie's Riddler said,
Oh. So the robot is called the Riddler? And he speaks to the robot, who's kind of like the riddling robot in Batman Forever. And that's Scott Snyder. Just getting every era of Batman imaginable into this book, right? Oh my god, he really does look like that villain from My Hero Academia. Oh, hey, there we go. Now that's Dark Knight Returns. Except worse. Again, why can they not? He's just, that's like, is that the thing? Is that he's just too big to get in anything that's dynamic? I get he's dropping out of a plane. But, like, you could have put him in a, like, he's always in this pose. He's always in the pose of an ogre jumping out at you. Can you tell I watched all the Shrek movies recently over the fact that I keep referring to him as an ogre? He's just too big and buff to move. Oh, he just landed right on that guy. Right on poor Dr. Benjamin. Is he like a doctor of rhyme or something? Oh my god, he's choking him out with a life jacket. Oh, he's dead, right? He just killed that dude. He killed that octopus man. Is this a kid? Or is this just, like, a little person? Okay, I guess he is a good. Oh, here's that. Oh, this is where it comes from, where he drop kicks a horrible little mutant child. We know what Gotham, or what Batman's would do if he was in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. He'd be kicking Peach Momoko's little mutants around like they were soccer balls, like they were fucking hacky sacks. Let's get a close up on this. Let's see.
I'm cutting you, cutting. What are you doing? Stop, man! I'm just a kid. You can't.
Just slams him away. You better hope that kid lands head up, because he's not going to be able to save himself. Kiddo, are you out here? Oh, ew! Why is he making that face? All right, he tosses her the life jacket. What? That's not even a life jacket. It's just like a life. It's just a life shape. All right, now we get that flashback before Bruce fell asleep when they're looking at the photo albums. Okay, here we go. What's this? This one is from right before you were born. Whoa, Dad's hair is longer than yours. You bet it was. He was in a band called The Movements. Yep, that's what I told him. God, they're so corny. Here's you walking. And there's that one of all the friends together. Mom, you might not know this, but that picture Dad took it the morning of the class trip. Okay, I thought we were going to get more. I thought my theory that Martha and Jim Gordon got together in some way. Is Jim Gordon black, by the way? I can't tell, because it looks like it in this panel, but I think it's just the dark lighting. And I thought it was at the beginning when I first saw him in the first issue, but then I thought otherwise. Anyway. The Purge is happening. Which Purge is it where... Is it like Frank Grillo is in charge of keeping somebody safe and they're stuck in the city and it's like the president or a senator or something? Is it Marissa Tomei maybe? That's what's happening. That's what's going on. Oh, this poor guy only gets 10 grand, huh? Alright, yeah, who cares? Not me. Meanwhile, as Gotham literally... Are those burning smoke billows or is that just really low clouds? Alright. You know, When I was little, I kept this bag packed under my bed, the little blue suitcase I took from Mom's closet. Had all of her toys in there, hoping to go on adventures. Wait for you to come home to go from going on adventures, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't care about Alfred. I don't. That's a funny little 3-panel action. He's so full of himself, he gets kicked horribly, loses all of his wind, and just falls against the wall, only to be tackled into it. Oh no! Oh my god! He's gonna smash his head in! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Oh, it's a multi-floored fucking yacht. I forgot how big it was. Tell me again how I don't matter. I love it. I think Batman just needs to hire a dominatrix. That would really work out a lot of his issues. Also, does he have grenades strapped to his torso? He does. Where did he get grenades from? Where? Where did he get those hand grenades? Those circa 1945 hand grenades. I fucking love it. I love how worthless I am, screams Batman. Oh, you're never gonna break through that thick neck of his. Oh, maybe you will. It reminds me of, there's a panel in Batman Vampire that looks a lot like that. Okay, yeah, wow, shocker, you lied about that weird story you told on television, huh? Alright, I feel like this should probably be read, because it's like interlocking stories. Well, baby, when things are rough, believing you can make a difference, being hopeful, it's not easy.
You know, I lied about the pigs when my favorite thing wasn't when they lived it. Nah, the best was when they fought, when they struggled right until the end. But that's what I see when I look at these pictures. When they never believed the bolt could come, when they thought they could win, they screamed they made. Because no matter how hard things got, and they were rough sometimes, your dad stayed hopeful. The shriek, that shriek, best sound in the world. But he was always at his most hopeful about you. Or did it sound?
Who's saying that? Oh, I see where this is going.
Did it sound anything like this? Kasha!
My eyeballs is what Black Mask screams in pain. Good God. Although, honestly, Absolute Batman's head is so thick that I feel like the pointed knife ears would just go straight past Black Mask's head. Okay, so he fucking breaks his eyeballs and tosses him into the water, too. And now he's gonna destroy everything with these grenades he got from somewhere. And now everybody stops because there's no monetary reason to kill. And they all walk away. And then someone is narrating. I guess it's Martha. Not a fan that they keep doing these hues of green captions on all these fucking issues. Oh, you didn't make it to the boat, huh? Wait a minute. Hold on. He didn't make it to the boat. He was caught in the blast. So he pulls the pin on the grenade, and seemingly it just like immediately blew up because he's floating unconscious, sinking. Because this motherfucker sinks, you better believe it. There's not a buoyant thing in his body. Oh, man. And the dump truck gets him. He gets caught. Finally, something gets used for that bed of the dump truck, and it's Alfred catching Batman. Which, also, you gotta question, how fucking long was he underwater for to then get to the point where Alfred could surface? Because it's not a boat. It's not a boat. Oh, God. What is this? Where? The fuck am I looking at? Sir, Sionis is reporting. It seems there's been a small snag in Gotham City.
I'm aware. It's time. Get Bane.
This does nothing for me. What is this? The fuck am I looking at? Just a weird Akira-looking amalgamation of fetuses combined into this Joker body. Is this the Joker? Who the fuck is this? It's Joker's baby suit. That's true, Samuel. It is Joker's baby suit.
You can't shoot me, Batman. I'm covered in babies. You wouldn't kill a baby with your spikes.
A Joker, I drop-kicked an octopus child just last week. Don't test me. They sure brought Bane in quick, huh? I did not realize that the second only arc of this book was all about Bane. Whoa, what is this? Oh, it's Martian. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? I just can't stop looking at it. Also, where is he? He's in that one guy's office from The Matrix, with all the screens. Oh goodness, is this? What is? I can't stop asking questions of what the fuck it is I'm looking at. This is so fucking weird. All right. And then we get some nice stuff with Martian Manhunter, Absolute Martian Manhunter. That's cool. I need to get into reading this. I don't want to spoil it for myself, so I'm not even going to look at it. I'm instead going to switch over. Here we go. Absolute Batman only took me about 2 hours of nonstop talking to get through the first 6 issues of it. Honestly, I don't enjoy it. I did have a fun time making fun of it. But I am not going to buy it just to do that. I'm not going to hate read it, because even after going through it, it's not as bad as I expected it to be. It's overly edgy. It is so ridiculous, and I think it only gets more ridiculous, so I don't think I'm going to like it. I was skipping a lot of dialogue. I wasn't reading anything. I was skipping pages by the end of these last couple issues. Again, if it had been all like it was in issue 4... I would have been all over this book. That's really cool stuff in that issue. And I really like that one. Definitely my favorite of the first 6. But good God, is this a lot to take in. It is something to behold, everybody. Oh my goodness. Absolute Batman is absolutely fucking insane. God damn. What I don't even know what to say. I'm updating the title of the video to Absolute Batman is Insane. I don't know. I have conflicting feelings over this fucking book now. Like, I get what they're going for. I get what Snyder's going for. I'm breaking your heart, Bat Boy. I feel like my brain has been broken after reading these 6 issues. I get what Scott Snyder's going for with this, which is how extreme can I make it and people are still going to read it? How much can I take from the influence of just absurd 90s style over-the-top gratuity with a story that somehow feels meandering but at the same time non-stop fast-paced. Samuel says it's not All-Star Batman and Robin over the top. I'd say, yeah, it's not. I would say these two are both equally over the top in their own ways. Because at least it felt like Absolute Batman had a story that it was telling and wanted to end and get to. Like, it had a beginning, it had a middle, it had what was supposed to be an end, if they ever released it. But this just felt like it just felt like stuff happens. And that's something that I always have an issue with in a lot of comics, is that it just feels like it's happening. It feels like stuff is happening just to happen, rather than there's a story being told. I asked at the beginning when I started this, is Scott Snyder saying anything with this book? And I think what Scott Snyder is saying with Absolute Batman is, look at how fucking insane I can write a comic and make Nick Dragotta draw. I don't know what else to say. I'll probably check out the first volume, or I'm not the first volume, the second volume eventually, whatever that is called, because that's coming out in the next couple months. They're gonna be posting that up. See what it's up with Absolute Bane. Maybe I can see myself doing a video on Absolute Batman. It's not gonna be until next year, because, like I said, Ultimate Era is going until the end of 2025, so December, all the way through there is all the Ultimate videos. But maybe, next year I'll be doing Absolute Batman. I don't like doing comics that are too recent because of just the premise of the videos, there's plenty of bigger comic channels that do that. Comics Explained, Comicstorian, covering very recent releases, where they just kind of discuss what the story is. But I don't know, I feel different doing that. I feel like I might be helping piracy in some way, But Absolute Batman is fucking insane. I can't believe it took me 2 hours to get through. Just 6 volumes. But expect this. I guarantee you, everybody that's watching this right now, expect a video on Absolute Batman Volume 1 sometime in 2026. Because I need to show this book off. And get lambasted in the comments for not liking it. There's also Absolute Superman, which I still don't know anything about. The first time I really opened the pages was at the beginning of the stream when I was flipping through it. And Absolute Wonder Woman is the one that I am really looking forward to the most, because I've only read the first issue of it. I don't even remember. Did I read the first issue of Absolute Superman? I do not think I did. I think that's the one I skipped. I didn't bother with that one. Absolute Wonder Woman is fucking phenomenal, though. How can you not love Kelly Thompson? I fucking love everything she does. I still need to get around to reading her Captain Marvel omnibus that I have sitting around. The Bat Boy says, now that you mention it, what comic channel would you want to collab with? The obvious answer is Comic Pop. Comic Pop is, without a doubt in my mind, the absolute pinnacle, the best comic book channel on YouTube. That is even taking into account the fact that I have a channel. Sal and the group at Comic Pop do so much to expand the fandom of comic books. They are what inspired me to start making YouTube videos. Sal and everybody, Ethan, Ben, the main cast of characters, mainly them, and then Tiffany when she started showing up more on back issues, is what truly got me into comics. Because as a kid, I've discussed this, but it's been years ago since I did it. I think I talked about my journey with comics in my video that I did, where it's covering my version of a death in the family that I drew in high school. But I wasn't in the comics a lot as a kid. I always wanted to be a movie director. We didn't have a comic store that I was aware of, although we do have one in town. I don't like it, so I don't go there. But I just never was into books outside of the occasional Sergeant Rock, because I was obsessed with World War II as a kid. And it wasn't until high school years that I finally started discovering comic book YouTube pretty much, and back issues and Comic Pop. And I fell in love immediately. I would binge every single one of them. I remember walking around college campus and going to the eatery, because I had so many classes throughout the day, and I would be there so late until the night that I would have to eat dinner there. And I would always go and I would always order the same thing, which was French fries with a plain hamburger, and get a water or a soda, whatever I was feeling like. Go sit down. As I'm saying this, I can feel the smell emanating in my nose of the eatery and the kitchen in the back and the sounds and everything. And I would sit down and I would put my headphones or my earbuds in, and I would just sit back and I would watch a back issues episode. If there was a new one, I would watch that, or I would just watch an old one that I liked, rewatch one. And that's how I spent quite a while. of my college days was watching Comic Pop just around campus in between classes. So, I already kind of did technically a collaboration with them, if you can count that a couple of seconds at the end of the Frank Miller Batman essay video. But that wasn't like filmed at the same time. I specifically emailed Sal and, like I said, a couple of other comic book YouTubers who didn't get back to me or didn't want to do it about doing that. And I just asked him what to do, and he pretty much just recorded it in like his, the Comic Pop Studios and sent it over to me on Google. And then I just edited it to make it look like a Zoom call. I think I named it Eobard or something like that, or Thawne instead. And then if you go look, there's a couple other little Easter eggs in that scene. There's a little smiley face. The Watchman smiley face is like an emoji on the screen for the fake Zoom client that I designed. And there's a couple of other things. But yeah, I would love to do pretty much anything with Comic Pop. Like I said, that's really the only comic book channel I watch. Haven't seen Comic Tropes in quite some time. Not just for no particular reason other than just I kind of stopped watching. Especially if like it's something I want to have my own opinion on and make a video on. I don't want to subconsciously be like redoing what Chris at Comic Tropes does. Great guy, by the way. I really like him. Those are the two main ones. I never actually, to many's shock, here's something pretty much no one knows. My first video on the Star Wars Infinities and the way that my videos are edited is not, in fact, a riff or rip-off of Comicstorian. I didn't even know who Comicstorian was when I made those videos. It was actually a rip-off of Mr. Sunday Movies, who had very recently covered that Star Wars Infinity comic in a similar way. And I was like, I love this idea. I love that comic. I gotta get all three of them, and if I can get them out sooner, maybe people looking at his video will somehow wind up at my videos. And so that's where it came from. It wasn't Comicstorian. I never watched Comicstorian outside of the podcast that Benny had with Rob. Comics Explained I never watched to begin with. Never watched anything from there. Let's see. Would you do another stream reading the other volume of Absolute Batman when it drops? Yeah, that would be cool. I would be down for that. Maybe another live stream one of like Absolute Superman or something. Or maybe I'll just only live stream Absolute Batman. Comicstorian v Comic Pop, Dawn of Comics. That pretty much, they're the big two. I remember back in the day finding out that there was an episode of Back Issues that I had never seen because it was posted to the Comicstorian YouTube channel. I don't know if it's still up. It would be weird if it wasn't, but you might be able to find it either on their channel or on like a playlist on Comic Pop's channel. But that was like, I don't know, that was like mind-blowing for me for some reason. I was like, wow, that's so cool that they're collaborating like this. I love this like friendship that they have. That's really cool that they're like doing this split thing. How cool is that? Let's see. So when are we getting Ultimate Smokey? Maybe once this newly relaunched Smokey, the one with the cut short hair and no beard. Maybe once that starts dipping in sales, they'll relaunch me as Ultimate Smokey. Let's see, what is Samuel saying? I think something that would be interesting is if you could get a cameo with someone who has the opposite opinion about you on an Absolute Batman. You just want to be on the show. You just want to be in my videos. Man, I don't know who. I honestly don't know the opinions on most people's, especially on YouTube. Like I said, I don't watch really many comic book YouTubers, so I don't know what their thoughts are on Absolute Batman. I do need to get into the the Comic Pop podcasts. Usually I don't watch the ones with just Sal and Tiffany because I don't follow modern comics. Like, these are the most recent books I've bought. I went to a comic convention recently, and like the most recent book I bought was maybe like the early 2000s. It made late 90s probably is more likely. But yeah, I need to do a haul video on that. I keep putting it off. I have like a stack of dollar bin books like this fucking big that I bought at Tucson Comic Con the past couple weeks ago. um, let's see. Kyle, you know what video I'm talking about, the Comic Pop crossover one. Absolute Smokey versus Ultimate Smokey, Dawn of the Smoke. Oh man, Absolute Smokey is very violent and spiky, but Ultimate Smokey is reinvigorated in a new way that he's younger but simultaneously looks older, and he has a suit of armor. I don't know. I was trying to think of like a cliche that the new Ultimate Universe is doing, but I haven't read any of them, so I don't fucking know. So I kind of just went with Green Goblin, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Speak of the devil. Art looks fantastic. Very cool looking, very sleek. Good stuff on here. Married with Children. I just realized this is the first volume. Where's the first volume? Last Dust of Krypton? Really? And it's the Zoo. And then what is the name of this one? The Last Amazon. Interesting that two of these books are The Last Something. They do look good together. They do look good together. I do like the color coding as well. Here are the spines, if anyone hasn't seen them. Looks good. Good, sharp design. Not bad. It has a nice uniformity between all three of them. So, you know, you got that good brand coverage. But overall, I'm still not going to be reading Absolute Batman. I don't really know what else to do now. Kind of finished the whole premise of this stream. Any questions? Thoughts on Ultimate Spider-Man 2024 so far? Samuel, I have not read it. I haven't read it. I've been too busy with the original Ultimate Universe. I don't think I've even read the first issue, honestly. Yeah, none of this looks familiar. I don't think I've read this. Or have I? Or no, wait. No, I have. Because I remember this panel of Reverend Matt Murdock. But I don't remember anything that happens in it. Uncle Ben's alive, right? I haven't read through it. I haven't even finished the Ultimate Invasion event that led into the new Ultimate Universe, and that was like 2 years ago. I got it sitting down here in my storage shelving. Absolute Smokey comes with spikes, and Ultimate Smokey comes with a beard. Yeah, that's what it is. Ultimate Smokey is just me with a beard and 2 kids. Let's see. Tactical J asks, do you plan on making any new Destructo Boy comics? Not soon. I would like to revisit it, especially with my new art style, because if you haven't seen the art, it's a lot of hatching, and I realized as I finished that last 5th issue, that was killing my wrist. So I would never do that again. I don't really have any ideas outside of just some basic stuff that I came up with when I was doing the first 5 issues of Destructo Boy. And I'm really getting heavily focused on this new comic I'm doing called Helios, which is heavily inspired by the Golden Age and Silver Age Captain Marvel. It is about a young 13-year-old boy who is one day granted the powers of a unknowable god from this far-off world called the Other Lands, which is, honestly, it's my commentary on what it means to make art, imagination, creativity, how this sort of corporatization of art and, all the AI and everything, and just kind of is steamrolling things. And it really does make me worry about what art will be like in the future, but that's just kind of what I'm doing. So no Destructo Boy currently. Maybe some like fun little one here drawings, like little gimmicky posters or something I'll do. But nothing off the bat, nothing off the noggin. Kyle says Ultimate Peter 1610 is better than 616 Peter. Yeah, I guess so. I think so. There's elements of 616 Peter that would work, but, you have to deal with fucking everything. Compared to Absolute Batman, Ultimate Spider-Man nails it. I won't argue there. The suit's closer to the symbiote. Ben and Jonah working together at the Daily Bugle is... Oh, that's right. I forgot that they work alongside one another. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's ridiculous just how insane that alternate reality is, because it's just full hog, a phrase that I have been using more and more recently, into just... This isn't the real world anymore. This is not the world outside of your window. This is insane Marvel. Like, but in a way that you've never expected. Green Goblin's a good guy now? And he has like a motorcycle suit? What does the Goblin's glider look like, by the way? Just kind of looks like a normal Goblin glider. I will say this. The back matter in this one is not as good as the Absolute Batman one. There is an advert for Peach Momoko's Ultimate X-Men. Never going to read that. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Peach Momoko. I get the appeal of her art. It's just not for me. I've never been into anime or manga stuff. Except for Ashita no Joe, which is a seemingly obscure, although I did see that In Stock Trades has the American English created translations. It's kind of Rocky before Rocky, and it's a really cool series. I bought all of the books in like the traditional Japanese books, so I don't know what they say, but I like reading the story with the pictures. But yeah, there's just not much. There's a bunch of variant covers. There's more variant covers. Look at that, more fucking variant covers. And then one piece of artwork for the Goblin. Oh, I would love... Let's see what's in Wonder Woman's Ultimate... Or Absolute Wonder Woman. Got some artwork. All the variant covers. You got something called Lil Diana? What is this? This is so cute. It's like a little cute story of her as a baby girl. And it's like... It's like Saturday Comics or something. It's like just one-page stories of her being a child. And it's by Kelly Thompson. That's really cool. Does Absolute Superman have anything? They got some concept art for the Peacemaker. Oh, I saw Brainiac, so there's Brainiac. He exists. Oh, they got a lot of concept art just for the designs of the Kryptonians. A lot of variant covers, and that's it. Ra's al Ghul! I spoiled it for myself, but he's here? Why is he in Superman? Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Too many comics. Too many comics to keep track of, especially while I'm trying to do the Ultimate Era, and I'm also trying to figure out what I'm going to do after that, once the new year breaks. I think I'm going to put a vote up on the Patreon for what, like, the following weeks are afterward. Oh, I forgot all about JL8, Bat Boy. That wasn't the creator of that. Wasn't he, like, a dickhead or something? But, yeah, just way too many comics. And then I want to do something special for Civil War's 20th anniversary next year, because it's coming. And I think what I'm going to do, I was in the process of working on and then put on hold for a while, just due to all the Ultimate Era stuff and just life in general, and, you know, the move and buying a house and moving out of the apartment, dealing with all of that. Here's another little sneak peek. At the beginning of the series of the live stream, I revealed to you the upcoming videos and the final videos in the Ultimate Era. After that, next year, I want to release a chronological What Is series on every issue involved in Marvel's Civil War event. So they're not going to be that long of episodes. It's going to be one issue per episode. Just boom, 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 here and here and here, in chronological order, based on a list I found online, which is the same list that I read through that event from when I first started getting into comics, like I was talking about before, back in high school. That is like one of the reasons I fucking love a Civil War, I think, is that because I do have that nostalgic factor. And there's just something about having read it in chronological order and seeing the wide-spanning outcome of what occurred that just really made me like the event a lot more than if I just read like the 6 main issues. Ra's al Ghul is the main villain of Absolute Superman? Why? Samuel asks, read any Conan comics? I assume you mean Conan the Barbarian, not Conan. I guess it'd be Conan. If there are Conan O'Brien comics, I need to get my grubby little mitts on them. But I have read some Conan books, usually the older ones. I don't know where they are. I'll be right back. This is the first time I'm getting up in the past 4.5 hours. Oh, my legs. So I do have these. This is not Conan. This is Black Mark. This is Marvel's first graphic novel. So I bought these Savage Sword of Conan books. You know, they beautiful painted covers, interesting interiors. This is kind of the furthest I've gotten into it. I bought an omnibus of one of the Conan the Barbarians, which is back there in those shelves. I can't remember which one, but I did enjoy it. It seemed more like a collection of stories than in one kind of overarching story in the series is what they were going with. I don't know if it was like adaptations. I think that's might have been what it was for that series, was a bunch of adaptations of the novels. I don't know where they are. Probably on that bottom shelf. But I do have about 10 of the Conan the Barbarian, or Conan the Cimmerian, or whatever they called him, little pocket novels by Howard. So those were really fun to read. But those are all the more comics that I've done. That Bat Boy asks, even Marvel Apes? Is there a Marvel Apes Civil War crossover? I don't remember. Hello, Jesse James. Nice to meet you. Glad you came about and joined us. Welcome. I just got off a 2-hour stint reading through the entirety of Absolute Batman Volume 1. Let's see. Kyle says, hey, Smokey, which is a better read than though both are good? Marvel's or Kingdom Come? So a better read, I think, would be Kingdom Come. Because Marvel's, it's honestly not the best story. It's pretty much just, look at how much these two creators love the comic books, specifically Marvel comics from the 60s. And look, they kind of wrote themselves in as this old dude who took all the pictures. Whereas Kingdom Come is actually telling a story. It's the inverse of that. It's two dudes being like, wow, look at how much these two guys hate where comics are now in the 90s. And they wrote themselves into that comic to show how much they hate the comics of the 90s. But I think a better overall read is going to be Kingdom Come. Jesse James, thank you. Been watching your channel for a while, and I love... Oh, that's it. Thank you. And I love it, I assume, is how that was going to end. Hopefully you weren't going to be like, yeah, and I've been watching your channel for a while, and I love Comic Storian or some other, channel. Air Cool, how dare you continue to ask when the Thunderbolts episode is? I haven't watched it yet. It's Marvel Apes the Gruntline Special. Oh, yeah! I thought that's what you were talking about, but I had no memory of it crossing over the Civil War. I just kind of remember it being Marvel Zombies related. That's the one where the Gibbon. It's the Gibbon gets sent to the Marvel Apes universe by accident, and they all think that he's an ape, but the Gibbon is actually a dude who got turned into an ape man, and spoiler alert for the issue, if this is the correct one, but he ends up in the Marvel Apes universe. They're having their own civil war. Captain America is leading them. No. Never mind. That's not what it is. Because the twist in the story I'm talking about is that they're fucking vampires. The Marvel Apes are vampires. And the Gibbon is the only one who can stop them. Justin says, oh wow, Marvel's Civil War is turning 20 next year. I remember being introduced to the story when it was adapted into Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. It was? I've never played that, but I had no idea that it was anything involved with that. Marvel Apes Gruntline Special. I'm taking a look now. Apex! Oh. Not that Apex. I thought it was Apex from the Squadron Supreme. I don't remember reading this one. I'll be honest. It does have the Gibbon. It's the first appearance of the Gibbon. Oh no, he died. The Gibbon has been dead since 2009? Oh no, this Gibbon from another world. Okay, thank God. I thought the Gibbon's dead. Gibbon, aka Martin Blank. God, he's such a little freaky dude. It all kicks off because of the Superhuman Registration Act. Huh. I don't remember this one. This man, this monkey. Man, they need to do more stuff with Marvel Apes, right? I was, when we were up in Tucson, we were going through whatever the Tucson Mall is called up there. And there's this toy store. They're called a toy store. They mostly sell pops. And they had like a little fold-out table in the center. I'd never seen this before the times that we've gone. But it was actually something that interested me, and that was $1 comics, or like was it 10 for $10 or something like that? So my wife walked off to do her own thing. I was just there in the store going through these books, and there was a lot of recent stuff from like the past year, but I kept finding these fucking ape books from Marvel. Let's see. Yeah, I do agree. These kinds of stories are why comics are great, Samuel. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 straight up has a roster based on the pro and anti-registration sides of Civil War. Huh. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Oh, it's Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, right? This is like, what is this one? Do I have this? There was a time, don't tell anybody this, because I didn't buy these games like I bought this book. Early this year, I got really into emulators. And so I have a handful of like Marvel emulators, but I can't remember if I have any Ultimate Alliances, because I was interested in playing them because I never had before, but maybe I didn't. Let's see. I don't know what console it would be. Oh yeah, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 and 1, and also Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction. I have for, I don't even know which one this is. What is that? A PlayStation 2 emulator? Any comic worth its salt needs a monkey is an all-timer quote. I agree, Batboy. I agree wholeheartedly. Damn, I need to play through some of these games. I'm looking at all these fucking weird-ass games that I have on my computer. I need to get back into this. Do some stuff for Smokey's save file. If you're unaware, I do have a gaming channel. Haven't been able to game quite often recently, so I'm hoping to get back into it. But if you want to watch me poorly play games, if you want to watch me poorly play even a Korean dating simulator game where I failed horribly. I failed so hard at that game that the 3 women love interests crumbled to dust like they were snapped out of existence by Thanos. And it was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. That game is incredible, by the way. That was such a funny game. I gotta try handheld emulators. They're so portable. I don't really know how those work. And I don't really have any portable gaming devices. I have a Game Boy Advance somewhere. My wife has the OLED Switch, but that's just for her. I don't really play stuff. I never got into like Nintendo and all that. I do have on my computer, what is it? It's an emulator for I think a Game Boy Advance or a DS or something. So it just looks ridiculous when you play it because it's 2 screens on top of each other. Oh, Saucy Smokey streams? Yeah, I should be streaming that weird fucking game. I don't know how graphic it gets. That's the only thing. I didn't make it that far. I'm not that much of a Casanova. Even though I look like it, I'm not that much of a ladies' man to get that far in a Korean dating simulator game. In the words of Ben from Comic Pop, says Kyle, if you can dodge a comic, then you can dodge a lawsuit. That was a great episode. Their episode on Marvel. That is fantastic. Such a good episode. I don't even want to cover that book. I have like one issue of it that I found in a dollar bin once. And I was like, oh my god, a gold mine. But they did such a good job. Sal did such a good job covering it and discussing it. And like the history leading up to it that I don't think I could do it justice. They're technically just for smartphones inside of a shell with a controller attached. So you can, interesting. I honestly, I don't know when I would ever get around to doing that because I haven't, like I said, I haven't really been doing a lot of gaming recently. I have this issue where I feel like if I'm not working on something like a video or a comic or writing something that I'm wasting time or whatever, which isn't a good way to view leisure. Which is why I made the Smokey's Save File Gaming channel, so I could game and at least get something out of it, which is provide entertainment, hopefully, for people. Jordan Hemrick says, I know this is a weird question, but have I read the DC Sonic crossover comics? Not a weird question. There's no such thing as a weird question, unless it's coming from Punchy, who I don't think is still in the chat. No, I have not. DC Sonic crossover. Sonic was also something. Oh, there he is. Ugh. Everybody say ugh at Punchy in the chat. Sonic was never something I got into as a kid. Like I for some reason I have a distinct memory of being in San Diego with my grandparents and we were at a hotel at night and I had something Sonic related, but I was like, I don't like this. Yeah, thank you everybody for awking Punchy. I do remember when the Sonic Hedgehog stuff. When was it coming out? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's still coming out. I just remember when like the first issue was released and people were like, wow, this is actually not bad. People like this. I haven't even seen the Sonic movies, the live action ones, all three of them. I have, of course, seen the clip where the two Jim Carreys dance together, and I'm like, wow, this is a marvel for technology. How did they do it? It's like that fantastic scene in the Star Wars prequel documentary. If you haven't watched them already, the 3 documentaries on the behind-the-scenes making of the prequels of Star Wars, I would say they're even better than the movies themselves. Those are my comfort movies, you know? Like, some people will watch a movie from their childhood or like a kid's movie or something as their comfort movie. Those are mine. Whenever I get sick and I'm lying in bed or I just don't feel good, I'll put that on and then I'll just relax. But there's a great scene in the first one where George Lucas begins writing the script for episode 1. And it's like 1995 or whatever. And he starts writing, and he always writes his scripts on like a one of those yellow notepads, and so he's starting to writing, and then he cuts later to him sitting in his office, and it must have been him like getting ideas for the character of Jar Jar, because he's watching a Buster Keaton comedy adventure film, I think is who it was, and it's like a train stunt that they do, and the camera's on the TV. And then it just whip pans up to George, and he's just sitting there like, wow, how'd they do it? Which is just so funny on a surface level. But, like, you gotta get where he's coming from. He's like, wow, how did they at the time accomplish that stunt? How did they make it so entertaining? I could talk for hours on how much I adore George Lucas and everything he's done. I don't have a problem with the Lucas cuts. Feel free to ugh me in the chat. But, yeah, I also have a theory about Jar Jar that people don't really care to hear. Justin says, DC has done crossover books with Sonic, Power Rangers, He-Man, Ninja Turtles, Godzilla, and now Marvel again. That's true. And that's like in the span of not even 10 years. Or maybe it is 10 years. Those Turtle books were quite a while ago. Good back issues episodes on those from Comic Pop. Power Rangers ones I didn't care for. I haven't really read any of those. Honestly, I just didn't have any interest in them, really. I don't remember the Power Rangers one all too well. Crossovers are in vogue again, says the Bat Boy. Don't forget Batman Deadpool is coming out. That's right, coming out this coming week from Grant Morrison himself, themselves, and others. I am boycotting the book because until they make a Big Barda Hawkeye crossover written by Kelly Thompson and titled Big Hawk, I am not going to read it. That is just missing out on money by not doing something like that. Yeah, DC also did Alien, Predator, and Star Trek. Predator Kills the Marvel Universe is also nuts. Oh, I didn't even realize that was still being released. That's crazy that they're still doing that. I totally forgot about that book. I remember, weren't they doing like Avengers versus Xenomorphs or something? Has that already come out? I remember discussing it on the Comic Shtick podcast and talking about like Hank Pym growing down or shrinking down and riding like a face hugger or something, or not a face hugger, a chest burster around the hallway, and what would happen if Tony Stark gets a chest burster but he's wearing the suit. Like, is the chest burster just gonna go boom, just right against the suit and just bonk its little head and fall unconscious? Oh, it's already complete. Avengers versus Aliens ended in May. Oh, ending is meh. Ooh, a Big Barda and She-Hulk crossover would fill a lot of needs for a lot of lonely people out there. Yeah, I would love to see that. As long as it's written by Kelly Thompson, I just want more Kelly Thompson. I want more stuff. She needs more money because she's not getting enough from all the goddamn Jeff the Land Shark merchandise that's being made or is gonna be made. You think she gets a profit from those skins you're buying on Marvel Rivals? I don't think so. Yeah, there's so much they could do, and I hope that they continue with the DC Marvel crossovers. Not to the point where it eventually got to with like the Versus stuff, because those aren't the best, really. I got the omnibus back there somewhere. Jordan Heinrich says, I know they're not going to do this, but it would be pretty fun to reference the original crossover between Marvel and DC. I bet if there is any kind of reference in it, it's probably not going to be much, but I wouldn't put it past Grant Morrison not to do that in some way. Like, I still think it's going to be, the story is about something. I don't think it's just going to be about, oh, Batman and Deadpool kind of exist in the same universe. Wow, let's see what adventures they get up to. I feel like that, if anything, that might be more of the Marvel aspect of it. But since it's Grant Morrison doing it, since the write-up that they did, the blurb, is so kind of infatuated with the fact that there's like a giant typewriter and what kind of story it is being told, I really do think that there's something more to the story. I think it's like there's going to be some kind of like higher dimensionality to it. It's going to be, here's the reason why these characters are finally coming back together. My personal theory is that it has something to do with Mojo and Darkseid teaming up to get a lot of cash. Like, the book is gonna end and it's be like, Mr. Mojo, call for you, and then Mojo puts on a mask of C.B. Cebulski and walks out into the Marvel bullpen offices. Oh god, I would kill to see that. Oh man. Let's see. Jordan Heinrich. You don't have to say the last part of the name if it's hard to say. It's not hard to say. I just can't talk good. Grant Morrison is a comic wizard and a comic legend. I absolutely agree. Super Gods is one of my favorite books. I highly recommend it. If you are interested in comic history, if you're interested in learning more about Grant Morrison and their upbringing in Scotland, where it's a lot of Grant Morrison discussing just the history of comics from the earliest days of the Golden Age and Superman and Batman coming out in 38 and the late 30s and what that meant for America at the time. But at the same time, it's also about anti-war propositions and Grant Morrison's father being starchly anti-war, even though he fought in World War II, and he's crusading against the mighty bomb, and Grant Morrison reports about what it was like living across the lake from the US bombing sites where they held nuclear missiles, which means that if war would break out when he was a child, then they would no doubt be obliterated because it would be a #1 target. And then, it just kind of continues into the history of comics and how Grant Morrison got into comics and what kind of comics he was interested in, such as The Flash. Like The Flash, when he's sticking out his hand, he's saying, "Stop, you must read this or else I'll die." And how that changed him and what that meant to him as a child, and reading that, this 2D character coming out and actually calling out for help to a higher dimensionality and being aware of it. And then, of course, eventually you get to the 80s and the 90s with Arkham Asylum and Grant Morrison taking over the Doom Patrol. And he's working on all these things. He claims he didn't do drugs at that time, but who's to say? He, according to him, would just type randomly into a word processor on his computer or something, or just on his word processor, and then he would use the primitive version of just fixing that, and what would become known as autocorrect, and whatever words would pop up is what he would do. And then he would just continue into the into the 90s, and he starts talking about Mark Miller and his time with Mark Miller and what that meant working together, and then their inevitable falling apart, but all the good things that Miller did for comics. And eventually things wind up in the mid to late 2000s and the 2010s, because this came out around 2011, so he's getting back into comics and back into Superman. How long did I rehearse that accent? I don't know. I've listened to just about every Grant Morrison documentary and interview I personally can find. I love doing it. I'll just do it just for myself around the house. I'll start speaking like that. I can't not do it if Grant Morrison comes up. Grant Morrison is one of my all-time favorite comic writers. Several hours ago, somebody asked me about my top 3 comic artists. Morrison is without a doubt top 3 writers. It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun doing that Scottish accent. I highly recommend you try it out. Oh my God, Kyle. Jesus. Yeah, they didn't want him releasing new books and talking about them. The train has left the Smokey station. Baby, that train wasn't even there. The station was planted, and then a bullet train whizzed by without even stopping, and then quickly crashed not long after. Did you miss the part where I was sticking these packing peanuts onto my forehead and just having a conversation? Oh, man. It is a lot of fun doing the Grant Morrison impression. I always do it when I can. It could have been worse. I could have been doing it in the Joker impression. Oh, man. Good stuff. I'll take a bow. I expect roses to be in the mail at any point. Looking at you, Punchy. Also, that wasn't regret in my eyes that you were seeing. That was me trying to remember what was happening. That was me trying to remember what happened in the book. Oh, you missed the part of the stream where I was sticking the things on my forehead? I'll do it again. Because they stick pretty easily. Also, you must have missed the part of the stream where I unboxed 3 books I bought from Fantagraphics, only to discover that the box was chock full of packing peanuts, and they're still all over my floor. Look at all these fucking little things. Look at these little fucking things. Look at these little fucking things. They're just really sticking. Oh, there you go. This one's stuck pretty well. Nope. Never mind. It's only the side of my head. I don't know what it is about that. These ones stick very well. Center of the forehead. What's going on there? Skin is too soft. Thank you, Punchy, for the kind words, and thank you, Kyle, for the claps. Everybody loves Packing Peanut Head. Ooh, new absolute Batman villain, Packing Peanut. It's like that little dwarf guy that Joker had for a while. That was his Gaggy. Is that his name? he hates the U.S. Postal Service, and he's working to bomb them and destroy the Postmaster General. Jordan says, I just remembered this when Archie was writing Sonic comics. They had this character, Charmy the Bee, in the games. He's 8, but in the comics he's 18, so he gave him a child personality and they gave him brain damage? What the fuck is going on in those Sonic books? I've heard that they're good, but I didn't know they were doing that. Oh, this is what happens when you focus way too much in on the Ultimate Universe. I still have the Ultimate Universe timeline open on my computer window if anybody wants to see it. Because I put a lot of work into this. Smokey in 20 Years Against Darkseid. I am Smokey. Yeah, I stick the peanuts. Darkseid has all the packing peanuts, and he looks away, and then he looks down at his hand, and it's empty. And he's like, what happened to my packing peanuts? And then I'm like, I am Smokey. Hey, somebody save that. Do something with that, I guess. When I run for Congress in 8 years, remember this. Archie Comics in general is maniacal as hell. They had their mascot shot that one time. When did they shoot Archie? Which, like, what, with the Punisher? Was this another time? Well, no, Punisher, what was that? That was like a villain. That was like a criminal that looked like Archie was the reason that mix-up happened. What are they doing? They're doing something with Archie that I just talked about on the podcast. Archie versus Army of Darkness. I cannot fucking wait for that. I am so excited to see what that looks like, especially if it's rendered in that almost classical Archie comic style. He ran for mayor and was assassinated? Oh my god. I assume this isn't in the classic Archie artwork, because that would be really weird if it was. Oh, I've heard that they've made Spawn meet Sonic. I feel like I've heard that before. I would like to see the timeline. Jonathan Hickman made me a fan of charts, graphs, and diagrams. Oh, yeah. I was like, what timeline are you talking about? Because I had already forgotten. It's nothing too great. It's a somewhat color-coded Google Doc, but I do plan on making a video on the chronological release and timeline, the complete Marvel timeline of Ultimate Marvel Comics. No, wait, he took a bullet for the guy running for mayor. Get down! That is really good. Is it in the classic Archie art style, or is it like a more modern rendition? That's what I need to know, Bat Boy. Tell me, Bat Boy. I'm just twisting these up now. Yeah, if you guys want to see the Hickman saw the panel and plagiarized it for Spider-Man when he was shot in New Ultimates vs. Avengers. That wasn't Hickman. Was it? No. Now you're making me reconsider my life. This is coming from a guy with peanuts on his face. Oh, that's insane. That's absolute insanity going on in the Archie comics. I thought only the Cherry Pop-Tart comics were crazy. Spider-Man is shot in New Ultimates versus Avengers. I don't know what issue it was. Have I released that video yet? Did I already do that one? I don't remember. Or is that not out yet? Have I released that video? Where's my list? I lost my list. I just knocked a little desktop fan off my desk. Yeah, I must have done that video. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jordan. You're freaking me out. I was like, oh my god, is Jordan not a true Smokette, as I've dubbed my fan base several years ago? Oh man. All right. Let's see. Life with Archie issue 2014. Archie was assassinated. Never forget. It's the 11th anniversary. Where were you on the day that Archie Andrews was assassinated? All right, let's see here. I'm going to switch it over to the other scene, which should go. There we go. Here is my Google Doc of the Ultimate chronology timeline. Ultimate Spider-Man Peter Parker could have started and ended the Ultimate Universe along with Miles Morales. Don't disagree. It kind of did. The last couple issues of the Ultimate Spider-Man Miles Morales comic are about him being abducted by Hydra, and Doctor Doom's involved, and they escape, and Jessica Drew is there, but then like everybody gets rounded up because of this scheme that's going on, and they do escape to the roof, and right as they like exit the stairwell, they just see Earth 616 in the sky like coming towards them. That's how the Miles Morales Ultimate Spider-Man series ends. But here we go. Yeah, I wasn't joking when I said it's a lot. Starts in prehistory, got the 15th century with Dracula, the ancestor of Doctor Doom. I even have when Ben Grimm from the alternative 2001 wearing the Super Skrull exosuit crash lands through time and dies, only to be buried within a Chilean temple. The Vision crash landing in Tunguska was actually one of the biggest aspects that helped me make this timeline, because that is concretely announced as 1904, and the Vision was warning them that 100 years later Galactus would be arriving, so that means it had to have happened in 2004. So funnily enough, the Ultimate Galactus trilogy and Ultimate Spider-Man were really like the foundation of this timeline. Oh no, I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Batboy. We have the fabulous Ultimate Thor happening in here, and then just kind of miscellaneous stuff that happens sometime between 39 and 99, the Tunguska stuff. Thor getting exiled to Midgard and losing his memories. They don't really ever say when that happens exactly. 1942, we get Lucky Jim. I fucking love that Logan in the Ultimate Universe is nicknamed Lucky Jim. Can we all just start calling Wolverine Lucky Jim no matter what universe he's in? Let's see. Fury's in prison and he gets experimented on. You got Captain America. Lucky Jim and Captain America perform an airdrop. I can tell you exactly where that information comes from. That is Ultimate War. Captain America makes reference of it. They did an airdrop over, I think, Italy, and that's where he's like, well, you mean Lucky Jim? 1944, we get the Chitauri Nazis and Herr Kleiser. Steve Rogers impregnates Gale right before he leaves, joins Operation Overlord for Normandy landing. Lucky Jim is also sent to Normandy because it is revealed that in also, what was it? Ultimate War, that he is, or he was part of that assault. And they did fight together on Normandy. Get some more stuff. This is where things kind of get a little more obscure and hectic, which is everything between 1945 and like pretty much 2000. So it's a little bit of guessing work. Red Skull operating in... where does Ultimate Hypno Hustler fit into all this? I fucking wish it was anywhere. I fucking wish he existed somewhere. God damn, are you kidding me? I have the... I got somewhere in my collection the first appearance of Hypno Hustler. I love him so much. Let me just... typing something on my phone. I apologize. Oops. I'm sure, maybe I did say that this is the official Ultimate Marvel Timeline video on the new title of the video, but hey, who's to say it isn't? Who's gonna stop me from saying that this isn't the Ultimate Marvel Timeline? It's dead. Nobody's gonna bother. Kyle says, hey, it's Lucky Jim. Wolverine starts running at you full speed. Next day, we're gathered here today. Wow, if they're putting on funerals that quick, then everybody must be calling him Lucky Jim. We got 1964, Richard Parker's born. 1965, Jefferson Davis, not that one, is born. Herman Schultz is born. And I even made a note right here saying it's noted that he's 33, meaning that the year that issue where he kidnaps Peter Parker is in my timeline, it would be 1970 when he's born. 7 whole years before Star Wars released. We got Red Skull doing stuff. 13-year-old Eric Lenscher His mutant abilities manifest, kills his dad. Oscorp is founded. That's somewhere, I think, is... I can't remember how I extrapolated that information. If they explicitly say, I will fist fight Brian Michael Bendis, Justin, if he tries to stop me from this timeline. I'll go after him. Benjamin Grimm. Here's something that might be controversial. I put Benjamin Grimm a couple of years older than Reed because it always seems to make sense based on what we see of the flashbacks. Initially in Ultimate Fantastic Four, eventually they kind of start drawing him to kind of look like the right age, and they don't really bring up the age difference. But when we first see him, Ben is clearly older, and he's protecting a younger Reed, so I gave him about a 3-year difference in terms of age. Victor Van Damme is born same year Star Wars came out. That's how I do my personal timeline with anything in history, is where it is before or after 1977 when Star Wars released. Got some more Red Skull stuff. Wilson Fisk visits Cairo and retrieves the Zodiac Key. That is from near the end of Ultimate Spider-Man. Got Scott Summers, Peter Rasputin, Jamie Madrox, Sue Storm, Aurora Monroe, Hank McCoy, Jean Grey. And yeah, I also did put Sue Storm being a couple years younger than Reed. Just kind of always seemed like it. It kind of works to make sense. I think she does say her age at a certain time, so that's kind of where that worked out. Jean Grey also has a specific age that is said, and it's 1984. 20-year-old Jefferson Davis joins Aaron in criminal doings, and we get all of his backstory. Here's something that might cause a stir, is the Ultimate Gulf War. Because the real-life Gulf War didn't take place in 86 and 87, but I'm like, well, it's a fucking comic book universe. Stuff happened differently here. What do you want from me? This is the only way it can make sense to have Nick Fury being here at this moment in time, Red Skull also being here at this moment in time, and all of that. They begin work on the Super Soldier Serum in 87. And Brian V. Blake battle for the Ultimate Marvel Universe. There's a homeless man out there in the world who would hand out copies of pamphlets on the street corners. If I paid him. I gotta go. I need to, like, find which comic convention Brian Michael Bendis is gonna be at next. And just print this out. And, like, get it printed as, like, a hardcover or something. Oh yeah, here's something that's brought up and never really noted. This is in the video that just released, The Ultimate Doom. 8th grader Ben Grimm has his teacher, Miss Darlene, aka Darlene the Dream Machine, try to kiss him. What the fuck? Not the most fucked up thing to happen in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, but it's still weird. Especially because that's the question Ben poses to Reed in Ultimate Doom to make sure that he's not like an evil clone or something. Here's the big one. Peter Parker, born early to mid 1988. I've put him around May 1988 because school in New York can end around that time. That's when I think he would have ended high school. And his birthday is like right before he dies, so I put him early, mid-88. Mary Jane Watson is born December 88. That's the only time that it can make sense for them to both be the same age. And also they note that her birthday is later in the year because I can't remember what it was exactly, but it just works out to that point. To the only month that's left, pretty much. The Ultimate Marvel Universe. Ultimate Timeline. Read all about it. The Ultimate Universe is just two guys who got really drunk and just wrote a bunch of stuff. Yeah, probably. His best friend also being groomed is essential to the creation of Reed Richards. Reed doesn't seem too upset about it. Scott Summers' dad buys Empire Strikes Back on VHS, and Scott creates the fantasy, that should say world, I don't know why it says wolf. Fantasy World Corsair. That's something that's brought up once in one issue of Ultimate X-Men. It was Darlene the Dream Machine that started all of this. Darlene the Dream Machine and the Beast are the two causes of everything to have gone bad in the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Then we get the weird stuff with T'Challa Udaku, which I also put at 88. Like I said earlier, the Ultimate Marvel Universe is a heavily westernized, a very western story, which is why they really didn't delve into any Wakandan stuff or anything really outside of America aside from the EU superheroes and the occasional visit to Russia, I guess. No magic either. But yeah, the same day that T'Challa undertakes the Panther trial and fails horribly, his body is found by M'Baku. Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. arrest Wilson Fisk during a mutant growth hormone deal. Jefferson Davis is injured and offered a position as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He declines and meets Rio Morales in physical therapy a week later. Jimmy Hudson is also born at this time. Remember Jimmy Hudson?
Silence.
This is a great little piece of dialogue.
Silence, Grim, you plebeian. I must get back to playing real-life Sims 3 with the children of tomorrow.
That's a good one, Bat Boy. Can we get an UG in chat for the other Jefferson Day? Ugh. Thank you. Yeah, please. It's weird, right? Like, you name him Jefferson Davis, but I don't think Bendis has ever come out to say anything about that. Colossus coming out as gay to Nightcrawler. And then Nightcrawler's horrible reaction to it. It's probably somewhere in here. The X-Men are honestly the least concern in here. I haven't gone... This isn't complete, by the way. I'm not done editing it. So at certain points you will see I just wrote like the story arcs and the volumes for these things, and then I'll go in and add the detail later. Jefferson Davis team up. Oh man, that's what they should do. They got like the ghost of Ben Franklin in the main universe. They could... Oh, well, though, in the main universe, he changed his name to Jefferson Morales, didn't he? Oh, well. Charles Xavier returns to the Savage Land. The Watcher watches him. That's from Ultimate Origin. You get, finally, the stuff of, Ben stopping Reed from being bullied. That's the first couple volumes and issues of UFF. That would be really funny if he just had no idea who Jefferson Davis was. Sometime between 1999 and 1990 and 1999, Magneto paralyzes Charles Xavier in the Savage Land, and Red Skull does all that horrible stuff. Logan brings his baby son to be raised by... I'm sorry, not Logan. Oh, Lucky Jim brings his baby son to be raised by old friend James Hudson and his wife. Elektra Nachios enrolls in Columbia. Benjamin Poindexter, who is in the second book of Ultimate Daredevil and Elektra, or the whatever it's called. I can't remember which one's which. Blackie Drago, aka the Vulture. The Bosnian War happens. Monica Chang, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, is held captive and interrogated for a week until she's rescued by Nick Fury and Clayton Barton. Then they go on and get married. Of course, they do have a kid together. That baby never comes up after like that one book, so it may as well not exist. Yeah, I also don't want to talk about the Ultimate Elektra book, Bat Boy. Charles Xavier meets the Hellfire Club. The End Zone Project begins. All this stuff. Mary Storm faking her death, being a bitch. And the most important thing is that Kraven the Hunter's television show begins airing sometime in the 90s. When did Crocodile Hunter start? That wasn't until the 2000s, was it? Also, we get Sergeant Wadey Wilson in the Wakanda Wars, which is seemingly sometime in the early 90s, if I remember correctly. Based on my timeline, I think they explicitly say that, maybe? I honestly don't remember. Yeah, into the 90s. As you can tell, these things are color-coded somewhat. So light blue is Fantastic Four. This light shade of red, Salmon, if you will, is Spider-Man. Miles Morales is born, 1993. The same year that Peter, Ben, and May take a trip to Disney World. There's one photo of them in one of the Spider-Man books that shows that they did, in fact, go to Disney World. And it looks like it's when Peter is fairly young. Mary's noted in the history books everywhere. Mary Storm a bitch. Ultimate Peter and Miles versus the entire Ultimate Universe. Spider-Man solos. Yeah, they could take them on. They could easily take them on. I was like, who the fuck is Heather Douglas? Heather Douglas is Moondragon. Ultimate Moondragon. She's that woman that dies and is cloned for some reason, who we only ever see in the Ultimate Galactus trilogy. And I cut most of it out because it's so fucking stupid and just nothing. Waterworld releases in 1995 on July 28th. And the reason I included this is because Reed specifically references the fact that he watches Waterworld sometime in the future. And he's like, wow, I bet I could turn my urine into clean, drinkable water. And then he gives it to Johnny to drink. Johnny drinks it. Reed then reveals what it is. And he's like, yeah, I watched Waterworld for the first time last night. So we know Waterworld is officially a thing. Waterworld created the maker. Oh, man. First Stark International Science Expo. Now we're getting into some things, which is 99. Morgan and Tony Stark are kidnapped in Guatemala by the Red Devil, which is technically canon. This is, I think it's from Marvel Team Up is where they discuss this, the all red issue, where they kind of covered like the history of Iron Man. If not, it's also that Iron Man series, whenever it was. There's one of the Iron Man series, the first Ultimate Iron Man one, is not canon, and it was later retconned into being a cartoon show. But there are some aspects that might have been taken from that, I think, just because they are referenced later. Tony Stark officially becomes Iron Man in 1999, the first superhero of the modern day, and the first since Captain America. And here we go. So this is where things get ridiculous, which if you can see on the left-hand side, I then begin going month by month. This was a lot of work. Sometime between 2000 and 2004, I Am One, an autobiographical film about Tony Stark and Iron Man, appears, starring Tom Cruise and Gene Hackman. And that is shown in one panel in Ultimate Marvel Comics Team Up number 4. Hank Pym begins developing the Wasp drones that we see in the Ultimate Civil War stuff. West Coast Ultimates Initiative begins sometime under Fury's command. Just some interesting little pieces here and there. Ultimate Iron Man cartoon begins airing. Brody makes no royalties. Sometime in 2000, Vanessa Fisk falls into a coma. Lucky Jim escapes fully from Weapon X and ends up in the Savage Land. The End Zone accident happens. Yeah, I did put... I put the Ultimate Fantastic Four as occurring early on, because based on how they discuss it, based on the writing and how the characters interact, it shows 100% that they have been the Fantastic Four for a while, and they've also been cooped up in the Baxter Building for quite some time. So they take place a couple, 2 to 3 years before the rest of the Ultimate Marvel Universe. And then, of course, you need time to recruit and also train a team of mutants. So I put this one early as well. In 2001, for once Charles Xavier begins recruiting his mutants. He starts in 01, and then, throughout that year, they begin training. September, still got 9/11. The only appearances, like I said right here, I noted of the Twin Towers are once in Ultimate Spider-Man 7 and 8, and various background shots. Like I said, that's due to it releasing in 2000, so... It does make sense that even in this universe it would happen. 2002, Tony Stark goes mountain climbing. Jonah Jameson dies. Tony Stark creates the War Brigade machine. Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker turn 15. And they also begin construction on the Triskelion. Again, not too much until right here. Osborn produces Spider. Peter Parker begins freshman year. And here is where it starts to get overbearing. Daily Bugle, front page, Spider-Man, Mob Madness. Reed Richards makes it on the cover of Discover magazine. Jonah featured on the cover of Steve Brill's Media Watchdog magazine. So fucking much. Though that thing that I just read to you was from a single panel showing a newspaper stack. Just everything. All this. October 2002. Where are we? Or is that 2003? I don't know. I'm not sure where that was. Yeah, October 2003. Ultimate Team Up number 10, December 2002. 2003, Harry undergoes hypnotherapy. Continues. 2005, we got all of this going on. The yellow is Ultimate Power. Remember that absolute piece of shit event? October, December 2005. 2005 is when the ultimatum wave hits, people. Come on. It's just basic timeline. Got all of this. 2006, Peter turns 18 shortly before dying against Norman Osborn. Mary Jane Watson turns 18. Kitty Pryde turns 18. William Stryker Jr. dies, and his consciousness is transferred. All of this stuff down here, the Avengers bullshit going on. And then this is the part where I haven't gotten to yet, where I've just written down the titles of the books. Except for some stuff like Miles and Genki. We learn in A Brand New World, according to Peter Parker, that the president at the time walks arm in arm with Captain America, celebrities, and international dignitaries on what they have described as Life Day, held in June, a holiday to remember the fateful day when Magneto attacked. It would be George Bush at this time, because they explicitly show that George Bush is president. George Bush is the president that gets atomized by the Maker right here when Washington is destroyed in 2006 December. 2007, 2008, seemingly Obama becomes president, I guess, because they say that he exists in that universe, but the timeline would say that Steve Rogers was also president. So it's Bush, Howard, the Secretary of Energy, who becomes president after the Maker destroys DC, Steve Rogers resigns, Obama is apparently elected, and he is president until the end of the universe, which is shortly coming up. Future Foundation is founded. 2010 is when the incursion finally happens. Based on all of this, the Ultimate Marvel Universe does not take place in only but a year or 2 years. Instead, it takes place mainly over the course of 10 years. And yeah, I did have all these because I thought it might maybe lead up to 2015, when Secret Wars released. But no, I couldn't possibly get that far, just based on everything that happened. So yeah, 2010 is the year that the Ultimate Marvel Universe goes kaput. And I think that might be a good place to end it for the night. It's been a 5.5 hour long live stream. It's already 8 p.m. Oh boy, I need some water. I need some food. I hope you guys enjoyed. This was fun. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Hope you enjoyed sitting around, chatting, reading Absolute Batman with me. What are your thoughts on what we covered? I don't know how to end a video other than how I do in my videos. What are your thoughts on everything we discussed over this 5.5 hour long video? Who do you think will win DCKO? I thought I would get some more arguments on my predictions, but maybe no one's just watched the video that far. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you, Punchy, for hailing the comic daddy of the people. Oh, man. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for joining me on this spectacular 50,000 subscribers send-off. Plastic Man. Oh, come on. Obviously, it's Power Girl. They want you to think it's King Omega. So you're going to think, oh, a man wins. But no. It's Power Girl. She's going to win DCKO. Duh. Detective Chimp will sneak through. Okay, with the steel chair. All right, now you got an argument. Maybe Ted DeBasey or whatever his name was will come out. Oh boy. Any other final comments, questions, anything anybody might have before we tune out for the night? One time kid from Spider-Man is gonna win DCKO. Okay, now you guys are just being ridiculous. Spider-Man winning DCKO? Oh my god, what if DCKO and Batman Deadpool crossover? DiBiase. DiBiase? Is that how you pronounce it? Was his name Ted? I can't remember. I'm gonna wait until I find out, Punchy. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you guys had a good time. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, everybody who stuck around the whole time, because this was quite an event. This was an endurance race. Watching me stick packing peanuts on my forehead and try to read Absolute Batman. Oh my goodness, we covered so much. Didn't we get so far? We talked about so many things. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much, CJ Moore 751. Much love to you as well, sir or woman or person or whoever. Thank you, Tactical J. Hope you guys enjoyed. Stay tuned this week. What is coming up this week? I'll tell you what's coming out this Monday. Before I go, if I can fucking open my calendar. I am gonna wonder to myself if this actually happened. They wouldn't let packing peanuts in a insane asylum room. What is coming out this week? So this week is Ultimate Spider-Man versus Magneto, and next week on the 22nd is War of the Symbiotes, as well as some more Ultimate Spider-Man goodness. So stay tuned for that. Oh god, stop, Punchy. Knock it off. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you next time we reach a certain amount of subscribers. Thank you again, Justin. Thank you for the 50,000. Congratulations. I don't know, 75,000, I guess? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe then I'll read Absolute Batman Volume 2. Or Volume 22, depending on how long it's been and how far it gets. But yeah, if that's everything everybody has to say, I will be tuning off for the night. I hope you enjoy the videos I'm releasing, the Peacemaker commentaries, the podcasts, the Ultimate Eras. I will see you next time. Bye. And now I just gotta kind of stand here and not move and try to click the X. Oh god, where is it? Oh god, I can't find it. Oh my god, where is it? Oh!